what this gigantic white mystery box is behind me? Well, a lot of people are wondering, but usually what happens at these events, you see the on-stage demonstration, and then you go into a secondary area where they actually have the new product.
Check.
Check.
Check. Check.
Sibilance.
Good Lord. Good morning. What is up? Welcome to CNET's live coverage of Apple's iPhone, iWatch, wearable, whatchamacallit event. We're here. We're going to be with you here. It's around 8:45 a.m., and I wanted to introduce the players in the house because this is going to be a big deal. The hype machine, the energy is bumping. So, first up, Mr. Donald Bell, partner in crime. Hey, what's up?
Energy's bumping.
Bump, bump, bump. Also, Miss Ashley Esqueda, Miss Tomorrow Daily in the house. It's a big deal. She's here, too.
Woo!
And then over there, running the show, Mr. Stephen Beecham.
Howdy, everybody.
Again,
Hello.
I cannot understate how ridiculously impossible this show would be without him. I must, Mr. 8 Arms Beecham.
It's exciting. I'm
It's
having
exciting.
fun already. I've been having fun since 7 a.m.
I was actually awake before you then.
Oh!
Look out. So, everybody here, we are here to talk about iPhone, iWatch. Again, this is a super interactive show, so let's just get through the things that we're going to do. First of all, super interactive. You guys can call us our phone lines, right? 1-888-900-CNET-2638. That's how you can call us, the phone lines. We have 5 rotating lines. If you can't get through, that's because they're all locked in. So call us there. Whatever you guys want to talk about, we will talk about it. The keynote itself starts at 10 a.m. And then also you can tweet us with the hashtag CNET Live. Donald, Ashley, myself, we will be looking at those tweets. We will bring them up. If they don't use naughty words, we will show them on our screen. That's important as well.
Yeah.
Yes.
And then, I don't know if you've been with us in the past, but we've got these big bingo cards. If you could show them off, Donald and Ashley.
So excited.
This is, let's say it all together if you can read this. CNET Apple iPhone iWatch Big Bingo card. One more time.
Boom.
CNET's Apple iPhone iWatch Big Bingo card. All right. You guys, we have a link that you guys can check out. We will show you that. We'll put it up. It's a tiny URL. So just go to tinyurl.com and then just do /iPhone 6 2014. We'll get a little lower third for you. We got plenty of time. I forgot to give that to you. I will give it to you.
You're just testing.
Well, you know, Beecham runs on the
It's
fly.
like the thrills of an Apple product launch and the thrills of senior living all together
That's
in
so true.
one thing.
Actually, I don't want to even talk about the Apple event. I want to talk about Destiny.
Yeah, this is actually
that's why we're here, right?
Yeah, this is actually a 3-hour-long Destiny live stream.
You know,
We're just gonna
Twitch
play.
has become so popular. I thought we were just going to use, play the game and put up screenshots and enjoy it that way. That makes sense too. But we will kick things off, open it up to our roundtable, and just talk about, compared to a lot of the keynotes you have seen, Donald. I mean, you and I have been here in this room for many years.
We're practically in the retirement home.
We've-
Talking about.
when
I
Bingo.
remember the iPad launch.
I remember the iCloud.
Also,
So-
get off my lawn.
So, you've seen a lot of events. How does this one feel different or the same to you?
Well, it's a different location, first of all, right? I mean, that's a big deal.
Yeah.
I mean,
We've got that
seriously,
shot, so
my
keep on
brain
talking.
compresses a lot of those events because they're all at like the Yerba Buena Center for the Arts, and you
Yeah.
just kind of walk up, you see the same croissant and orange juice table, and it's like the same deal.
Yeah.
And you and I both know, like you can pretty much plan out exactly beat by beat how it's going to go. It's going to be the introduction. They're going to show off the new Apple Store video footage. They're going to cut to a thing. And then they're going to talk about their sales, and they're going to talk about the thing, and they're going to squash the competition.
Donald,
okay, I don't want to spoil it.
You've just basically revealed the keynote with no emotion at all.
You have to be methodical about this stuff. You have to know what you're getting into. So first of all, I feel like the change in location is already a tip off that it's going to be a different kind of announcement.
Let's just really quickly, before we jump to actually take a look at that external, this is on campus at De Anza College, where my father's actually a professor out there. De Anza College, woo! But
So you
this
have it
is
inside.
this is that what you're seeing as they're panning. That's that massive 2 to 3 story structure that they have built on campus. As we pan over to the left, you'll see members of the media with that white building in the background. We've been told there's actually a giant, big iWatch. That's what that white building is.
I feel like RoboCop
It's
is going to crash through that
really
wall
huge.
at the end of the thing, right?
It's really big. It's really big.
I watch.
So that is the mystery shrouded building. Rumors point to U2 coming. U2 says no. Other people say yes. They're making a big deal out of this. Ashley, you've been following tech, the world of tech. How does this feel different to you?
Well, I think the building is like the big thing. I mean, this is kind of something we've never really seen them do before.
Mm-hmm.
And the fact that they're building this extra space, and the fact that there are how many more people invited to this event, to the actual physical event, which Apple is very tight with invitations usually, is really remarkable. And so this really kind of indicates that we're going to be seeing a lot more than just, oh, hey, bigger iPhones, So to me, it's exciting just because it's something different from Apple, who is usually pretty conservative about change. So this is exciting for a lot of people.
Yeah, I think that everyone has been accusing me of hyping this up a little bit, but I will tell you from everything that I have seen just historically, I don't even want an iWatch. Let me just throw that out there. I don't want an iWatch, but to me, this is the most exciting keynote or the build-up to it that we have seen since the original iPhone, since 2007. And the reason why people are like, no, you're crazy, you're a fanboy. I can see the people typing right now. But the reason why I say that is, if you remember, for those of you that do remember, in 2007, we knew Apple was working on an iPhone. We knew they were working on something. We didn't know what it was. There were plenty of phones out there before. No one had seen what Apple's vision is. Now, will they sell me on the iWatch? I don't know. But I'm just excited at the ability that we're actually going to see something we have never seen before and hasn't been leaked. And we'll see what Apple's direction is, but there's a lot of hype. They've taken it back to where it all began. This is where the Flint Center is, where the original Macintosh was showed off for the first time. The iMac, there's a lot of history rooted in this. They've put up this huge structure, so Apple themselves is also hyping this. If it is a big flop, it'll look
They're
pretty
gonna look
ridiculous.
real dumb.
It'll look pretty
Here's
ridiculous.
here's why they invite me on the show, Brian. Is that I'm going to totally counter that and say that this is not going to live up
I
to
didn't
the
say it was going to
original.
live
Yeah.
up. I didn't say it was going to live up.
Because I
Yeah.
feel like when the iPhone came out,
It's too big.
it was the birth of an entire category,
Agreed.
right?
Agreed.
It was taking what was an existing smartphone category and absolutely reinventing it. They're not going to do that today. Like there's no version of the iPhone they can come out with that is going to completely redefine the existing smartphone category, which is mature and also in some ways declining. Like it's but the iWatch is an interesting prospect.
Yeah.
Because that's something that I feel like we've been watching people screw up or just not quite get right over and over again for years. And if Apple can do that magical thing like they did with the phone and their iPad and take that category and really put out something new that gets people excited, then that could be the moment that we were talking about after this.
Could be a real shift in the wearable market where we've kind of seen people sort of very like gradually kind of picking it up, and then this could really kind of break open the door of it really becoming a mainstream thing where just everybody you see has a wearable, whether it's Apple or not. Just people going, oh wow, like I really like the iWatch, but I'm into Android, so maybe I pick up a Moto 360, or so in that respect, I think this is kind of cool. And I also disagree. I think this hype.
You all can disagree with
I'm
me.
going to
It's
disagree.
Okay. It's okay. That's what we're here for.
I think we saw hype like this in 2010 with the iPad event.
Yeah.
I remember people being really excited and really weirded out by the idea of a tablet. They were just, it's just a big iPhone, and iPad, what a stupid name, and now it's just ubiquitous.
Well, you're right, but I'm saying, when we went to those keynotes, the iPad, people actually weren't impressed when the keynote happened. They weren't sure about it until they touched it. I'm just saying
all
all
the
I'm saying
parodies.
is
Ooh.
the build up before this event is unlike
Crazy.
anything I've seen in a long time.
It's
It's exciting. Even though I don't want the iWatch, they have built some level of excitement that a lot of tech events that we've been to in the past just haven't. And quite honestly, if you want to talk about what type of innovation we've seen or not, in my mind, probably the most innovative product we've seen so far this year was the Galaxy Note Edge with that
That's really
flexible
interesting.
LED screen. Like, we haven't seen how that's going to bear out. But I think that's the most innovative product we've seen this year so far.
yeah.
From an iWatch or from a smartwatch watch standpoint, I'm already calling the category iWatches. Shame on you, Brian.
Yeah.
But
what do you do?
the Pebble, people almost forget the Pebble
I
is
still love
really
the Pebble.
product that started this whole movement. Like that started all these large companies to say, "Oh my gosh,
we better get on
if we don't make this, someone else is going to," right?
Yeah.
And we're going to talk to Scott Stein a little later. He's one of our editors. He covers every smartwatch under the sun. No one has come up with the formula of what we really care about. I don't know if we'll see it today. I really don't know. But, I agree with your points. I was just saying from the build-up, I haven't seen anything like this since then. That's all.
I'm glad you're excited, man.
Shouldn't we all be excited just as tech
You should.
enthusiasts, right?
Yeah,
I
of
feel
course.
like this is cool. This is cool.
Enthusiasm is cool. Like I'm okay with
Enthusiasm is
enthusiasm.
cool.
Like I don't like there's a lot of cynics out there and a lot of people who are just like, it's just it's bigger iPhones, who cares? But it's like every time I see an event like this, like the Note Edge, I was like, wow,
Dude, that was awesome.
That's cool. Like that's something different. And
Exactly.
and so for me, it's like I think it's awesome to be excited about the tech that you are. Tech. It's good for everybody. This is good for everybody. Whatever they announce today is going to be good for the consumer, regardless of what you use.
So I told people to call us on the phone lines, right?
Oh yeah.
Should we take some phone calls? Should we
Well,
talk?
there's probably so few people calling.
That's half the fun of this show.
It is actually. Without the phone calls,
Yeah.
I might fall asleep myself. So let's go to always calling right on the dot.
Oh,
Shamar, my boy Shamel
Shamar.
Hey, Shamar.
from the ATL. What's up?
Now you knew I was going to be the first one today.
You know what? People. The funny thing is, people were tweeting like, "I'm going to be the first one," and I didn't know if you were going to be able to get through the line as number one, but you are the number one stunner. So what is up, Shamar?
So first of all, beam me up, Stevie.
Yeah.
He wants to board the mothership.
We'll let him in.
How does that feel? It feels good. Welcome to the mothership. All right, I forgot. Did we tell people this, or did we go through it already?
You might have tweeted it.
You may have
Yeah, we
tweeted
have a
You
special
tweeted
little
it. You
phrase.
tweeted it. I'm going to give you props on tweeting it.
So for everyone who uses the magic phrase when they call, you're going to get this iPad mini Lego. Like, you can give it to your niece or nephew, but it's actually a Lego service from Belkin.
That's cool.
iPad mini case. I know Ashley's going to call right now.
I'm going to call in.
She started
permission
busting.
to board CD. Beam me up.
So what's up, Shamel?
Hey, the thing I was thinking about, just to add, as far as the iPhone, now that they finally taken the screen size out of the picture, as far as lining up with Android, do you think that this is really just going to plateau? Smartphone wars may not be over, but that, finally this strategy that Apple's been doing about leaving you wanting more as far as, when the first device came out, $599 on contract, but it was missing a lot of those little small features that, were kind of a staple in mobile at that time, like a camera with flash, MMS. And, you wanted a bigger screen, you got Siri. You wanted killer battery life, you got a fingerprint sensor. It was like they wanted to wow you with these innovative features, but they, starved off the smaller features. It's like something to keep you coming back for their ultimate evolution, which I think this is. I think that this is going to plateau. I just wanted to think, do you guys feel that it's gotten there with the two screen sizes, or do you think that, that there's a lot more crazy innovation to come to the smartphone world?
All right, I'll open this up to the audience here. Where are you guys at with the whole, has the market really matured and plateaued, or is there more room to go?
I feel the plateau. I mean, as someone who rounds up the top 5 phones every other week, or seemingly, I see the phones come through, and it's like the lists are like, they're all great phones. That's the downside of those top 5s. Like, I'm gonna give you 5 phones, they're all great, and I bet you afterwards you're not gonna be. I can't quiz you and have you figure out which is the best phone or which one have the best features. That used to be like there were some big differences between phone number 5 and phone number 1, and now we're as a world, we're really good.
Whoa, we're getting global
at creating great phones that do enough. And not only that, but there's so many great inexpensive options now too. And Apple is not seemingly hit that market at all. I know they did the 5C to try to do a token gesture towards affordable phones. But I mean, when Google's putting out the what is it? Or Motorola's putting out the Moto G, and those phones that are really good and $200 off contract or $250. Right. If we're at that point in smartphones where you can get really great phones for not a lot of money, then that's a different world than when you would spend $700 to get an off contract iPhone just to have it. You know.
I'm gonna go out on a limb here.
Go! But I want to let me grab that limb.
Yeah, please. I'm gonna climb up a huge tree and go way out on a limb here. I think that smartphones are really kind of a microcosm of PCs, and so we look at how PCs have evolved over time, and really, you saw a split into people building their own PCs and people who buy them pre-made. And I think that over time, and the next frontier of smartphones is going to be building your own phone.
We're talking about Project Aura, right?
Yeah, Project Aura. I mean, this is, to me, that's sort of going to be the enthusiast route of smartphones. And I think that'll kind of be the future of sort of the high-end enthusiast smartphone market. And I'm really excited for that.
But
because
for the other 80%, they're going to be
other 80% of people, they're buying prepackaged.
The affordable phone
of course.
has all the
they're buying an iPhone.
Yeah.
Or a Moto G, or exactly. I mean, or Nexus. I mean, and this is, I think this sort of split between these really big emerging markets who like low-cost phones is really kind of tipping the market into the Moto Gs and the Nexus devices, who, and people really like them. But for me, I think that the future of innovation in smartphones is going to be all the good modular kind of Project Aura type stuff. So I'm pretty excited to see how that kind of evolves over the next few years.
Okay, Shamar, we have to take a call from our buddy Tim Stevens, but I got you. Thanks so much for calling, and we'll talk soon. Okay, bro? He's like, dude, why did you drop me like that?
He's crushed right now.
I got nothing but love you. I do want to jump back on the point that we talked about, but we're gonna first take a call from our editor at large, Tim Stevens. One of just the hardworking characters and just great writers and people here at CNET. Tim, we've got you hooked up on FaceTime. Is that what I hear correctly? Yeah. Oh, look at
Tim
that.
Stevens.
Can you hear me okay?
Can I touch your beard right now? Can we touch your beard? Bring it up. Bring it up close.
Beard the wise.
There you go.
Beard time.
So, Tim, tell us where you're at and if you can kind of set up the environment that's around you right now as you're waiting outside.
Yeah, so I am actually standing right outside the giant white cube, so I'm going to actually turn around so you can see it. The lack of color behind me is the cube itself, which is still sealed up. It's a big mystery. We still don't know what's going on inside there, but we're right across the walkway here inside the Flint Center. Here's where we're going to be going in very shortly for the Apple event itself. You can see there are a lot of journalists around me, all waiting in line, and there's actually a protester here shouting about something, but we don't actually know just what he's shouting about. But yeah, people are getting caffeinated up and getting some food in their bellies and getting ready to roll for the event. We should be going in the very near future.
So, Tim, you don't want to talk to that protester and, make friends and, just hang out with him or her? You don't want to do that?
No, maybe after the event. But right now, I'm real focused on the live blog. I don't want anything to get in between me and the iPhone 6.
We talked about this earlier in the show, but just the spectacle. Apple hasn't done anything like this. Build a huge, massive structure, invite so many members of the press, including people of the fashion media, which we'll touch upon later. What does that signal to you?
Well, it's definitely a huge event. There's actually, I'd say, hundreds, if not thousands, of Apple employees waiting in line to come in as well. And usually there are quite a few Apple employees here, but rarely that many. There's a lot of staff here, too. So it's a big, big event. They're definitely expecting a lot of news to come out of this for sure. We're pretty eager to see what we're going to get in there. I think we're obviously expecting multiple phones, probably going to get a look at a wearable of some sort today, too. It's safe to say there's going to be a lot of news coming out today. I'm pretty excited.
I'm excited. Tim, are you you're going to be actually live blogging. You're going to be doing the text version of the live blog. Is that right?
Right. The live blog, I think it's happening now, but I'm not obviously able to get in there right now because I'm still standing in line. But as soon as we get seated, we'll be starting the text flow. We'll be the live stream of the Apple event too, but we'll be giving the play-by-play commentary. Myself and Shar Tipkin will be doing the live commentary of the event in text. So if you're not able to watch the video, or if you just want some commentary to go along with it, we get you covered there.
And then, Tim, just before we let you go, thanks so much for calling in. What is the thing that you want to see Apple do here today? There's obviously a lot of announcements, a lot of things coming out, but which one sticks out the most to you?
Well, I'm really excited to see bigger iPhones. I'm really excited to see a wearable of some sort. But honestly, I'm pretty stoked to see what they can do in the mobile payment front. I'm sick of carrying a wallet around. I'm sick of carrying multiple credit cards and ATM cards and things like that around, too. So if Apple can bring all that together and make it so that I can pay for things with my watch or with my phone, I'm pretty excited about that. So that's what I'm hoping to see today.
All right. Thanks a lot. There you go. Tim Stevens on site at the Flint Center in Cupertino at De Anza College, FaceTiming us. Thanks a lot, Tim.
Bye.
Bye.
All right, so, Tim honestly segued this perfectly. When we were talking about the next innovations in phones, there's been a lot of rumblings of, Apple releasing, finally putting out their wireless payment type of platform. Right. And to me, I think the past 3 or 4 keynotes I've been saying, when are we going to get a wallet? When are we actually going to get this to be a working wallet?
It's going to
be functional.
And the Touch ID was the first step. And so for me, the main challenge that other companies have had with trying to do this, Google Wallet put out that platform, but they had a lot of issues, not only with it actually working properly, even issues with carriers and which phones would enable them to put Google Wallet on them. Verizon them had a little beef or had a little agreement behind the back doors. So you want to roll out this platform. It doesn't get adopted. Apple has the power of the iTunes machine, the credit cards, the ability to put themselves in conversations that, Google, quite honestly, may not be able to just because they have 10 different phones. Which phone is going to have this wallet platform working the right way? That works in Apple's favor. So I wanted, just because a lot of people say, oh, companies have had this before, I wanted to actually show a video that but in 2005, right, they had wallet phones. And so we have a segment here. I just want you guys to watch a little bit about this to see how it works and if this is how it can work. Again, this is 2005. This is something just to kind of chew on what Apple may be looking to do.
Old school.
This is old school,
Almost
2005.
10 years old. Wow.
But there's information here. There's info.
We're here on the motherland of tech, and I hear there's something that you can do with your cell phone that can't be done anywhere else but here in Japan.
That's correct. Actually, the latest and greatest cell phones here are equipped with Ferica technology, and this type of technology enables users to use their cell phones like a wallet.
How do they go about doing that?
So first what you do is you charge money to your cell phone, and then you can go use it in a variety of different places.
They don't got these toys at home. Now, what happens though, a lot of people lose their cell phones. I mean, that's a big concern, I'm sure.
Right, that is true. But actually, say this cell phone here, it's equipped with, say, a fingerprint reader. So you just put your finger
That's
here,
wild.
and you slide it through, and nobody can use it except you.
So, is there a future for this in the U.S. markets? I mean, will we possibly be seeing them out there?
Okay, right now only NTT Docomo has phones that have this technology. This technology was developed by Sony and co-partnered with NTT. Next year, KDDI, which is another big cell phone company in Japan, will be using this technology. So this technology is the platform.
So I want to try and use one of these things. We got an AM/PM behind us. Does it work there?
Of course.
All right, let's go check it out.
Very good. So he's going to ring it up now. So we have a total of 797 yen. Take the phone and put it there.
Okay.
And actually got to give it a little swipe. Here, wave the magic wand and there you go.
Just like that.
That's it.
It's the wallet of the future, baby. Let's go eat.
Yeah.
All right. So we go to.
Of course, it's Japan.
Yeah, exactly, right? We go to movie theaters, we go to arcades, we go to an AM/PM, right? Your 7-Eleven. Of course, again, that is 2005, right? We're almost 10 years past that. The systems and the methods of whether you have to swipe your phone or not will be different, but it was really that flawless. We never had a hiccup during the entire process, and that's one of those things, whether for us as techies it has NFC, Touch ID, for someone, if this is really going to take off mainstream, my mom shouldn't even have to know what the word NFC means and just uses her phone like a wallet.
Right.
And if they can get there and they have enough relationships, that will, to me, that takes our phone. That might be, I don't want to say the last real evolution of our smartphones, but we're getting there.
But
we're
it's
getting
not like
there.
other people haven't tried, right? Like, I feel like over the past few years, we've been seeing like PayPal try to work out mobile payments. Google Wallets tried to work out mobile payments. Like, big names have tried to make the push for this to work out. Apple has its own kind of magic that people believe that maybe if anyone could do it, Apple can do it. But they could also fail in the same way that like dozens of other big companies have failed in this space.
Do you think though that because the reason why would be because of something having to do with, I know that there's a lot of like studies and things where people who have iPhones tend to spend more on certain, like you've seen like the Orbitz thing where it was like, oh, if you're using a Mac, like we give you higher prices for flights or whatever. Like they were doing that for a while, but it feels like businesses might be more willing to open up a point of sale for, to install that because they feel like everyone has an iPhone, even though that's not true in terms of market share. It like to businesses, it might feel like, well, everybody's got an iPhone. I got to do, I
think
set
that's
this
probably Apple's pitch
Right.
for installing that stuff. But I feel like there's different segments. I feel like every food truck has like 18 different ways I could pay for a taco, right? But like the mom and pop, not mom and pops, but like big chains, your Safeways, your Costco's or whatever, like those places where people are going to actually would be using their wallet on a daily basis. Those are probably harder to get those big players to say like, yes, we'll install your special Apple payment system because it's going to make us more money.
Right.
Yeah.
But I don't know.
It just has to be universal. I think that's the reason why all the different payment systems haven't taken off, because every single phone has a different, like, it's like, oh, Android has, like, we have Google Wallet, and you also have PayPal, and you have this, and then it's like, oh, well, hopefully whatever Apple, and I know this is really, this is a
I see where you're
stretch.
steering here, but I don't think it's going to happen.
Hopefully it's not proprietary,
Oh,
but it
my
probably
goodness.
Come on, it'll be open to the world. Come on.
No chance.
Yeah, man, it just feels like it's one of those things where it's like, if it's payments, if it's your money in your wallet, it's got to be something that everyone can use, because
I'm sure in Apple's mind, if they get this right, they're going to see it as a way that people will buy iPhones specifically because
for it.
It'll be the mobile wallet solution that people use.
That's fair.
And we know that it's not going to work in every store right out of the gates. They're going to have at least enough key partners. They're going to be able to test this in their own stores, right? When you look at all the different levels that they have to kind of try to even pull this off, they have their own physical retail stores. They can try out different point of sale type setups to see how this works. They have the iTunes credit card accounts, over 800 million globally. Sure, this will be a U.S. pilot. They have those. They have the power to come to banks and large companies, credit card companies, and say, look, this is what we are doing. Do you want a slice of this value chain? Do you want some of these cents or not? Jump on board or not? And because they're this big behemoth that can potentially put all those pieces together, they have a chance. Now, if it fails and I walk up to a kiosk and I tap my phone a couple times and it doesn't work or works half the time, or
I'll never use it again.
I'll never use it again. So that's going to be the challenge once it comes to just we we could care less, quite honestly, what happens in the background. Make it work.
Right.
That sounds so simple.
When this whole thing is done, it does make for an interesting snippet that you can say after the event. Like, what did Apple do? Well, now you can use your phone like a wallet. Boom. Like that's the soundbite that will happen.
What was that? So
Boom.
what can you do after this announcement?
Well, Apple's made it so that you can use your phone as your wallet. It's your mobile wallet.
There you go.
From Apple.
Boom. So this is interesting. So we have a commenter on the live blog where he is saying, my question about, it says KidFit20, says, my question about the wallet concept is this: how safe do you really feel with that after the data photo fiasco? So for me, this is a rumor that Apple is going to be doing, to answer your question, KidFit20. The rumor is that Apple will be using a tokenized system. So basically every transaction doesn't actually transmit that information. So it's your bank data is safe, all that stuff is safe. And it's sort of like Touch ID, where it's not transmitted to any of Apple's servers. Your information is not transmitted. And so when you would swipe it, it would not be transmitted. Just use a token to make that transaction.
And it's like basically it's a one-time use, self-destructible code.
Yeah.
Once that transaction is sent through, that code is no longer useful for anything.
Right.
They'll find a way to hack
Well,
that.
here's the thing. Everything, quite honestly, we all know, right? Everything is hackable. A point of sale display is hackable, right?
I remember the iTunes gift card scams.
Yeah. Everything is hackable. Now, when you talk about, I think though, because of the timing of it, the whole iCloud attack, really a brute force intrusion with passwords and kind of whether it was phishing or just guessing the password based on security questions, that's actually a totally different type of breach versus actually getting into a backdoor and hacking iCloud. Not that it can't be done,
but it's more analog approach to getting into somebody's iCloud account.
Exactly. So when you're worried like, oh, Apple just got hacked, they did get attacked and broken through, but they didn't necessarily get a backdoor hack like you might think in a financial institution.
Right.
Will they find some sort of backdoor hack? Again, nothing is secure. I think we've pretty much learned that when I don't know how many major companies
Home Depot
have been hacked.
So
again, use at your own risk. It's your choice. We don't know how this behavior is going to play out. Again, in Japan, their culture has been more conditioned to adopt new technology quickly. When I was in Japan in 2005, they were already using 3D GPS systems for their taxi drivers.
Wow.
So again, 10 years ago, we have to think of that gap. It's going to be different here in the United States. It's going to be different in different countries. We'll just have to see how it all comes together. But I think it's very fascinating, right? Once we talk about the mobile payments, that to me as well is the most fascinating thing we can see. I do want to see the new iPhone. I'm curious about the iWatch. I don't really care still to buy one, but I am curious what they're going to do. But the mobile payment thing sticks out for me. So.
That also sticks out for me as like, if that was such an amazing thing, like in 2005, why has no one been able to crack that nut until now? Possibly? It's
not easy.
Yeah,
it's you have to have actual companies that want to work together.
Right.
And I think, look, even Starbucks created their own like economy payment system, like Starbucks. So that almost indicates
you must use the app.
How fractured or how no one has figured it out, where they're like, we're not going to go with PayPal. We're not going to use Square. We're going to create our own mobile payment system.
Nobody wants to give up that 2.75, 3% cut or whatever. Right? It's
like a Starbucks cryptocurrency.
Right, right. It's some weird, in the future when everything falls apart, we'll use Starbucks currency.
All right, we're if you're watching our live blog, we also like to pin polls on the top. I missed our first poll, but we want to know right now, the new poll that is up, that I have pulled up on my screen, is which iPhone 6 rumor do you most want to be true? Which one? I mean,
Tim Cook is a werewolf.
Oh, I thought you said. I thought you were going to say Tim Cook is a wearable. Wearable?
No. I just have like.
It makes sense though. I mean, he's so buttoned up that he would explode into a werewolf.
Seems like the supermoon. Yeah. Maybe that's what the building's for, to encage. It's like a cage.
It might
for
be
his werewolfness.
So the poll here, just really quickly going down the line: bigger battery life, bigger sapphire screen, NFC or near field communication. I had to write that out for my mom, or a better camera. Which iPhone 6 rumor do you want to be true? Most want to be true.
All
the above. I didn't give you. I don't like the all the above option. Everyone clicks that every time. It's not all the. What do you, Steven? I'll let you pick this one, buddy.
Battery life.
Yep. it's probably going to be better. Like okay.
I always got to charge my phone twice.
Boom
in a day.
shakalaka, and the survey show the results right now showing 41% people are chiming in with battery life is the most important to them.
Never happened.
Very quick.
It won't happen yet.
Followed up very closely, though, by a bigger sapphire screen. The sapphire screen seems to be like this thing people are kind of enchanted by.
Well,
and I'm like,
it's been
at least
hyped up
half
a
of the
lot.
iPhones I see in real life have cracked screens.
Yeah,
You know,
that's
if
very
you can make
true.
an indestructible iPhone screen, I think that's going to be a big deal for people who've been burned by a cracked iPhone screen before.
Even whether they are cracked or not cracked screens, I mean, people that have been talking about Sapphire say, yeah, they're a lot more scratch resistant and durable, but you drop it, it'll still shatter. You know, so
It can.
we'll see. You know,
Gorilla
like
Glass
everything can be
shatter.
hacked,
Yeah,
everything can
everything
shatter.
shattered.
Right.
Even hearts.
Still, a
Even-
stronger
Oh.
screen is a good thing.
All right, let's go to the phone lines. People have been waiting. Thank you so much for waiting, guys. We're going to just bang through some calls and just get to you because you guys have been waiting so patiently. Oh, man, I love this. I really hope it's who it is. The name is James. He's from Cleveland. LeBron,
hi,
are you
LeBron.
there?
Is that
LeBron. LeBron?
Come here.
It's the king.
LeBron!
Hey, what's up? Beam me up, Scotty. Am I too late?
Beam me up, Stevie. Say it again. Beam me up,
Oh,
Stevie.
beam me up, Stevie. I'm sorry.
I'm hearing some audio
Hearing
mixing
his
right now.
TV. Turn your TV down.
Is that your TV in the
James.
background? Okay, there we go. James, are you there?
300 inch television.
James. Where did James
Did
go?
we turn down James too?
Hold on. James, can you hear me
Oh,
now?
no.
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Okay, awesome, bro. So you wanted to call in. Tell us, what are you thinking? What's on your mind? It's just about 40 minutes before Apple gives their keynote. What's up?
Yeah, I mean, I'm really excited. I mean, well, I want to say, I'm glad there's no leaks of the iWatch. It kind of makes me feel like I'm back into the first iPhone era. So,
Yeah.
I'm excited about that. But I wanted to ask you guys, like, do you think it'll actually compete with the Note Edge? Because since the Note Edge did kind of innovate in a way with a curved screen, do you think it actually has a chance against that?
So you're talking about the new iPhones coming out?
Well, yeah. Well, do you think the new iPhone it could compete with, or do you think it'll actually be a factor compared to the Note Edge? Since the Note Edge kind of came out with a little bit of innovation, do you think Apple has what it takes to actually beat that?
Quite honestly, for me, I think that right now, that larger screen, 5.5, we're not even talking about 5-inch screens. When we're talking about more about a 5.5-inch screen, that market is still trying to figure itself out from a standpoint of the Note 4 has really been, in my opinion, the only solution that is stuck out when we talk about those larger screens. And then what also makes it unique is it has a stylus, right? There are not many.
Right.
LG has a product as well, but Apple's not, at least from what we know, isn't going to bring a stylus. Apple looks like they'll be going with more of the traditional phone use for a larger screen. But again, because that market is smaller, I don't know how much shift we'll see, how much will people. I still don't feel like everyone is going to start moving to a 5.5-inch screen anytime soon. I could be wrong.
Yeah.
That will bear itself over time, but I don't know right now because we also still haven't seen what developers can do with the Samsung Edge. What is its full potential? Will it be unlocked versus just a iPhone that has a larger screen that already has a built-in consumer base that already knows what they're going to get? That'll be interesting to see how it plays out.
Also, you wonder if the Note Edge, while very interesting, is kind of one of those like, this is a really big leap for us. It might not do very well, but this is a piece of technology we just want to get out there, even though we know it might not sell as well as the Note 4. And then we just kind of build on it as we go and make it better and better until we feel it's ready to replace the Note 4.
Right.
So I feel like, to me, this is like a really big kind of, like, it's not a gap, but it's one of those things where it's like, it's such a new technology, and I think people are going to be really weirded out by it and go, well, why do I need this? My screen's bendy. It looks weird. Like, I feel like people, I don't know if they'll like it.
And I don't think that the current iPhone audience is necessarily one that's always chasing the hottest innovation.
No.
Right? I mean, the people who've stuck around through the 5 and the 5S are not people. I mean, they've been lured. They could have been lured away by any number of bigger screens and better batteries and other technologies that could have had them jump. They're there because they've somehow bought into the Apple vision, the ecosystem. They've invested in the apps and all the other stuff, and they're going to just sit here and watch some maybe just minor magic happen in front of them, but it might be enough to keep them interested. But if like a curved screen was enough to get them off of Apple, then like the Amazon Fire Phone would have been enough to get them off Apple.
That's true. That's true. So thanks a lot for calling, James. Really appreciate it. And enjoy your basketball team this year. I'm jealous.
Welcome back to Cleveland.
I can't wait until it.
Oh goodness, it hurt. I'm a Warrior. It hurt. I can't. I'm watching League Pass all night long. Okay. All right, take it easy, bro.
Okay.
We will jump over to Liam in Paris. Liam, thanks for holding for us. What's up, man?
Hey, I just wanted to ask about. Do you think the iPhone will come with like an ultra power saving mode?
Ultra power saving.
Like an extreme power save.
We'll see. You know, Samsung has that. They've clearly made it a point in their advertising, which that ad about the wall huggers is hilarious.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it's really smart. And then I was talking to some of my buddies, and they're like, do you think that because there's just a lot of phones in the U.S., it's almost a perception thing where because more people have iPhones in general, more people are on the walls? I'm like, yeah, but there's still more. I mean, I hear more about battery issues from iPhone people typically than I do from some of the larger,
I feel it's always so sneaky with just like an auto-updated app. Like suddenly Foursquare is like using GPS all the time.
Yeah.
And I didn't notice it got updated. And then I have to do some kind of detective work to figure out what's killing my battery life this week. I don't feel like it's Apple's fault necessarily. Like they could make it a lot easier by having a bigger battery in there. But I feel like it's probably the same problem for both Android users and Apple users. That it's usually it's apps that come in and start vampiring away the battery life.
Yeah. That's
and
true.
it's a bottleneck. We're at a point in battery technology, and we have been for a long time, where there's just nowhere to go. And it's like there needs to be some breakthrough happening. And I mean, we've seen testing on graphene and other types of battery technology, but really I think that's kind of the big breakthrough that needs to happen in order to really kind of get away from this whole, like, I need a charger, plug my phone in somewhere. So to me, that's, I don't know. It's battery. I think battery, just everybody has bad battery life.
In Apple's mind, like thinness will trump battery life.
Yeah, it's true.
Time.
It's true. So thanks for calling, Liam. I'm totally in agreement with what you guys just said. Also, the fact is that, we've been saying this for a while, but I know Apple has their own crack team trying to work on their own battery tech, but we'll see if it sees the light of day, right? We still haven't seen, like you said, that next magic material or that next magic technology that takes our phones to a 3 to 5 day use. Like a true 3 to 5 day use. If any phone could tout that in, let's say, maybe the next 2 or 3 years,
that's the dream.
It would be... At the same time,
it could be other things that move in there to make that battery life happen. I feel like the screen is still one of the biggest drains of a battery life.
Mm-hmm.
And
let's go back to the 3-inch screen.
No, yeah, exactly.
Let's go to the Motorola Razr.
Smaller.
10-day battery life.
No, but
flip phone.
There could be some kind of OLED technology that makes screen power drain much more efficient. We could move to other things. Maybe the battery is going to be the battery we have for hundreds of years.
It won't. Stop. Don't say such terrible
things. All the other things that drain it become more efficient. And then, like Bluetooth 4.0 is just a far more efficient thing. Things like that could make battery life more efficient.
Just a reminder to everyone that is watching our live show right now, Apple's keynote will start at 10 a.m. We do not have permission or access to actually air Apple's keynote. So what we suggest is you play Apple's keynote on one side, listen to us on the other side, or, if you don't want to see our lovely faces.
You mute us. Why are you pointing at me?
Faces.
Why point at me? My face is beautiful.
It is beautiful. You guys can come back and talk to us after the show. I mean, we'll have our breakdown, our commentary, and reactions, but we will be following along with our live blog with photos and our commentary. But again, we do know Apple is streaming the keynote live, not only on their website, on devices, and also on Apple TV. But, you're hanging with us now. We're giving you free stuff, which is kind of cool.
Free stuff is always
like Apple does. They keep it proprietary.
Yeah, totally.
Absolutely. Okay, so let's take a couple more calls, and then we'll keep on talking about some more stuff. We are going to Eric in Mililani, and he's been on the phone for half an hour. Eric, are you there?
Beam me up, Stevie.
Uh-oh, Eric wants to beam up.
Hey,
Eric,
Oh, I feel it.
A little bit delayed. You got
it's
it.
like magic.
Oh, man, I think
you
got
look
a little
like
bit
a
of
hot
Brian
dog.
Tong, too.
Hey, I'm good. Eric, what's up, bro?
Aloha, Brian.
Aloha. When I saw Mililani, I'm like, uh-oh, this boy's calling from the islands. I knew it. I could feel it. What's up, bro?
Not much. Just checking you guys out before school,
You're checking me out before school, or is that allowed?
Doesn't everybody?
I mean, not in the creepy way.
Oh, okay. Yeah. No, I got you. So what's up?
My question is, do you think Apple will somehow implement a fingerprint sensor into the new iWatch to secure its mobile payment system, like on the bezel or something?
That's a very interesting suggestion idea. We obviously, because we haven't seen anything with the iWatch, we don't know. If I had to guess, though, from an aesthetic standpoint, I'm just trying to think out loud. I mean, the reason why I would lean to say no is because I've got to imagine there's going to be some sort of pairing with the watch and the phone, and maybe you could actually use the watch screen as like a two-step verification to show a code on the watch screen to punch in your phone. I know that sounds complicated and kind of crazy. If they want it to be a standalone device, I'm going to say they'll put it on there, like some sort of a home button. They'll need some sort of home button on it. What do you guys think? I mean, we're just throwing this out here.
I'm thinking maybe there's some kind of like embedded needle that's constantly draining blood from your body to be able to identify you from your bloodstream.
Definitely that. I'm going to go with that.
The Vampire watch?
Yeah, and also helps improve battery life.
Did you just say the Vampire watch?
Because it sucks
Get out.
blood.
I'm sorry, sir. You need to be escorted out
No,
of
it's
the
my
building.
fault, Ashley. Don't make them leave. It's my fault.
It was but do you think they'll have? I don't know. You know what? Let me take that back. They took what? They haven't put a Touch ID fingerprint scanner on the iPads yet. We'll see them this year.
Mm-hmm.
Will we?
We
Or
will.
will we?
We'll see them we'll be back in a month. Don't even worry, guys.
It all hinges. I mean, this question really hinges on one thing from Apple, which is, do they want to sell the iWatch as a standalone device?
Yeah.
And it's the thing is I think obviously they would get a lot more people buying it if that was the case, because not everybody who has an iPhone might want an iWatch. Like BT doesn't really need an iWatch.
Buy an iWatch.
But
do you want to come and play? I'll
oh my
stop.
God! Please keep singing.
No.
That is amazing.
I'll do it later.
But I think at the end of the day, it really, I mean, that is the question: is this a product that Apple wants to sell by itself, or is it something that they are saying, hey, we're going to bundle this in with the iPhone? To me, because it seems so premium, and we're hearing these rumors of like Johnny Ive going, oh, everybody in Switzerland should be terrified or whatever. You know, that's my awful British accent. But it's, he's saying that stuff. It's like, so to me, it seems like it's going to be a really premium device, which doesn't necessarily lend itself to being bundled with a really expensive phone.
No, I see Apple's MO on this is usually that it
all works together.
It will be hindered in exactly that way. That it will be only working with Apple products, at least for the first generation or two or something like that. And then they'll open it up.
You're such a wonderful curmudgeon, and I love it.
I've been burned before, Ashley.
Wow.
I know how this goes.
Hey, Eric, I know we just took you off the line, but Eric, if you're listening to me still, just tweet me and I'll get you your Lego case. Okay, we have a very special guest here.
I'm very excited.
This is perfect. Again, everything timing is just so right. We're talking about iWatches. Scott Stein, senior editor-at-large, editor everything. He has covered the smartwatch movement from start to finish. Scott, are you there, my friend?
I am here. We're at the front of the line, and we are just packed in there and waiting for the gate to open, which I feel like will happen like any second now.
How many warm bodies are pressed against you right now?
So many warm bodies. It's I'm like tucked inside a tauntaun of love.
And you're enjoying every second of it. And there's Scott Stein for us right there. Scott, you've seen so many smartwatches. You've seen what the market has to offer. Really, we're at kind of almost Gen 1.5 right now. What do you need to see from Apple? Because I'm still in the camp of no one's convincing me to buy a smartwatch yet. What do you see? What do you think needs to happen here? Because I know you have things that are important to you when you talk to the smartwatch space.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I love watches, but not everyone does. And so you just said it. They've got to convince people that they need it. I think that's number one. Whatever that is, if it's something futuristic or maybe even really practical, it's got to be something that makes sense, not just to us, but to anybody else in the world who's maybe not into tech, because that's what a lot of their products are about appealing to. And I was listening a bit to your show from before I got on, but Ashley was saying, absolutely, it needs to appeal to people who aren't iPhone owners. That's a key. And people who may not have smartphones at all. So if it's something that can function maybe like an iPod or a fitness iPod, a lot of people wanted that basically for years. Something that was a health fuel bandy type thing. Now, if it can do both and be a little futuristic and still be that, I think that would be great. I also think battery life, sure, but it's unclear whether anyone can really get there yet. Mm-hmm. And I also think it's the ability to have it work with a lot of accessories. You talk about style. How are you going to predict what that thing looks like? It's better to have it have straps or pop into a jacket or do other things. be put on your bicycle. I mean, I think that's the type of stuff I'd hope it can do to make it something that you feel like could be more flexible.
Mm-hmm. Scott, up to this point, which smartwatch has stood out to you the most and why?
The one that I go to as my go-to is still the Pebble, and that's because I find even in an event like this, it's a good pager. You know, basically any text message that comes in, I won't miss, and it buzzes me, and it's pretty reliable. But I'm interested in Android Wear. It's just that it's not meeting what I'd want it to do. You know, so I'm fascinated in where that goes. I guess so then I would say the Moto 360 is interesting, but so far it's not lived up to any of the things that I hope to, battery life or you know, in terms of what the watch does. It's not being smart enough to meet my interests and predict what I'm going to do.
Yeah, I think. Sorry about that. Go ahead.
Yeah. No, that's it. That's it.
I think that the Moto 360 watch was so hyped because it was the first round watch. It looked beautiful, and everyone kind of threw out everything they thought about a smartwatch other than this thing is so gorgeous,
Logic.
right? It really, this thing is almost a little bit of kind of that Apple envy, like this thing is so gorgeous, it can't do anything wrong.
I'll buy it first, and then I'll figure out how I'm going to use it later.
And they sold out. They sold out
Yeah.
right away within
Very
hours,
quickly.
right? So, Scott, is there anything that Apple here overall needs to do from a standpoint of phones, watches, mobile payments? What is the thing that you think, or would you like to see the most that sticks out in your mind?
Yeah. Infrastructure. I know that sounds boring, but I mean,
yes!
I think
I'm sorry, I just fell asleep. I don't even know what's happening right now.
I want these things to work everywhere with a lot of other stuff, and we've talked about that. You talk about Internet of Things or whatever you're talking about, smart home, but you know, there's a limit right now, and you know, you may have to buy that appliance or whatever else. But even in public places, that goes to mobile payments too. I want to see that if the iPhone's leading the pack in the technology that may eventually be in the iWatch too, then seeing that stuff come alive everywhere, having partnerships at places, go to a stadium, go to a store, in your car, and if it starts really working and they are able to do that better than anyone else right now, then that's the big part. Then you can make any device plug into that infrastructure and work. It could be a watch or something else.
Do you think, though, that's a ways away, something that we won't see right out of the gates? Is that kind of more of a dream of yours?
No, I think it'll start happening today. Well, I think the payment is one step. If they were talking about mobile wallet today and where that's going to work, that's an infrastructural thing. And if you start being able to have that work in some way with a wearable, where you could have a way to put payment info onto that and not feel like you're putting your credit card on it, that would be huge. You could use that anywhere, like theme parks or going into a game or not taking your wallet with you somewhere. I don't know. I just think it would be pretty interesting. And then going from there to, I don't know, one system at a time. But I feel like there's a lot of them that need to fall into place. Health is another one. We talk about everything from doctors to getting healthier. A lot of this has hit a wall at this point. It's steps taken. Heart rate stuff is a mess. So if they can take it to the next level, Google has not shown that yet. They have not shown that promised health ecosystem yet. So it's Apple's opportunity to get there a little faster.
All right. Well, Scott, thanks so much. We'll be looking forward to your coverage. And again, Scott Stein, we're in the mind of Stein. It's a beautiful thing.
I was going to zoom in on my eyes.
I know, but I saw the when I saw that the FaceTime didn't work, I was like, oh my gosh, I wanted to do that so bad. Next time, buddy. All right. Thanks for calling.
Perfect. The cameras are going in, and we're going to go in next. So
excellent.
All right. Beautiful. We will see you inside. There you go. Scott Stein, our wearable editor, everything. Point at me. What's up, girl?
I was just looking at one of our commenters in the live blog sent a link and mentioned the apple.com homepage, which I find very interesting. For the first time, they are putting... Do we have a call? What's happening?
Oh, I think... Sorry.
Scott's getting trampled.
I know. Scott's being
the running
crushed.
of the nerds. That's what you just heard.
Running of the nerds.
They're disoriented, too, because it's a new venue.
Yeah, they don't know where to
direction
go.
to run.
So the Apple website right now not only has the countdown on there, but they also have curated tweets from some very interesting parties. There is an Asian songstress. So she's like I guess a pop singer.
Oh, Coco Lee. Oh, I know Coco Lee.
She's gonna be there. Stephen Fry is at this event. We have Marie Claire. I mean, there are a lot of people who are not traditionally at Apple events. So this is really fascinating to me to kind of get hints on like what's going on, who's there. Marie Claire specifically, like you said, with the fashion stuff, like this is very fascinating to me. Like I'm dying to know what the deal is with that because BT and I really into fashion. If you couldn't tell.
Donald, you're not gonna own the fashion torch right now.
He's like, no.
But he popped that one button open just to show us a little skin.
But I just thought that was a really good eye. Our commenters are always so good about you know picking up on that stuff.
That's good stuff. And just since we're on the fashion tip, we just want to let you know that we did not coordinate our outfits today.
We didn't.
We didn't. Donald went with the blue.
But we are of the hive mind.
Hive
we
mind,
just know that we're all going to coordinate
fact,
magically.
if you
it's like
mesh Donald and Ashley together, you'll get me. Look, let's take a look.
I don't know how
here's
that
Donald,
works.
Here's Donald.
But I'm
Here's
in.
Donald with the yeah.
Exactly right. You're missing purple in your hair though.
Boom.
I love the switching. It's so good.
We have serious issues here. Apple's
you
keynote.
have Ashley's beard.
Yeah.
Well, not yours. That's unfortunate.
I shaved this morning. You're welcome.
Thank you. It looks very clean too. I must admit.
I get a close shave.
But you know, when you touch upon that fashion tip and fashion play, and they're bringing a lot of fashion editors to this event. There's a look inside the Flint Center right now. It looks awesome. I remember watching operas there when I was a kid, quite honestly. But the whole watch phenomena to me has to be able to be unique and separate from each other. And yes, someone can say, "Oh, just put a shell or a case on it," but you know, Apple has hired people from Tag Heuer, Yves Saint Laurent. You know, they've hired people in the fashion world. I'm glad they have clearly made it a point that the watch is a fashion play. Before many things, not all things, but for me, I wear my watch because I like how it looks, and telling time is a secondary function of my watch. Quite honestly, it's off. It's not accurate most of the time.
Because I look at your watch and all I see is practical.
Yeah, exactly. No, it's just like your phone. I mean, your phone, making phone calls is usually a secondary function of your phone. It's you have it because it does other
I imagine
stuff.
there are people for whom they've never actually placed or received a phone call on their smartphone.
That is probably
at this
accurate.
point.
I think you might be right.
Yeah, so that's gonna be interesting to see how they weave that in, as well as there were rumblings, if you've heard or not heard, that U2 might be performing at the event or at that secondary venue. Another thing that someone threw out there, though, is the fact that with their new album dropping, that there would be some sort of connection between one of the pieces that we hear about, hardware pieces, and their album. I don't know what that means.
Yeah,
if it just means holding up Shazam and hearing their song, that is lame.
And my inkling is that that'd be more like a iPad, iPod, like later event kind of thing than they would do for the iPhone.
Yeah, I feel like, okay, since we're on the random topic, we're just bouncing around for fun. Do you guys have any dark horse product or something that you think might? Because everyone, right, is talking about mobile payments, iPhones, and iWatches. What is your dark horse?
I do feel like
random dark horse?
a lot of, what is it, the HomeKit or their smart home.
Yeah, HomeKit. Yeah.
Bid is like, maybe we'd see something from that, because I feel like that is still, if anything, this year we've seen a lot of different products that revolve around the smart home, and Apple has so far stayed quiet on that.
Pretty
front.
quiet.
Or they
yeah.
made partnerships, and other people are making compatible technologies, but you know, maybe there could be the Apple Nest like product that comes in, or the Apple Robo vacuum cleaner.
Well, there's a lot of people who are suggesting that potentially this big building would be some sort of HomeKit, a home
of the future,
a glass home of the future, and people could walk through with with like a tour or whatever with the iPhone and the iWatch, and then you like kind of show how it can connect to your house. That's possible. I think my dark horse, and this is insane, but I think that cube is they're gonna drop like fabric off. It's gonna be a big glass cube, and Dr. Dre is gonna perform all of the songs on Detox. That's my guess.
That's a dark horse.
That's a dark horse. That is a long shot. But I'm just, fingers crossed on Detox, you guys. Fingers crossed.
My realistic shot, iPod Touches today. No, because
okay. No, okay.
No, you're all
like,
clearly
laugh at this, right? I'm like, no, Brian's being serious. Okay. Yeah.
Well, actually, since your time out, laughing and joking around, you know how we've always talked about the wearables, what category could we, what could really define the wearable space? And you and I a long time ago came up with a specific product, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
The Tong Thong.
Yeah.
So
True.
I actually,
that should be
I actually
kickstarted
worked
any day
on
now.
I worked on Gen 1 that I
Okay,
wanted to
good.
bring out here.
Great.
Oh, boy.
Great.
This
It
show
feels like
just got extremely inappropriate.
Wow.
Here's the tong thong.
Yeah.
It's made of a durable.
It's more like a.
It doesn't look very durable.
Stretchy neoprene. And then my concept it would be, because you need a screen, is if we could somehow integrate the iPhone
Right.
You just got to text.
into the waist handles.
Somebody, I think the FCC is texting you,
down the
BT.
phone.
So this side would look. This side would be the booty side that would
Yeah.
cover it with a cloth.
Yeah.
And then so there you go.
Whoa.
Wow.
Whoa, man.
Wow.
That's the tong thong
That's for
version
you,
1.0.
fans.
Does it come any other colors, or is it just going to be available in soiled underwear white?
D-Bell slaying us in this room right now. Slaying.
It's just a prototype.
Okay, yeah, it's prototype.
Just a
You
prototype.
can
Fair
announce
All right.
colors.
It's currently an alpha.
It vibrates.
Alpha thong.
It's cool.
Good.
Call it ivory or something like that.
Amazing.
Okay.
Eggshell.
Should we go to calls? We'll talk to
yeah,
people.
more calls.
You know
Let's
what?
do it.
We'll
We've
go
only
to
got
calls.
15 more minutes.
Oh my gosh, time is flying. We'll still be here a long time. Let's go talk to Adi. I hope I'm pronouncing your name correctly. Adi, are you there?
Nope.
Oh, Adi.
No.
Okay, I'll put Adi back on hold and maybe they'll come back. Who knows? Let's talk to Nick, calling us all the way from Sydney. Nick, if you can turn down the volume on your computer, you'll be able to talk to us.
Got that. Sorry.
It's okay.
It's all good.
I know you're just hanging out, waiting for your call. You're like, when are these punks going to pick up the phone? I want to talk to them. I get it. What's up?
happening, guys?
It's
Yeah,
good. We're
it's good.
here.
What's on your mind?
iWatch. What features we're going to get from the iWatch? Because I mean, what do you guys realistically think is going to be on? Because we've heard everything from basic sensors like blood pressure, heart rate, but all the way to like fat levels, sugar levels, virus detections, and stuff like that. So, what do you guys realistically think we're going to get with the iWatch as far as sensors are concerned?
Thanks for calling, Nick. We will bounce this around. I think that we're not going to see every sensor under the sun, but will we see a heart rate monitor?
Yeah.
Yes. Will with the whole blood glucose level, kind of detection point? I don't know if we'll see that on the iWatch. I really feel like, if anything, based on who Apple has hired from a standpoint of building this iWatch together, it's going to have a very more fitness geared metrics that's going to be able to capture. Will it plug into the whole health kit platform? Yes, but I feel like this is, if there's anything, it's going to be a more of a fitness play from a standpoint of what type of metrics it's going to be pulling.
Yeah, I could also see it playing, getting back to the previous comment about like the smart home idea of Apple's move into that realm. It could be just like a way for your home to detect that you're here, or kind of like a
iBeacon.
Or maybe it's just a way to control your Apple TV. I think no matter what, it's going to be an attractive-looking product. I think a lot of the Apple fans are going to buy it purely on looks and assume the functionality is going to come down the line, even if it's not there right now.
Yeah. Siri, we might see Siri on the iWatch. I would imagine so. If it's got a screen, I would imagine they'd integrate that in some way. Sensor-wise, I think I'm with you guys. I think, a couple biometric sensor, pedometer, heart rate, a couple things like that. And then, of course, like location tracking. So if you're running or whatever, it'll, track your laps or track your route. But other than that, I'm not sure. They've really done a great job this time of keeping it under wraps, which I think is why everybody sort of feels that it's going to be like the Mac Pro, which was very much kept under wraps until the day it was unveiled. And everyone was like, ooh, wow, it's amazing. And it was under glass at the event. And then we saw the actual event much later in the year, I think like 6 months later.
Yeah.
So I think we're, we'll see it, and maybe we won't get to even see how it works. But we might get some details, but really not the whole story today.
And I think this is why it's such a perfect product for Apple to take on historically, because they've been the company that can connect the dots on something that no one else has been able to quite get right. And so the fact that we don't know, and it could be great, is what makes us excited.
Exactly. Wait. Did Donald just look like did you have a glimmer in your eye? Did you just look excited?
Was that hope?
That's all. Well, it's a mixture of the hope and also the excitement. That there's going to be a whole new product category for me to be all curmudgeonly.
Are you getting sucked into the hype machine, Donald Bell?
No.
Do you feel tingly feelings right now?
My legs are falling asleep a little bit. But
That's
it might
what
be
it
Apple
is.
tingle.
Also, while Donald was talking about that and getting excited, Stephen Beacham took off his sweater.
Oh yeah, just getting cozy for the event.
It's hot in here.
The
Tong Thong reveal got them all heat it up.
All hot and
Oh,
bothered.
that tong thong.
Let me see that tongue. Dunna, dunna.
I just want one live stream where it is literally entirely musical, where we talk about stuff in between song. Like
Right.
you just sing about how you feel. Like I feel like that could be really exciting. It'd be something no other tech site is doing.
It might be something that we could share amongst ourselves, but no one else wants to watch.
That might be true. I'm watching people file into this theater right now.
Oh, can we see it right now?
They've
Is
got
Apple
it. It's
throwing
on
it up?
the they're throwing it up on their website. They got some folks filing in cameras, all that jazz.
She got dumps like a truck.
Pretty good.
All night long.
Oh boy! Wow. Please start early, Apple event. Please.
Is it start? Oh, it's only
10 12
9:49.
minutes, 11
10 more
minutes.
minutes of the thong song.
We can't. There's not an extended mix.
All right,
I'm
let's.
sorry,
You know,
everybody.
we've been talking to people.
yes.
Thong. Every
Steven
time he
found
plays,
it.
it's like sorry. It's
Steven
like
found
takes control of my body.
Possessed by
Okay.
the ghost of Cisco.
You know, I ran into Cisco at E3 and I was like, oh, that's
He's still
Cisco.
alive?
He's still-
I didn't even know he
Cisco,
was.
Louis Armstrong. It's
Cisco,
like
if you're watching, I love Drew Hill. I love Drew Hill.
Oh, Louis
Woody,
Armstrong.
the crew.
Oh boy! Wow, that was amazing.
All right, I love you, Beecham. All right, let's look at some tweets from people because I told you guys we would like show your tweets and we have not shown your tweets. So I have them pull up on my computer right now. We're just gonna kind of bounce around. I didn't even ask a question for you guys to answer to us, so we'll just kind of see what people are saying. People are saying they're settling in, they're watching, they're waiting. Oh, Apple streaming live ready. Okay. I should actually ask a question next time I look at the tweets. These are very
You should.
uninteresting.
Yeah, people are very bad. They actually obeyed your request for no profanity. I haven't seen
They
many
did.
profane ones yet.
All right, guys, if you use the hashtag CNET Live, tell us what product you want to see the most and why. And we'll flash those up before the keynote actually starts. Again, we cannot show the keynote footage, so we will be here running with CNET's own live blog, photos, commentary,
In
and
our musical version.
yeah. Do you want to get an
Oh.
iWatch?
This is very important. You just picked up your bingo card.
Yeah.
Somebody tweeted at us with a bingo.
Oh.
You can't have a bingo until the event starts. This is a very important
We should have
thing.
clarified.
Dude,
This is to
Somebody
be
had actually
played
checked off
during the keynote.
Tim Cook on stage, and I'm like, I'm sure he's been on stage at some point this morning. But no, you have to play during the actual event. And then you tweet at us with your bingo card, a screenshot of your bingo card, and a bingo.
Someone
Yeah.
also tweeted a request for the URL for that too.
Yeah, I'm gonna actually give this to Stephen Beecham right now so he can
Please
put it
do.
up on the screen because we want you to have fun with this. I forgot to even talk about the prizes if you win bingo.
What is the prize?
Oh man, we're
I
gonna
thought
hook-
it was a Lego case.
No,
No,
that's
that's for the
for
Beam
that's
Me
if
Up.
they
Just
use
calling.
the special code.
Oh, I
yeah.
gotcha, okay.
So hold on. You know what? Why don't I just do this?
You guys want to watch a Vine of Scott Stein walking into the
Yeah, let's do
Apple
it.
event? Okay, here we go.
I want to watch a Vine of someone else watching Scott Stein into the event.
Okay, this is him walking into the Apple event.
Oh man, look at do you hear those moans?
This looks like a cattle
It's not
call.
as shouty and elbowy as I remember. So
Dude, they all had to go through that little tiny door.
now
That
look, there's
sucks.
a separate line kind of coming through the other side.
Look at that guy. Look at that guy with the glasses, just like shoving his way in through there. What a jerk! And you hear someone go,
Trapped in
Could be Scott.
time warp.
All right, so the prize is if you play our CNET Apple. Oh wait, let's do it together.
CNET's Apple iPhone iWatch Big Bingo card.
I said bing.
I feel like we could read that faster. We sound like
We want to
children.
do it really fast
Not really fast,
with
but I
more
mean just
energy.
as if
Okay.
we were reading it like a normal human
Okay,
being.
let's do it as a normal human being. Ready?
And not a children's book.
CNET's Apple iPhone iWatch Big Bingo card.
Good, much better. Much better.
There you go.
Prizes. If you win the Big Bingo, we're going to put the link down below below here. Numero uno prize, a Logitech ultra thin keyboard cover for your iPad Air.
That's a really nice
This is
keyboard.
legit. This is one of the best keyboard cases on planet Earth for your iPhone. I mean,
It could work with your
I
iPhone
mean, if
too.
you
Your
use
iPad.
duct tape, you
Your
might
iPad.
get it to work.
and then
There's the tiny URL. in the
the second prize, there's the tiny URL like right here. Like right here.
tinyurl.com/iPhone 62014. It's delicious.
Tastes like corn on the cob. Belkin, also we have this for the iPad Air. Belkin's keyboard case. We're hooking you up. This is legit. Who does that? And
Someone who needs to clean out his office. His name's Brian Tong.
Yeah.
and a special third prize. Let me see your booty go, Donna,
no.
Donna.
No one's going to enter for that. This is why I come up here for this.
Yeah.
Okay. Why can't you dance the thong song?
Because you know, it would be inappropriate.
That's true. Actually, a lot of viewers will really enjoy that.
I know.
Quite honestly.
See, I can't give that much excitement.
We give them
this
what
early
they
in the morning.
We give them what they don't want.
We give them what they
Me
need.
jiggling.
When it's time to shut down the show, I should dance to the song, and everyone will clear
Perfect.
out.
Would you wear the
That
thong
is a
thong?
disease vector. That is when they trace
Don't do
back
it.
how SARS spread across San Francisco. They're going to start with this podcast studio.
That is a direct line to MRSA. That's not a good idea.
That actually hurts.
Aw.
All right, let's go. Let's check out. You know, we talked about tweets and what you guys want to see at this keynote. We're having fun tonight. I'm loving this. All right, here we go. Timothy Adams says, I hate choosing which apps and songs I keep on my phone. I want the 128 gig iPhone.
Okay.
A lot of rumblings of maybe we might see a larger capacity. What are you laughing about, Beach? Are you laughing yourself?
That would cost like $9 million.
I know, right? Just give us your firstborn.
For sure. CNET Live, I really like turtles.
All right.
Thanks, MMXIV. That's what you brought to the table.
He also wrote 28 seconds ago, you must not understand how much I like turtles, with a turtle emoji.
Yeah.
So now I get it. I was confused before MMXIV, and I know it's Roman numerals. But now I know.
I feel like we should actually take the rest of this segment to find someone else who loves turtles and make a love connection.
Well, they can
like
call
really
in our phone line.
Yeah.
We can work on that. UHD says, I want to see a good strap on the iWatch. We don't want to get any allergic reaction. He's referring to the Fitbit, which had some some nickel issues. Frederick J. Reeves says, I think if iWatch monitors vitals and is capable of dialing for an emergency help based on vitals, that would be amazing. Just a few more tweets. Michael Brandon C. The iPhone 6 to affirm my fears that they will disappoint again in terms of specs. What are you talking about?
I think they're talking about the rumor that it's only going to be 1 gig of RAM.
You know, I feel like that the whole gig of RAM, 2 gigs of RAM, yes, it comes into play, but you know, if they can make it work and their OS works fine, I don't necessarily feel like you feel that.
Yeah, I say RAM. RAM ain't nothing but a number. That's what I say. I'll leave.
Aaliyah.
I'll go now. No,
Can you put your hair over one eye?
Yeah, totally. I'll just right here.
In a million.
Yeah.
Let's go.
It
goes on and on and on.
Yeah, I'm
iWatch
super.
gives me really good feelings.
You know every song in the universe.
No, just
You're like my
R&B.
own personal songza.
Just like R&B stuff. Donald knows songs. People
That's
don't
true.
realize
he's
knows
in
songs.
a music file. He's
Dude,
really
he
into
has
it.
a band.
Yeah.
I want to hear it.
He rocks out. I like that we're all kind of musical in our own way. That's exciting. I sing in the car.
This is the perfect trio to make the musical of like the version of this iPhone.
Beecham, are you ready to start a barbershop quartet?
Yeah.
All right, good. I'm in.
All right, let's take some calls again.
Oh, we got 4 minutes.
We got 4 minutes. We will transition over from this to actually following along with our live blog. As that happens, if there are some lulls where they do sometimes they do software demos that can be lame, like games, we might take a couple of calls, but we're really going to try and stay true to the live blog that CNET is putting out there. Again, we know you're going to probably watch the Apple keynote in its entirety, but stick with us while it's going on, or come back with us. You know, we'll be here.
I would argue it's more fun here.
It is more fun. I think the challenge though is that sometimes the timing is off. We might depending on where you watch the stream, we might actually be revealing the information before
they do.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So you're gonna have to figure out how to pause play that so it's like perfect.
Just like we did with Samsung when we scooped the phone before Samsung.
Yeah. We posted up all the first looks before that.
Phone.
Here it is. All right, let's go check out, see if Adi is here. Adi. Oh, Adi is. I hear Adi's. Hey, Adi, can you turn down your computer volume and we will be good to go.
Yeah, I'm ready.
All right,
sorry.
Adi Dottie, we's like to party. What's up?
Oh yeah, I'm really fine. I'm watching you. Last time I was there, but I had my microphone on mute, and I'm really sorry. I said, "Oh no, I'm here. Don't close."
Oh no.
You're making excuses, Adi. We want professionals. We want professionals.
Professional callers.
Yeah, indeed.
So what's up, Adi? What's on your mind?
I want to talk about iOS 8 so that nobody pays attention about this. And I wanted to say that I started a YouTube channel that I'm making some videos only with my
Audie.
phone.
Hold up. Are you promoting your YouTube channel on CNET Live? Do you want me to hang up on you right now, or you want to ask a question?
Sorry. Don't
Yeah, you bet.
say the name
No,
of my channel.
Audie,
I
stop.
want
You're
to-
going to, Audie, say sorry right now to everyone listening.
He did. He said
No, I
sorry.
want to hear, I am sorry.
I'm really sorry. I'm really sorry.
Very good. All
what a
right,
good
what's your
guy.
question now,
What's the
Audie?
question?
I have a question about slow motion for iPhone 5. Is there going to be on iOS 8 or only time lapse?
Well, I've got to imagine with that feature built into the camera app, there's no reason for them not to bring it over. I don't have the developer build of iOS 8 because in the past it just murders your device unless you have an actual dedicated developers phone. So I don't see why they why they would just take that out. I really don't. It would make no sense to me.
Yeah, I understand.
All right, Audie, is that what you called for?
Yeah.
Yeah, that and the plug. Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
the only.
Okay, cool, man. Thanks for calling.
Audie.
You know, sometimes you got to put your foot down.
Hey, he knows what an amazing platform it is to be on CNET Live.
Can I just take this moment to plug my show Tomorrow Daily? It's on CNET every day, Monday through Thursday. It's on YouTube, iTunes. You can find us tomorrowdaily.com. Okay, go ahead.
Oh, you're cracking me up. Okay. Let's go to who's been waiting. Oh, my goodness. Sherry in Brinfield has been waiting for 50-plus minutes.
Wow.
Sherry, what's up? Miss Sherry, you there?
I am.
You know what?
Thanks for taking my call.
It's amazing hearing a lovely lady's voice on the line. We encourage all of our ladies out there to call in because, you know, we like to balance it out. We
This
like
one's
to mix
for the
it up.
ladies, really.
Well, this is okay.
Well, thank
I'll
you.
stop.
Well, thanks. Well, I have a question for you. I've had a smartphone for about a year, and I actually went with a Galaxy rather than an iPhone. And the reason that I did was for the expandable, removable memory. And I'm just wondering, why is that just not an option with Apple?
Apple has always done it that way. It's one of those
the
things.
days of the iPod.
Yeah.
It's one of those
Request that
things.
Apple is never
Big
on.
request. A lot of people ask that question. So it's a really good one. I think a big part of it that they like to say is the reason why is because it adds kind of weight on your processor or whatever excuses. They're like, oh, it's more streamlined because you're basically living in our walled garden and we don't let anything external in.
Yeah.
So I
Right.
think that's sort of their reasoning, even though a lot of people really love external storage. I mean, this is like BT was saying with the 128 gig iPhone, people really want these large storage capacities for their music and their photos and videos.
I
And
think if Apple made their own proprietary external storage format, they would totally do it.
of course,
You
yeah,
know,
of course.
Yeah.
Yeah, I feel like I'm at a huge disadvantage because I have an iPad, which, by the way, prior to me getting my Samsung phone, my iPad ran out of memory. And, and I had to delete a lot of stuff to do updates and whatnot. And so I just felt so strongly when it was time to get a phone that I just needed to expand the memory if and when I needed to. And so I'm not an Apple phone customer specifically because of that.
Yeah. Sherry, I hate to interrupt you, but Apple's keynote just started. So,
super.
We love you. Thank you so much for calling. We're just going to have to jump in our coverage. And if you see anything you hear here or like, call us back later today, okay?
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. Thanks so much. All right, guys. So we're going to transition over now to our live blog where they have dimmed the lights and Tim Cook has taken the stage. And so they're starting to play a video
Some weird
that's kind of
3D
covering
video.
everything.
It's weirding me out. Like they've got these like 3D images. Super bizarre. You're like, well, are you seeing this? It's like so strange.
I'm gonna watch it right now.
Relentless optimism. I'm
Remember-
like, oh, it's like a bunch of optical illusions.
Remember that your bingo card is now in play, everybody?
Yeah, your bingo card's in play.
It's in play, like completely in play. So I'm going to follow along and see where we're at. Oh, also, if you're on a browser and you can't watch the keynote in Chrome, it's because you have to watch it in Safari.
You do. You need it. You have a QuickTime. You have a QuickTime plugin, which means you got to be in Safari.
Gotta be in
Where
Safari.
it is that their stream died. I'm trying.
I'm
to
watching it.
You're watching? Okay.
Yeah, it's differently, differently with a mirror. Keep trusting. There is always, and then they're floating to a word. Another way.
They're
Another
saying,
way.
Shara Tipkin, who's our team that's inside covering the live blog, is Tim Stevens and Shara Tipkin, and they're going to give us that commentary that you see below us. We will have photos that continue to stream through this live keynote. And Apple CEO Tim Cook is on stage. Where's my pen?
Oh, yep. Mark it up. Tim Cook is on stage.
Tim Cook on stage.
Oh, yeah, okay. Here we
Now,
go.
for those of you playing the bingo along with us, actually all you have to do is through that page, just click on the squares. They'll turn yellow. Once you have bingo, screenshot it and tweet it to us.
I thought you were going to say scream. I was like, yeah, once you have bingo, just scream it. Bingo!
Who wouldn't? There's a big applause. Tim Cook, 53 years old, celebrated his 3rd anniversary as CEO in August. Cook joined in 98 to run operations and was Steve Jobs' hand-picked successor. There's a big, large logo behind him as well, so we will continue to keep you posted with what's going on inside. One thing as they continue to kind of ramp this up, I'm really curious if we see in iWatch if Tim Cook is going to talk about it or not. Like
It might be very brief.
Yeah.
Maybe Johnny Ive will be on stage. This is my hope. This is my dark horse.
Yes.
I hope Johnny Ive comes on stage. He never comes on stage. And I just want him to say dreadful with his Sir Johnny Ive accent.
Dreadful.
It's dreadful.
It's dreadful.
Dreadful. Man.
The curves belie the innocence of the product. Dreadful.
It's dreadful. I just love, that is I think it might be my favorite type of British accent.
From what I'm getting here is I'm getting a bunch of color bars and tones right now. So
truck schedule.
It could be that their stream might have died and they should have given it to us to run because we have not had any flaws whatsoever.
Flawless Beyonce style.
You run the hell out of that stream.
Yeah.
I don't know how they could not imagine that they were going to get hammered that hard. So here we go. The applause is for Tim's mention of Steve Jobs' introduction of the Mac here. We talked about that. This is the place where it all started. Cook says we've had some of the most important product introductions in Apple's history here. Jobs introduced the Mac here 30 years ago. Apple also introduced the iMac here again.
Oh, the
Two of the
iMac.
things that we talked about that really bring kind of the sense of history to the venue, which is just very... They haven't done the Flint Center in...
a long time.
Probably just a few times after the iMac, and then they started going over to Moscone.
Right.
Cook says, today we will have some amazing products to share with you, and we think at the end of the day that you will agree that this, too, is a very key day for Apple. It'll also be a key day for your wallet.
I might actually be laughing a little bit because there is already a Twitter account called TV Truck Schedule.
Oh, no!
With color bars. And the very first tweet is, "What's happening, guys?"
Wow.
Amazing.
You know what? If you guys don't want to watch color bars, tell your friends come out here to CNET. Tell your friends come to CNET. We're gonna roll with you. Cook says, I'm going to get started by talking about the product that has changed all our lives, and that, of course, is the iPhone.
Oh wow! Just right out of the gate, don't bury the lead.
I like it like that.
Let's get to it.
Wait, did he say iPhone? Did I put iPhone on here?
I think iPhone.
Oh,
well, iPhone
6. Okay, never mind. My bad. My
Quite.
bad.
How am I going to see an invited guest clapping like a small child without the live
I know,
stream?
a lot of these are visual.
You know what? We'll see what we can do about that. But more importantly, iPhone is the most loved phone in the world.
Is it? Is it though?
Well, according to Apple, it is.
Well, it's loved by many people.
How do you
in the world?
How do you
what's the
measure it?
metric of
Yeah,
love?
what's-
You know what,
Your
Donald?
phone
I've
love.
been asking that question to myself every day.
Is it more than that guy loves his turtle?
I don't know. That guy liked turtles a whole lot.
Dude, that's love. That's love.
Sometimes you can love, like,
Sometimes you
some
can love a
people
turtle
really
too
love,
much.
yes, sometimes. Destiny, people really love Destiny. That's the thing people love right now.
The original iPhone, this is Cook's words, the original iPhone, these iPhones, like the ones before it, have been recognized time and time again as the best phone in the world. The original iPhone set the bar for which the category, you know how he talks, would forever be defined. Each new iPhone built on the vision and the first but pushed further. Today, we are launching the biggest advancement in the history of the iPhone.
It's going to come with its own unicorn.
And I couldn't be more excited and more proud to show it to you now.
Video time. Here they're switching over.
I love this. This is, like you said, let's get to it.
Let's,
we have
there's
we had a
video.
picture of Tim that we pulled up, but can you just continue to stick with us? Is Apple's keynote still down, their page?
I hit refresh and I got it now.
Is it playing for you?
Okay.
For me, yeah. Just for me.
I got it.
Up there. Yep. Okay.
Okay.
Oh, I see a bunch of phones.
See many
special.
phones.
There we
Many
go.
phones and he's walking off stage and that video starting. Oh wow, hey, TV truck schedule. Good job, you guys.
There you go. So right now, they're showing a promo video. We can actually watch this with you guys.
Yeah, we're watching it with you. In our hearts. Got some buttons. Oh, look, it's iPhone buttons. They'll look the same. Wait, I'm going to compare. That's what I'm going to do. No, they're different.
I see orange color.
Different.
Well,
it's different
that's the same,
buttons. They're not round buttons. They're oblong.
This is like the very first original iPhone. Had the
Protruding
oblong.
camera. Protruding camera. Some people don't like that.
I'm glad your stream works because mine's just like coming in and out.
Protruding camera. Got this. It's very small bezel on the sides. Let's see what it looks like on the top and the bottom here.
I'm going to get my iPhone out. Where's that thing?
You're like, that's it. That is it. It's very rounded.
Does it look like all the leaks?
Yeah.
Yes, it looks very much.
Does
like
it
all
look
the-
like
There's a bigger
this?
one. Oh, now the stream went
you got
out.
all your I got all your mock-ups.
I got caught up.
Nope, I'm still watching.
Good, you guys.
So the
are
buttons
lucky.
are the volume up and down is different, it's oblong. But I think we saw that sort of mock. Actually, it looks exactly like that mock-up.
But we have two sizes. So.
Well, here, look. If you want to know what the iPhone looks like right now, here. Just
Pretty
go
much
home.
that.
Just go home now. Just go home right now.
You can just go home now.
Here, let's do our own video.
Yeah, yeah, really good. Wait, here, I'll do the voiceover.
Here,
go,
okay.
go. Revolutionary. We do things differently. It's the biggest advancement in the iPhone ever.
Magical.
Even though it looks just like all the other iPhones. Yeah, you gotta get the hand in there touching everything.
The super
swiping
speed apps
stuff.
and everything. Okay, here we go. Phil, SVP of Worldwide Marketing, is going to tell us about the iPhone. So we are going to get the facts. My browser's not playing this. It's kind of chugging.
Mine literally restarted the entire event from from the beginning.
So, just stick with us, guys. We will have pictures on our live blog. There's that image of
that
the
camera's gonna get cracked when people put it on the table.
You know what?
Yes.
It depends
Put
on
a
how
book on
depends
top
on
of
how
it.
depends on how sturdy it is.
Well,
you know?
hey, that sapphire is supposed to be indestructible.
Schiller says that their design is like nothing ever before, incredibly unique from the glass front that curves around the side, anodized aluminum back.
Oh,
It's truly the most beautiful phone you have
Really?
ever seen. The Apple logo on the back is stainless steel, but the body is aluminum. Though they showed two different elements during all the rumors of it actually being a pop-in part that is separate from the body.
that's interesting.
The device includes a new polarizer in the glass that should offer better bright sunlight readability. The backlight is thinner too.
Here you go, 2 display sizes, but not any display would do. These are a new generation of Retina display. We call them Retina HD. HD.
What is that, guys? Retina HD.
New in every way. That's
So
what he says.
Was their previous Retina standard
Not
definition?
HD? Yeah, I'm
Well, it must be more. It must be more
Yeah,
higher
more
definition.
ultra
HDs in this
extreme.
one.
Yeah, more HDs. I put more HDs in your HD so that you could HD while you HD.
Thanks, Exhibit.
You're welcome.
Tim Stevens adds a comment that it's interesting that Apple can make the viewability angle even wider than before with all these improvements they're talking about in the screen. They're already class leading in that regard.
So, Scarlett Regina has tweeted, "If the new iPhone doesn't come with a unicorn, I'm going to be disappointed." I like setting people up. Wow, look at the difference. We have a screen cap on our live blog. It looks like that 5.5-inch iPhone is insanity.
Well,
that is insane.
I mean, look, this is 4.7.
That's
You
4.7.
can barely see my face behind there.
And you
I
have
barely
a
see my face.
giant head, BT.
I have a huge. You want to see my face?
Almost missing the mohawk.
Yeah. So here we go. So
That is
they
a
are
huge phone.
They are calling it the iPhone 6 and the iPhone 6 Plus. The iPhone 6 will be a 326 PPI.
Wow.
The iPhone 6 Plus will have a 401 PPI. Resolutions will be 1334 by 750 and 1920 by 1080.
Oh, full
So
1080.
it's full 1080p on the iPhone 6 Plus.
Finally.
iPhone 6 has over 1 million pixels. The Plus has over 2 million pixels. Don't all of a sudden go running out to get the 2 million pixel iPhone just because it has more pixels. It's actually bigger.
It is bigger.
Like bigger.
Thinner than any iPhone before. 6.9 millimeters for iPhone 6. The 5S is 7.6 millimeters. 7.1 millimeters for the iPhone 6 Plus.
Huge displays packed with pixels. But here's the real magic.
Oh, there's more magic? Where?
Come on, there's always magic. Do you believe in magic?
Ooh, and I'm going to see. I'm going to do your harmonizing. I'm going to try to do that. And I hope you.
The iPhone sported a 4-inch display the past 2 generations. The move to that size marked a big difference from 3.5 to 4. Again, they're making their next big move.
I think they're trying to justify that old commercial where they were like, the 3.5 is made perfectly for the hand.
How do you fit this in your hand?
Yeah, exactly.
Again, just the point that there were a lot of rumors out there. This will be the first time, at least from a standpoint of a new iPhone model line, that they're actually bringing 2 specific different sizes to the table. I'm not talking about past or previous generation phones, but they have, for the first time, broken up and actually made 2 completely different models.
Yeah.
Not just capacity.
And it does now look like the 2 different models mean that landscape mode, they are changing it up. So apparently Phil Schiller's saying the Messages app now has a new horizontal view.
Love it.
So that's something that I know a lot of people have been kind of hoping for, some more functionality in iOS 8 in terms of screen real estate, especially if they make the screen bigger. So you're kind of getting what you want, if that's what you were crossing your fingers for, guys.
A little bit more.
How about the music
iPad-like.
player? Does the music player work in landscape mode?
Oh, God, it's so garbage.
Oh, it's so bad,
So
right?
check out these screenshots that we're going through. Mr. Beecham is just killing it. This is what it looks like in landscape mode on the new iPhone 6s.
So it's kind of like the iPad, where you kind of put
For
it.
email, at least. Yeah.
That's kind of nice. I like that. I mean, I'd have to see on even a 4.7-inch screen. Do you feel like that might be too much? I feel like I'd only use that on the 5.5.
I would. You know what? I like texting horizontally. So.
Do you? Are you Sidekick guy?
Oh, I was.
Were you old school Sidekick?
I was very first Sidekick.
You can always tell people who turn their iPhone sideways and type. I'm like, oh, Sidekicker.
Sidekicker.
Yep.
I'm proud. That was the most innovative phone. It was the first phone with a real app store. Now, it wasn't the greatest app store, but it was the first phone with an app store.
Mm-hmm.
So
let me see that. Let me see that mock-up. I want to see this. I want to see
here.
this mock-up.
Here, why don't you,
let's each take one.
Yeah, here we go. Look, guys. So I talked to my brother Chow, and Chow got me these. He's not really named Chow, but these are the iPhone has been out so long that you can see all these mock-ups are out there. So this is the 4.7-inch mock-up. Very thin, but this is pretty much what we've seen so far based on what Apple is announcing. This is what we're seeing. So 4.7 fits nice. 5.5
nice.
Probably a little big for me, but that's just me.
I've always liked I love the HTC One. And so that always felt like such a great size for a screen. And I always wondered, God, why can't my iPhone be like this? Like, I love the HTC One for that. So I know the M8 is 5 inches, but I really love kind of that. I think that's sort of the sweet spot for me personally.
Check this out, guys. Schiller's talking about a brand new feature for iPhone 6 and 6 Plus. It's called Reachability. That's right, Apple just Reachability. If you double touch the Touch ID button, so not double tap, but I think double touch, right? Not push, but touch. Touch, not press.
Sure.
The whole display slides down so you can reach anything at the top.
That's super weird.
I've got to see what this looks like.
I need
in
to
person.
see that. Yeah. That seems weird.
This is going to be very interesting, but it says that was a huge focus for Jobs and Cook and the whole design team. Schiller's talking about this. We always remember Steve was adamant about using it with one hand and swiping from corner to corner. That's why he said the 3.5 and then the 4, at least the 4 at that time, inch screen was still good enough. But one hand, one finger navigation. This is going to be interesting.
Well, I have giant hands, so look, I can reach all the way.
Woo!
From the top to the bottom.
Man.
From the bottom to you. Started to the bottom. Started from the bottom. Now we're here.
Helps to be double jointed. It helps.
Okay. Schiller's also talking about Xcode, automatic layouts, easier to make your software scale. These are for the current existing developers. But what about apps that haven't been updated yet? Well, here's what happened. They just work.
Whoa. Whoa.
Wait, do we have that here? Something about it just working?
He said it all just works.
Man, that should really be one of these.
It all, yeah.
It just works.
It all just works.
Oh, he's showing the CNN app. Why not CNET?
It's too bad. I mean, for those of you following along with the live blog, just X the marks. There's certain things that we
did we get thinner? Did we get thinner?
We did get thinner.
Yes, we did get thinner.
We did get thinner.
We didn't. We don't know if Schiller's voice cracked yet, though. That's always a key moment in the keynote.
It's true. So
They're
true.
showing the demo of this, how apps scale with an app from a competitor, not a competitor, but a news source that has the letters C and N in it, and I'm just going to leave it at that. They're also showing off the A8 chip. I mean, this is a brand new phone ground up, guys. This is fun.
2 billion transistors. That seems like so many.
It's up from 1 billion, Ashley. I just found that out.
Doubled. Wow.
Built on 28 nanometer process, billionths of a meter. It's the second gen 64-bit chip that they're offering. And while we're doing this, guys, we have our poll below us that asks, what do you think of the iPhone 6? From what you've seen so far, there's a few options you can go to. Does it truly feel like a new phone? I'll wait for the next iPhone, or I'm perfectly happy with my non-Apple phone. I think there's a lot of people that are watching this just curious to see what they're doing, whether you're Apple person, non-Apple person.
Any benchmark free specs. I kind of appreciate this because I think we put a lot of weight on benchmarking, but I like that they kind of say, here's kind of the not raw numbers, but it's like, here's the general gist of how much faster this is than the last one.
I think also because competitors really push that you just have to show where you are in the game. So here, Phil's running through the benchmark specs, 25% faster CPU, 50% faster graphics, up to 84 times faster GPU performance. The extra goal with the A8 was 50% more energy efficient than the A7. It allows it to sustain that performance over a long period of time, and it's able to keep performance levels high when needed. This summer, they recently launched Metal. That was that new kind of graphics platform for their developers.
Mm-hmm.
So it's also taking advantage of that. Early benchmarks, someone had allegedly leaked iPhone 6, and the benchmarks weren't that much more impressive than the A7, but it was all about power efficiency. So this kind of dovetails with that. 25% is big, 50% is big, but nothing. Sometimes people expect like twice the performance that they got just from a pure processor standpoint. Phil's talking about the heat constraints being a big issue for smartphones, specifically mentions gaming, but he thinks people will see more of an advantage with their people see an advantage with GPS navigation, and Tim notes that that's when his phone gets toasty a lot. When does my phone get toasty the most? When I leave the camera on in my pocket.
When I'm alive. Like my iPhone, I had to re-put a case back on it because it got so hot the other day. I was like, what is happening in there?
Beecham, do you want to feel the iPhone 6?
Yes.
What's your impressions, buddy? I'll keep on reading
it's
this.
Soft and smooth, and
hollow.
It's kind of metally. I don't like them. Well, I'll put a case on it probably. But,
you like kind of more plasticky feel?
Yeah, I mean my Mac here, this MacBook Pro, I don't like it because it's all hard and it hurt. You know, it's not comfortable to type on or anything, and I have to take off my watch.
It kind of jabs you on that edge right here, right?
Yeah. Oh my god.
I know what you're talking
my
about.
kids play with it. They like. Hurt
That's why I have
themselves.
this watch to protect me. this large metal cuff.
Yeah, but this is cool. I like it.
Can I just really briefly? Apparently, they have a developer on stage named Steven Sherman, and the company that he's the chief creative officer of Super Evil Megacorp.
Awesome.
Man, that's incredible.
How come we didn't think of that for CNET? Why isn't CNET.com Super Evil Megacorp?
Well, why don't you change the name of your show then?
Guys,
You can change the name of your show
what are
to
we
Super
doing?
Evil Mega Tomorrow Daily Core.
Oh, that would be amazing.
They're going to do a demo of a game called Vainglory.
Oh, no Infinity Blade?
No Infinity Blade.
Infinity Blade 4?
Oh, too soon.
Infinity,
too soon.
Infinity Blade 4 Plus? I mean, come on.
Infinity Blade, was that Dungeons? That one looks so exciting they canceled it.
Now, just to let people know that are listening in, because Apple's keynote and stream has been going off and on, we are following along live inside. We have photos from inside. We have commentary. We're also talking about what's happening. One interesting thing to note is that just yesterday there were rumblings that these new iPhones that they have just announced would be available September 19th, and typically they have been available at the end of September. So we'll find out pretty shortly how soon we'll actually be able to get these. I got mine, except my screen's not working right now, so I'm going to take that in the shop and just see what's going on with that.
Yeah, something's wrong with
swap this
like,
out?
I know it looks
Yeah,
like
okay.
a piece of paper under there.
You know,
I'm so confused. My parallax.
Apple Care, $100, swap out Apple Care. Let's do it.
My
Come on.
parallax seems to be broken inside this. It's not working.
What do you think, Donald? I know Donald is the our keep it real guy.
Yeah.
We should just have a lower thread that says Donald Bell keeping it real.
Keeping it real.
Keeping
Yeah.
it real.
Just get like a tattoo.
What do you think? What do you think? Just based on how you holding this phone, what do you think? Just size wise, do you think it's pretty decent?
Yeah, I mean it doesn't feel unlike many Android phones.
Yeah.
In size. So I feel like it looks like an Apple product. It feels like the appropriate size for a phone these days, even a little still behind the curve.
Yeah.
But
well, we have that 5.5 inch.
That's what the
I
plus.
can't go 5.5. My skinny jeans will not allow it.
Aw, skinny jeans holding you back.
Yeah.
It's function over fashion. What are you gonna do?
It's true. It's such a dilemma.
That's where the tong thong comes in handy.
It's so true.
It's the whole
you
shape of your
it actually-
5.5.
it actually does
You
hold-
can't add a pocket to
Here.
that thing.
What's
Well,
in
look,
that
if I loop
thong,
it like
Brian?
this and double it up like this, look at this. You know how versatile the tong thong is? It's a wristband, yo.
I hope we're taking clips.
It's a wearable. It's a watch.
We're taking clips from this from our Kickstarter video.
This is just like the original iPhone event when he's like, "It's a phone." He's like, "It's a music player. It's this. It's this."
It holds your junk.
Yeah, it holds your junk.
Dude, this
literally
is straight up wearable right here. Straight up wearable. All right, Tim Stevens, our own Tim Stevens, is talking about the demo. The graphics look quite good, but not quite revolutionary. Pretty typical of an MMO. These developers haven't been able to crack at this, but it'll be interesting to see what they pop out. I think that everything
Do
that
we
we've
have
seen.
purple scarf on the bingo card.
Oh man.
Yeah, where's that?
Purple scarf, purple scarf.
Yeah, I'm in on purple.
Purple
ribbon.
scarf, lavender shirt.
I am in.
Only minute get on, you know, trouble. What is this? I'm gonna stop.
This is maybe one of the greatest live streams I've ever
I don't know.
participated in.
Or
It's
has
because
ever
you're
been.
here.
Or
It's
will
because
ever
you're
be.
here.
Yeah.
Schiller's back up, everybody. Thank you for
Schiller.
sticking with us. If you'd like me to stop talking and turn over the show to my friends here, I totally understand.
Look, nobody. I didn't hear anybody, so you're gonna have to keep going.
No one spoke up.
Just gonna have to keep going.
All right, so battery life, impact on battery life with all this new technology, it's the same. Expect the same battery life. Just as good or maybe slightly better battery life than the iPhone 5S.
So marginally, marginally passable.
Well, check out this
Probably
picture, guys. If we can pull it up, they have a kind of a breakdown of the hours of use you had based on previous models of what you could do here. Audio 40, 50 to 80, video 10, 11, 14. So when you talk about, at least like you said, jumping from 5S to 6, the jump in extended battery is pretty much around the same. By the time you actually test it out, it's going to be very similar.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Of course, the iPhone 6 is going to give you a little more juice just because it's so freaking huge.
Right.
But standby time, 10 hours, still the same for both models. They're also talking about the next generation M8, their motion coprocessor.
Mm-hmm.
This is the one that captures all kind of that fitness pedometer, walking, movement, data. It's obviously probably going to be tied into the new health kit in some way. So we'll see what they have to talk about this.
I thought it was interesting. Tim mentioned this as well. He said it's interesting they've updated the motion coprocessor. I'm surprised they didn't simply bake it into the A8.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that is an interesting choice. Like they're very deliberately kind of keeping them separate.
I remember that when they first announced them as separate processors, it was because they had claimed, right, it was to optimize, being able to basically shut it off so that it wouldn't be running together. You could just independently.
Well, it also means they can drop the M8 into other products that won't have the new iPhone processor too. So
like the
iPod or
like the
iWatch,
like the
Tong Thong.
Yes.
No. There's a barometer in this M8, which is new for Apple, but not new for sensors. This is not a super fancy revolutionary thing. But Nike's working on a new version of Nike Plus. They want to figure out not only how far you've run, but your elevation as well. So if you run upstairs, if you go do the Rocky thing in Philadelphia, you get a little Philly action. I run up those stairs. Now, hopefully, that Nike app is going to be able to tell you what your elevation is and calculate a little better.
Here's another cool thing that they're just flashing up in addition to the barometer and the M8 processor, voice over LTE support.
Yay.
So this is the call quality. If you've ever done just pure FaceTime audio calls, you're going to get a high fidelity audio quality that it sounds great. And this is support for that. I believe T-Mobile's networks currently have it rolled out right now.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm not sure. Yeah,
AT&T.
I'm not sure if they've released that yet for those. I know they are, like you said, working on it. But that's going to be just from a quality standpoint. You're going to feel like
out like right now in select areas.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah.
I mean, it's one of those things that if you take a voice over LTE call, you're going to be like, wow, this phone's really good. And there's going to be some psychology with some consumers where they'll call and be like, oh my gosh, this iPhone sounds so good.
Right.
Well, it's because it's voice over LTE.
Also, like, it'll answer all the people from my curmudgeon collective who are like, they put all this technology in the phone, yet the voice calls still sound crummy.
Yeah,
They all talk old timey like that too.
But that's how you talk to me during lunch.
Yeah. Hey, Brian.
That's actually Donald's actual voice. Like he just puts on this broadcaster voice.
This
when
voice
he's on
pays
air.
the bills, but the
That's
other
right.
curmudgeon voice is my casual voice.
So we now know there's faster Wi-Fi with 802.11 AC, 3 times faster than the previous generation. That's something not to be missed, right? 802.11 AC for the first time in an iPhone.
Yeah.
That's something.
AC
that's
is
legit.
good. That is a good thing because I know last year we were all wondering why it wasn't included.
Yeah, we were wondering
just
if they
like,
were gonna pop it in.
what in the world? Why would they leave out AC? Especially because they've been pushing it so hard with so many of their products.
It's time to upgrade your router.
There's also Wi-Fi calling using a standard connection. If you don't have a good cell reception but have Wi-Fi, you can make the call in a regular way over Wi-Fi.
Woo!
We've seen this with other technologies and other phones, but that's again Apple coming up to speed with some of these things, but all good for Apple users. I mean, there's quite honestly, even if Apple just released a larger screen, I think a lot of Apple
would upgrade.
Enthusiasts would people using 4s, 4Ss, 5s, and 5S. There's a lot of them.
Well, you just think about the fact that every 2 years somebody's off contract, they want to upgrade. I mean, this is usually when you tend to see every solid number of iPhone upgrade, not the S's, tend to be the bigger upgrade time. People wait for those because they know it's going to be a different design as opposed to just a spec bump. So I think that a lot of people just kind of either, especially with 4s, have kind of waited because they missed the 5, and then it's like, okay, now I'm gonna, move forward, and I'm gonna get an iPhone 6. Like I know a lot of people iPhone 4Ss that are like dying to get this phone.
Do you want to take this camera stuff?
Sure, it's all the same stuff you found in the iPhone 5S. 8-megapixel camera, True Tone flash, 2.2 aperture, but phase detection autofocus used by DSLRs, fastest way to autofocus. So
they're saying the
No
only different
OIS?
thing is it has a new sensor.
Can this potentially? I have a really big bone to pick with Apple and the way that the iPhone takes low light video, which is literally one of the worst experiences. I like my iPhone a lot, but it is terrible trying, even in moderate light. It's so dark compared to the camera, just the regular photo camera.
Yeah, they're noisy.
It is so bad.
Yeah.
It irritates me that they show all these bright outdoors sunlight photos. I'm like, show me something that I'm going to be impressed by.
I think you've hit a point, at least with their camera. It takes amazing photos in regular well lit normal conditions, but on the dark side.
Like if you're in a restaurant with friends, you want to take pictures.
Yeah.
Right.
That's a big
There's
deal. You're not
plenty
going to
of
be
other
on a
competitors
horse in the field.
Yeah. And
what are you talking about, Beecham?
You're not.
Just some of the things that they're showcasing here. Autofocus is twice as fast as before. More noise reduction in the new iPhones. Okay. Also, they're pointing out that this photo of the nice young lady on the horse has not been modified at all. Great depth of shot. Field in
no
the
filter.
shot.
No filter.
Hashtag no filter.
Hashtag no filter.
Beecham, can you just put that lower third on there right now? Hashtag no filter.
Let's see here.
Apple is designing. There's an image that's just popped up here that Apple's designed image signal processor. So part of the A8 chip helps to get better photos.
Also, panoramic photos, image stitching will be better because the new gyroscope that's built into it.
Well, that's nice.
So all you panoramic people will be.
This
better
phone's
stitched.
killer, man. This phone is killer.
I'm reserving judgment.
I don't know. It was the Samsung phone that shot lasers for autofocus.
Yeah,
LG,
no, it's
LG G3.
yeah, the
Well, that's my
G3.
favorite Android
Laser
phone right now by
autofocus.
far.
So fast.
This thing doesn't shoot lasers yet.
It looks like they do have some manner of image stabilization, which is something a lot of people who love taking pictures on their phones wanted last time. Again,
I'm just being real. When you're stuck in the ecosystem, it makes it really hard to switch out.
Yeah.
I have a work
Very
phone that's
true.
an Android phone, but at the end of the day, all my purchases are on iTunes. What am I going to do? So don't blame me.
Swap. Yeah. No, I agree with you. This is the thing where, we say it all the time. It's a battle for ecosystem. Once everybody got established and we reached kind of this parity in terms of specs and features and all this stuff, now it really boils down to what ecosystem do you want to live in, and you got to stick with it.
Yep.
You know, and even Windows Phone is coming up in that, you know, hopefully with Windows 9, people are going to have a reason to stay in that ecosystem and buy a Windows Phone, and I think that's obviously what Microsoft's hoping for.
Hey, they're showing a photo now that was taken at night. Of course, someone's got like
spotlight on them
in the background. But
it's really nice.
something.
They carry their own photo light. Just carry around a Kino.
Here,
It's really great. Great job, girls.
Oh, that's hilarious.
But optical image stabilization instead of digital.
That's big. That's big.
So something.
I love that.
Okay, here's what he's saying. This works great in low light scenarios when you have to take a longer exposure.
Mm-hmm.
But here, like,
stay still.
Stay really still.
Don't you effing move.
Yeah, it's just, oh boy.
Also, I guess he's right now. Tim says Phil is kind of ripping on compact cameras and camcorders.
Well, I'm going to
Calling
rip
the
on this iPhone video that it takes on my iPhone 5S because it's not very good.
You don't like your video?
It's awful. It's,
you're low.
It's
You're
so
low light.
It's so bad. Even in moderate light, it's not
I know
very
where you're
good.
taking your pictures and videos at bars and clubs
Yeah,
and low
well,
light situations. Clearly,
come on.
Why is he kicking on camcorders? Like, who has a camcorder left? Like, that sounds like a
haven't
product
seen-
category that does not need to be. You know.
Yeah, you don't need to. Don't rub
camcorder.
salt in the wound, man. Like it's
They've
terrible.
got to pick a fight with somebody, and if
Alright.
it's a marginalized community like
They'll take
VHS and High 8, they will go for it.
High 8. I love it.
High
8 millimeter is not a very good medium for taking it. It's much better the iPhone. You should take your video with iPhone.
They're calling the iPhone has become the world's most popular video camera. Slow-mo video up to 240 frames per second, double that of last year. Just like this double Dutch jump rope. Up to 240 frames per second for your action videos.
Oh.
Another great feature, cinematic video stabilization.
Very nice.
Now, for all those people, I'm curious, I think someone, not me, would need to compare. You know how you have a lot of those Steadicam rigs that are portable enough that kind of fit yay high? I want someone to put that to the test of how good it
The
really
comparison,
is.
yeah.
So kind of maybe using that hyperlapse style algorithm to balance the video out.
You guys, if only we knew of a website where people worked and did those sorts of things, where we could have somebody do this testing and write about it and then post it so people could read it.
Sounds like a dream, Ashley.
God, I wish we could find somebody like that.
Well, you know what? I heard there's this lady in New York named Lori Grunin, and yeah, she might be able to do something. She works for CNET.
Oh, I don't know if we could get her.
Josh Goldman, I think.
I don't know
also.
if we can get them. That's way above our. That's way above.
I'll ask. Also, Schiller says
Way
the
to
new.
set them up to assign this particular head-to-head. I guess we have to do that now. Thanks, Brian Tom.
This is a really big thing, though. This video stabilization. We have hyperlapse from Microsoft. Then we had the actual hyperlapse app from Instagram and Facebook. So this is this might be the next sort of frontier in video for. I'm a really big photo video person on mobile. So for me, this is like it's nice to hear these things. I am hoping that I see this 81% more light, but I don't know what that means in terms of like quantifiable results.
Burst mode on the FaceTime
all the
camera.
hip kids are going to be into shaky video after this. They're like,
No more Blair Witch
old
Project. What would have happened? We would have just seen
exactly.
everything. It would have been
shaky video.
garbage.
Shaky video is the next trend, guys.
Just some stats. There's burst mode on the FaceTime camera for get ready for it, guys. Burst selfies.
Oh boy.
The FaceTime camera specifically is what they're talking about with the 80% more light. The selfie side. Autofocus camera while recording, so your footage will always be in focus. But we know about Apple's camera has been touted, is one of the best cameras on a mobile phone. So they have to really keep up with that to keep that cachet. They're doing some good things here. I mean, we'll test it out.
Well, I think they're hammering down on one of what people will consider one of the best reasons to upgrade their phones. Like, it has a better camera and it can take more stable videos to Timmy and Tommy.
Honestly, like that's one of the number one. I know you're making fun of me right now. Literally, that is the number one reason I will upgrade a phone is better camera.
Yeah. Check this out.
Because that's the thing I use the most.
The HD FaceTime camera also does a single shot HDR.
That's
the first time they put that on that front facing camera. Great exposure, foreground and background. Also can do HDR in videos. So they've really bumped up the FaceTime camera or the front facing side one. They like to call it the FaceTime camera.
You like to call it that.
Stop calling me out, Belle. Don't let people know.
Stop calling us both out, D-Bell. Why do you hate us?
That's why I'm here.
Seriously.
Keep it real. That's what my neck tattoo says.
I'm gonna get you a gold
one.
chain with KIR on it, and that is gonna be my Christmas gift to Donald Bell.
I'm excited.
I added it to his lower third. So.
All right, guys.
Keep it real.
That makes it legit.
Where Phil is now showing off a lot of optimizations for one-headed use on the bigger screens, a predictive keyboard, a recording interface for messages. Again, useful if you want to do that type of thing. They're also kind of showing off, it looks like a little bit of the health app. There's a little peek at that, but they have not jumped into it too much. Touch ID integration, obviously. Schiller says these are the best phones ever made. These are the best we know how to make, and I think the best anyone has ever seen.
Do we have that? Do we have the best anyone has ever seen?
Where's that
I feel like that should be in here somewhere because I feel like I hear that a lot.
I have we know you're going to love, but not the best.
Man.
I hope they really talk about a little bit more of this health thing when they get to,
Health
so
kit?
we only
So can I mark off health kit? You said
they actually didn't say health kit. They said health app. I'm sorry.
Anybody hoping for colorful iPhone 6s, you are going to be disappointed. Gold, silver, and space gray, just like the 5S.
Hey guys, I can show us a look inside the event now if you'd like.
Let's do it. This is from the original video.
This is the beginning video, I believe.
Oh.
Just in case
This is
y'all
from our
didn't see it.
satellite truck, by the way.
Oh, thank you, satellite
CBS,
truck.
thanks.
So while we do this, I'll announce some of the stats and the prices. Yes, we have the gold, silver, and are they calling it space gray still?
Yeah, space gray.
Starting at $199, then $299, and $399. This is based on the capacities. $299 now gets you a 64 gig instead of 32, and $399 gets you a 128 gig. The 128 gig iPhone is there.
Boom! Boom!
Wow.
128 gig iPhone. There you go.
Now, if you're talking about the
I'm
iPhone
so
6
happy.
Plus, the iPhone 6 Plus here, Beecham, we can maybe pull up these photos while we're talking about this stuff. The iPhone 6 Plus starts at $299. This is the larger 5.5 inch. $299 for 16 gigs, $399 for 64 gigs, and $499 for 128 gigs. That's for the iPhone 6 Plus.
Wow.
So ultimately, $199 to get into the iPhone 6 game for the entry level at 16 gigs for the 4.7 inch screen, as high as $499 for 128 gigs.
Can I speculate for a second?
Please start
Yeah,
start shipping September 9th.
Oh, September
19th. September 19th is the day, my friends.
Oh, and the 5S and the 5C both continue on. So if you want a 4-inch device, you're still covered. Apparently. So here's my question. Actually, it's just speculating. I'm going to just hope, because I am a T-Mobile customer. I'm just hoping tomorrow at that Uncarrier event, they're like, if you bring in your iPhone 5S, we'll let you pick out an iPhone 6.
To test drive?
Yeah, to test drive. And I'll be like, yay.
They may.
I may have to test drive that Plus. I just don't know if I could upgrade that bigger size phone. I don't wear skinny jeans. I don't rock a skinny jean like Brian Tong. So that'll be
These
weird.
are false. I actually don't wear skinny jeans often.
There
you go. You heard it from Brian Tong.
Pre-orders on September 12th.
Oh, goodness.
So there you go, everybody. You got 3 days to save up your ducats.
I will say that pre-ordering an iPhone historically has been way easier than trying to get on Nike.com and getting a pair of Jordans on Saturday morning. It's really bad. I'm dead serious.
I am trying really hard to empathize, and it's just not...
It's not happening?
It's like I'm trying, but I don't feel anything. I feel nothing.
All right, Phil
Phil
is done. Tim Cook back up on stage again. September 19th on sale. Pre-orders on the 12th. Apple Store. I don't know if store.apple.com is still down, but iPhone 6 and 6 Plus, it's official.
I am thrilled that they're doing pre-orders this year. Because last year, remember, they did not?
Did they? No, they do pre-orders. They've done pre-orders.
I feel like they
did
12,
It's like 12 a.m. You
last year, but last year, did they not
No.
do? Because I had to stand in line for my 5S.
I'm trying to think
for
about.
the
You
gold
might be-
color, you had to pay
The
off.
gold was the one. The gold
Yeah,
was the one.
something
The
about
gold
the
was the
gold.
one that was messed
There
up.
was that, and then also, but I feel like for whatever reason, maybe it was with T-Mobile, I wasn't able to pre-order it through the Apple website or something. There was
trust you.
something going on where I had to stand. I slept overnight in
whoa,
front of an Apple store.
whoa.
Sounds dangerous.
Whoa,
And it was terrible. And then when I got to the front of the line, they were like, "We don't have unlocked T-Mobile iPhone," and I was just like, "You've got to be kidding me!" I waited this whole time.
All right,
and I was
guys.
very sad.
Tim Cook is back up now, and he says a great product isn't just a collection of features; it how it all works together, how it makes you feel. So they're going to show up another video.
Oh.
These products have bigger screens. They're amazing. They're much better in every single way. To make this point clear, let me do this last line like Tim Cook. To make this point clear. We've enlisted the help of some of our friends to do fun new apps. He says it like that.
We have a bingo.
Do we? Where?
Tom Casey, but his @ is @Tony Casey. So Tom Tony, whatever, if that's your real name.
Did he CNET Live hashtag it, or how did he? Do we have a bingo?
He has. It's Apple Live is his hashtag, but he tweeted at both of us.
Tell him to. Okay, we will. I'll pull it up.
Can we go through our bingo card real quick?
Yeah, yeah.
iOS 8 we got, right?
Yes, we did.
Okay, iPhone 6. Anything else I'm missing?
Hold on.
Amazing, stunning, thinner. Those are all things that have been said.
Can you write down his Twitter name just so we have it, and then I'll get him. So that means the Logitech keyboard is down unless he wants the Air one.
Okay.
See, we reward you for watching with us.
Take care of our peeps.
I'll put it in the chat for the doc.
Okay, thank you.
There you go.
So I'll try, but he did tweet us. So if I get it,
he did. He tweeted at you.
Oh, here
as
we go.
well.
It's hashtag has. Was it hashtag has?
No.
Oh,
Hey
that's
guys,
it.
here's the actual video
Tom Casey.
Of the phone.
It better look that gold because the iPhone 5S did not look that gold, and it was total crap. And that's actually silver now. Okay, let's they're gonna start talking about mobile payments right now, so let's jump in here. And when you feel like it, Tom Casey, I got you. I see you. Tom Casey sent the first bingo card to me, and hashtag has sent the second one. So we're gonna give him that. It's on my laptop. All right. Cook says we're moving to mobile payments. Our vision is to replace this image of an old crammed wallet.
Well, no, not the image, but
yeah, I know.
Replace this.
Yes, the old crammed
they're showing
wallet.
an image of old crammed wallet.
Where are we at? Here we go. And we're going to start by focusing on payments. Cook says payments is a huge business. Every day between credit and debit, we spend over $12 billion.
Ugh.
That's over $4 trillion a year, and that's just in the U.S.
It's so much money.
200 million daily U.S. transactions go through a fairly antiquated payment process. He's Tim Stevens adds, our own Tim Stevens says, I think Cook calling this fairly antiquated is a vast understatement.
So true. It really is.
It's not even talking about people write checks at the grocery store.
They're now showing a
I
video
know, yeah.
of the process. Some people digging in their purse for a wallet, someone fumbling for a credit card.
Oh, how clever.
Cook said in January that Apple was intrigued by the idea of mobile payments and using Apple's Touch ID feature as part of the implementation.
January? That seems awfully soon.
Maybe
Feels like they would want.
Maybe it was January a year ago. I mean,
maybe.
I don't know.
January 2013.
I think Shar is just saying that in January when he talked, he was. Saying
Oh, okay. Fair enough.
Someone's writing this number down right now.
The by the way,
John Appleseed, you're screwed. You're
Yeah.
screwed.
Sorry, Johnny Appleseed. No more planting anything for you.
I want the crazies to like decode that number on that credit card and make up some ludicrous story how if you flip the letters in pager code it says mobile payment.
Actually, I'm reading it right now, and it actually comes out to Half-Life 3 confirmed. That's what it is.
Cook
Half-Life
says
3.
this whole process is based on this little piece of plastic. We're totally reliant on the exposed numbers and the outdated and vulnerable magnetic strip interface, which is 5 decades old. It's so easy to lose your card or have it compromised. No wonder people have dreamed of replacing these for years, but they all fail.
Ooh, you see this from Tim? Interesting. A large number of Apple employees just filtered out of the room.
Cartwheels. They're
What
gonna
are
do
they
cartwheel.
doing?
They're gonna do like a show and dance, like
flash mob.
Maybe there's Cirque
payment.
du Soleil Apple event. That's what the Cube is. You guys, it's Cirque du Soleil.
Tim says, are they opening up the Cube outside? Cook is now talking about why they haven't worked. It's so easy to lose your card or have it compromised. No wonder people have been replacing these for years, but they all fail. I said that already, didn't I?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm,
I should stop
No,
repeating
it's okay.
myself.
People are just tuning in.
For those of you just coming to hang out with us. The logo is it looks like Apple Pay, and they are calling it Apple Pay.
Apple Pay. At GGI Win on Twitter says all the Apple employees left because it's a trap.
We will now gas you.
That's
Cook
a clever person.
Cook is now going to show us how fast and just how easy it is. Hey, you want a slice of Apple Pay?
A
Put that in
slice
your...
of Apple Pay. You know what?
Boom, 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 boom.
Somebody should write you a check. Or I guess like scan you.
Or
I don't know what
like
I would
mobile
do now.
pay,
Yeah,
Apple
like
Pay me,
mobile,
Apple Pay me.
you.
Yeah, I don't know.
I will see if Dr. Dre is the first artist to use Apple Pay in one of his songs. It'll be either him or Eminem. This will be like.
I was gonna
man.
say Justin Timberlake was like, as long as I got my Apple Pay. No,
I don't stack bills. I Apple Pay.
They said he did a commercial. Jimmy Fallon. They were talking about people who had done commercials for the new iPhone, and Timberlake was one of the people.
Here we go. The video again. We just have a kind of a screenshot of it. It just shows the new process, just the tap of the phone, and that's it.
But it's still tapping on like a mobile, like a
well,
NFC
you got to.
terminal
You got to.
type thing. I know, but that is still part of the equation. here. It's not
Antiquated.
just-
I think. Well, yeah.
Well, they have so
I
much
don't-
money, though. Do you think that Apple would be willing to pay to get these terminals installed? I mean, like with like Disney Store, they're so tightly intertwined with Disney. It feels like that would be a thing where they're like, "Hey, look, if we just installed them for you."
Yeah.
And you just use them,
Well, did you
we'd be really happy about that.
For people that were here earlier and saw the video that we showed about how that payment system was done in Japan in 2005, it's pretty much
It's like
exactly the
that.
same way.
Yeah, and it looks like I'm looking at this screen, this picture that James Martin took from the live stream where he's holding on Touch ID, and it says Pay with Touch ID, and then you see the Visa card that you would be using. There's like a picture of it, almost like
Like
Passport.
yeah, oh yeah, your
Like you
wallet.
would see in Passport. So it's I find that very fascinating, and I would be curious to try it.
It'd be great if you could put all your credit cards in your phone.
Everything. I would want to do every card, for me it's the membership stuff.
Yeah.
Like all these crazy like IKEA and at Pinkberry. I got to get my free Pinkberries.
My bus pass.
Your bus pass. Yeah, the BART, like that's the tipping point for me.
So here they go. Eddie Q is up on stage, and he's talking about some of the elements here. There's an image here that talks about some of the parts of this process: NFC, Touch ID, a secure element, and Passbook to hold it all. Q says NFC is the standard for all contactless payments. You also have Touch ID, and we have a new chip. My thing just completely updated on me and like moved a billion.
I know, it just
spots,
scrolled way down.
Like way down. Here we go. We have a new chip called Secure Element. It's built into the iPhone 6 and stores all info securely. It can see all credit cards on Passbook. So that immediately alludes to the fact that this feature will be exclusive to the iPhone 6 right now, and the iPhone 6 Plus. Credit cards will be integrated via Passbook. This is really cool. Again, my timeline is just moving really fast. Q says we have hundreds of millions of credit cards and debit cards from customers' iTunes accounts as he holds his fingertips together. You can use the card on file to add so you can actually use your existing iTunes card on that account on file. To add another card, take a photo with the phone, go to bank to verify that it's your card, and it's added right to the Passbook. We'll have to see how that plays out. Now with just a touch, you pay. It's fast and easy.
What'd you say about go to bank? You have to go
So
to
he said you take. I mean, we're not seeing how they're doing this, but he says you could take a picture of your card and go to your bank to verify it's you, and then it adds it to the Passbook. We'll have to find out. I don't know how that exactly works. Q says we've integrated security from software and hardware. We create a device-only account number and put it in the secure element. You no longer have a static code on the back of the card. That's awesome.
So so Tim Stevens says it's interesting that it isn't your credit card number that gets sent to the retailer. It's that one-time number.
That token, it's a burner kind of token that you use, and then it's over.
And then they also mentioned this because the card isn't stored on the phone. You actually don't have to cancel it if the phone is lost. And again, you would only be able to get access to this through your Touch ID.
Mm-hmm.
So even if, again, like we showed that video from Japan, if someone stole your phone, no matter what, you're going to have to be able to verify it's you with the Touch ID to even use this feature.
Mm-hmm.
Q is making it very clear that Apple isn't tracking or monitoring any of your shopping history.
Your government is, but no.
Yeah. Well, I mean, they just, I'm sure there's some handshake deal where the NSA just sends over all my shopping habits.
Apple Pay, Q says it's fast, it's secure, and it's private. And another note just here, I don't know if they just spit this out, but Apple to release iOS 8 on September 17th. A couple days before the phone. That's happened typically before a day or 2 days before.
That Wednesday before.
Yep. Q is also saying that Amex, MasterCard, and Visa in the U.S., 6 of the biggest banks in the U.S., plus a few more, Bank of America, etc., 83% of all banks are on board with this Apple Pay. Diner Club members are not included right now.
No, Diners Club.
Come on.
I'm out.
Now, if basically a retailer accepts the tap to pay method, you should be able to use Apple Pay immediately. They're flashing up 2 names, Walgreens and Duane Reade, as the largest drugstores. You can use 220,000 merchants. Sorry, our feed is going really fast.
220,000 merchant locations that already take mobile payments.
Apple worked with other retailers, Macy's, Walgreens, Duane Reade, Staples, Subway, McDonald's. McDonald's is even adding Apple Pay to its drive-thru. Oh, I'm sorry.
Bring me my cupcake in a cup.
That just shook me. Yogurt parfait, tap.
Whole Foods, Apple retail stores, obviously.
And Disney, the happiest place on earth, adding to all Disney stores and Disney World in time for Christmas.
Hey-o.
Perfect.
Tap.
Perfect.
Tap.
Get me down there. I'll go buy all my Nightmare Before Christmas merch.
Tim Stevens says there was a big applause for Whole Foods. Dear Lord, they're getting paid way too much.
No, they have Whole Foods has plants in the audience. I just have people applauding for them. They're like, okay, guys, go down there.
Quinoa!
Oh, I love organic pumpkin spice muffins.
Oh, man. This is awesome. So Q is also now addressing what about online? There's over $1 billion.
They just showed Target. That seems like a really poor example to use after you're talking about secure cards.
I know. But their system is completely different, so, you know.
It's true. But I think that's sort of ironic.
Yeah,
It's
for
kind
sure,
of funny.
for sure. Apple Pay, there's a
Beats
one-touch checkout. No need to enter a credit card address. No credit card info is shared with the merchant. This has to do with their online system. I'm not sure how it's plugged in yet, but there must be some sort of Apple Pay option to check out. Q says we've been working with great retailers like Target to enable some great products in there. I don't know about you, but I'm looking for some. Oh, he's plugging Beats headphones.
Of course.
I don't even want to read those words. But for like you, I'm looking for some Beats headphones.
Okay, Beats off the.
Oh yeah, Beats is off.
There we go.
My goodness.
Groupon.
Ugh, Beats headphones. Why isn't Beats headphones in Groupon? Is that what he said? Like, where's the Beats headphones in Groupon? That's where I should have bought them. Yeah, we got to get rid of these things. They're so expensive.
Groupon is also incorporating Apple Pay into its app. Uber has a new feature. Panera lets you order food. MLB can order tickets. This is crazy.
Wow, how much money did these people pay for this product placement by Apple? They're like, hey, listen, if you could just mention Groupon, that would be super great.
I don't know if they necessarily had, but they're.
It just
this is the story they have
really
to tell.
Weird
They've got a lot of partners
adopting it.
They've got more partners that all of us can count on our fingers right now out of the gates.
That's very true.
And I have 12 fingers.
Open Table, tickets.com. Wow. Launches next month.
This is big.
Apple Pay launches next month.
This is big.
Well, I'm very glad it's not proprietary. It uses all existing
proprietary
NFC technology.
other than like you can only use it on an Apple device.
But I mean in the sense of you can use it on separate Apple scanning devices that only work with iPhones. Like, I'm glad that is not the case.
Yeah. Building it into the apps is, you would, based on all the rumors, you would thought it was just physical brick and mortar. Obviously, you would think they would need to leverage this payment in other ways, but it's interesting to see how many partners are already ready just to throw that payment system right directly in their apps.
Right.
So whatever they did on the back end, developmental-wise, made it really easy to just be like, okay, let's throw in this option, put it into, here's the API, throw it in there, and your app exactly the same. You just have Apple Pay as an option now.
Oh my God, you guys! Tim Cook said one more thing.
Oh,
what is that? He said one more thing.
We didn't even put that
down.
It's right there. It's one more thing.
iPod Touch.
No.
I'm just
Detox.
Is that on the?
One more thing. Every new iPhone 6 comes.
No, because
with
they stopped saying one more thing.
Oh.
They stopped saying it.
They're bringing it back. They're going old school.
Back to.
I feel like that was a true opportunity missed. A true opportunity.
I put it on
missed.
last time too.
And I know we didn't hear it,
Yeah.
and we were like, we gave up.
All right, here we go. Cook says, we love to make great products that really enrich people's lives. We love to integrate hardware, software, and services seamlessly.
That is relatively true. Things are pretty seamless in the iOS Apple ecosystem.
When they work.
I mean, we've talked about it before, too. It's a lot about the execution. We used Google's Wallet as an example of how it didn't work out. Partnerships, hardware, the execution of it. And we'll see how this all works in the real world. That remains to be seen, but the steps that they have in place look very nice. Cook, we've been working incredibly hard for a long time on an entirely new product. We believe this product will redefine what people expect from this category.
Dong dong.
well.
I've got it. I've got it right
and
here
then
for you
he
guys.
pulls out the tong thong, and
I've got it
everyone's
right
like,
here for you.
What in the world?
Everyone closes our window.
Okay, we'll wait for the iWatch.
All right, here it is.
Apple's
And
new
it's
product
totally
is
not a watch. It's like something. It's an ankle bracelet.
There's
ankle monitor.
The Apple anklet.
There's a big bass rumbling, Earth pivoting beneath them.
Oh my God,
They're
the
showing
Earth.
planet Earth, the stars. We will see what the photo looks like.
It's
We were
the
not watching
Earth.
the video, so we'll see what happens.
Guys, it's the Earth.
It's like
It's
Tim
I
Stevens
Earth.
says this is ominous.
It's literally a spaceship
Stevens is
that is going to
scared.
take us to Mars.
Did the internet just blow up yet? I'm just wondering. Is it about to explode?
I love the idea of them like making a complete left turn and going like, we're starting space travel. Like we're
Here we
going to
go.
join SpaceX.
Watch.
Here's a first peek, guys.
Very watch-like.
A dial.
It's a watch.
It's a dial like a wristwatch dial. Look at that shot. Can you see that?
That is crazy.
We don't know. We don't know.
What's happening?
Dude, it's an Iron Man costume.
Oh my God, it's an Iron Man
It's
costume.
the arc reactor.
Arc reactor.
The arc reactor. It's everyone just closed their.
Whoa,
Closed
the
it.
dial. Okay, so I'm watching the video. The dial just turned and it changed from apps to a watch face.
Look at this metal steel wrist.
Oh, that looks pretty.
Whoa.
Look at
It
this
does
metal
look
steel
pretty.
face.
Stop
It
with
does look
this.
pretty.
Steel.
Blue steel? Would you
Blue.
say blue steel?
Oh, it could be. I hope that's a color option.
Somebody just cast us in a movie.
Oh, here we go. Here's another one. Beecham.
I'm watching the video here, and it's amazing.
Okay.
Yeah, it looks really nice.
It's squircle shaped.
It
got-
actually bends too, which is
Yeah.
You guys are killing me. I can't see any of this.
Here, BT. Here.
It's okay.
Here.
I love you.
Look at that.
I just
Oh
unplugged
goodness.
my
There you
internet.
go.
Oh goodness. Oh man, it's squeezy. It's a super sexy video
There's
right
a
now.
flower blooming on it. It also has
Aw.
flowers on the inside.
Woo!
So is the back
That
back of
looks
it?
hach.
I'm assuming the back of that is sensors.
Yeah,
like
it looks like
biometric sensors.
I'm
right?
sorry, that looks pretty hot. Mitch, that looks hot.
It just look. You know, it's funny. It's so
Calm
funny.
down.
It does kind of
Oh,
look
those
like a little
those
iPod,
wristbands look
like a
dirty.
little nano.
Those wrist straps look stupid.
That's a lot of different wrist straps. That's
I see
crazy.
Mickey Mouse.
Obviously, like we're gonna be seeing like Louis
Oh,
Vuitton.
good
There it is.
lord, good
Apple
lord!
Watch.
I just flew into your world.
There's the logo. Apple
I just
Watch.
flew
So this
into
is like their
your
new
world.
thing. Instead of putting the eye there, they're just putting the Apple logo.
Yeah, the Apple
Whoa,
logo.
Tim
iPay.
Cook's wearing it.
Oh
Tim
my
Cook
God! People are look, I saw a child. I saw a guest clapping like,
Like
a
a
small
giddy small child,
There we go,
yeah,
right
there's-
there. He's
Dude,
like, oh my
it's mass hysteria.
I think I said next time you need to put somebody crying.
Yeah.
Like
I'm actually
a
crying right
product
now.
announcement.
It's Tim Cook raising his arms in celebration, doing fist pumps. The crowd.
Has gone wild.
I hope those are all Apple employees. If they're CNET
If this is-
editors
if
Shame
standing
on
up,
them.
shame on you.
This
Tim
is
Stevens,
shameless.
sit
Shame
down.
on you. Shame on you, Tech Press. Sit your ass down.
Sit
Steven,
down.
Sit down.
Sid. Oh, somebody just cast us in the CNET live show movie. Do you want to know who you are? That's really good.
Okay.
Clark Gregg as Donald Bell. Super into that.
I'll have to look that up.
Little
but
Agent Coulson from Marvel movies.
yeah. Okay.
Agent
sure.
Coulson.
Yeah, all right.
I get Drew Barrymore.
Oh, nice.
I would have gone Uma Thurman, but okay.
What about Little Madonna in
And
there too?
BD Wong is Brian Tong.
Oh, come on. You ain't give me BD Wong? You ain't gonna give me Usher? You gotta give me Usher, man. Yeah, man.
Let's talk about this watch.
Yeah, let's do it. Cook says we set out to make the best watch in the world, one that is precise. I'm getting all nervous. That's synchronized with an international time standard. Apple's watch is the most personal device we've created. Because you wear it, we invented new intimate ways to connect and communicate directly from your wrist, and it works seamlessly with iCloud, and it's a comprehensive health and fitness device. Apple's watch took very deep thinking, and out of this came some truly remarkable innovation. Oh, good Lord. This looks cool.
I do.
I still
think
don't know
it
if I'd
is-
wear it, though.
I really like that Tim mentions this. He says it's interesting to hear Tim talk about the watch's accuracy as a watch because most other smartwatch manufacturers don't even mention that. Like that's not a thing they bother to talk about, or like I find that a little interesting as well. Like it's important to them to also make sure that people know that this is a really good watch.
Cook is
Just
now
one
saying
watch.
one of those was the user interface that they paid attention to. As it turns out, with every revolutionary product that Apple has created, a breakthrough was required as well. The dial, like you mentioned in the promo video, so you actually twisted it and it changed from time to apps on the screen.
Yeah, it changed
Good
from like
Lord.
time to apps. It was pretty cool. From interface
Dude.
elements, and then you press the little button, it selected things. It's kind of neat.
Dial to navigate reminds Scott Stein of the click wheel, kind of like a little throwback to that. Cook with the Mac, we introduced the Mac, the mouse to make its navigation simple. The click wheel on the iPod allows users to scroll through thousands of songs. With the iPhone multi-touch, this is cool. I still don't know if I'd wear one, though.
I hope it's sweat-proof, too. I can see a lot of those going back.
I'm not, it's hard for me to get on board with the watch. I'm with you. Like, it's really tough.
I think it's
be
really
like,
cool.
I gotta have this.
Yeah. I think it's cool. And let's just, before this whole keynote, I put out a tweet. There are 3 things that I need to see in a watch for me to convince me to buy it. A unique style, battery life that lasts more than a day, and a real use function.
Yeah, I agree.
Other than telling time. Other than telling the time. So we'll see. I do think it looks pretty dope, but it doesn't mean I'd wear it. I still like my current watch.
They're showing it right now. There's a map. Apparently there's some pinch to zoom feature, or they're showing maps on the watch. So in the live stream,
they're referring to how if you just took the iPhone interface and shrunk it down to iWatch, it just wouldn't work. And so I think they're poking jokes at it right now.
Yeah.
About, look at these maps. They're not going to work like that.
Yeah, you can't like pinch to zoom on a watch.
Cook said we placed extra functionality in mechanisms that's been on the watch for decades. The dial, which Apple calls the digital crown.
Of course it does. Why do they have to rename everything? It's
because you got to.
It's a watch dial. Stop it.
When on a map, you turn the digital crown, it zooms in and out. When you have a list, you can scroll through the list with the digital crown. And you can do all this without blocking the screen with the digital crown.
Can you imagine the Apple Store employees having to say digital crown every time they talk to
it's a digital crown,
I'll punch him in the face.
You mean the dial?
The DC.
Pressing the crown pops you back to the home screen. Very dial
very dial-like. It's very digitally crown.
Cook says the Apple Watch is, of course, made to be worn.
No.
Really?
What? A watch made to be worn? That's ridiculous.
I do think it looks nice, but it's still not a watch that I would just I don't know.
We got to get one in here.
Oh, of course. I've told people before I will buy one to try it out, but it doesn't mean that I'll actually want it and keep it.
I might take it back. Yeah, that's the thing.
Yeah.
Hey, T-Mobile, let me test drive the Apple Watch. Let me test drive that thing. Can I put it on a payment plan?
They're showing some of the functionality, which is cool. We don't have specs yet, but we'll keep on listening to this. Cook is now going to talk. We're now going to hear about the design story through a video featuring Johnny Ive. Oh, this is
He's not on stage. Come on.
So we'll see some screenshots, but
can you read it in the voice?
Yeah, yeah.
I'll read it.
Do you want me to read his quotes?
It's
or what?
so great. Yeah, read it in a really good British accent. So
it's hard when I put it on the spot. I can do Johnny Ive better when no one asks me to do Johnny Ive. Really?
No one's asking you, Brian.
Okay, good.
Now do it.
The day that Johnny Ive comes on stage, I might have a heart attack. It could be the end.
So they're showing the video now. So for those of you watching the live stream, oh great, my thing just died. My live stream just died. It's okay.
Cool. Here, I'll set the stage.
Oh no, it was me.
Cool music in the background, an infinite white wall, impossibly clean gadgets hovering in space.
Here we go.
Yeah, thank you. We've designed a range of products so personal you don't put them on your desk or in your pocket. You wear them on your wrist. Is that good? Did I do good?
It's okay. We've designed a range of products so personal you don't put them on your desk or in your pocket. You wear them on your wrist.
That was pretty good.
He slows it down. He kind of
melts
it.
He likes to,
he really
likes to chew on the scenery a little.
Yeah, he melts it.
No, you're right.
We've designed and conceived Apple Watch as a singular product.
That's pretty good.
That's pretty good. Continue, Mitch.
Please.
We are introducing an unparalleled level of technical innovation, combined with a design that connects with the wearer.
Oh, so good. That's Mitch, our producer here on site. He's my producer, partner in crime for Appleby and all that stuff. So
that was literally delightful.
He's also the real world voice of Johnny Ive.
Did you guys see? Are you guys watching this video right now? The apps kind of move around in bubbles in different sizes. So when you click on them, it goes to the different apps. They're showing the dial turn.
The crown?
Yeah,
the digital crown.
Stupid
How
Apple.
dare you? Apple is already upset with you for not using their crazy terminology.
You know what would have been crazy? It was if they started inviting me back again because they don't like how I keep it real.
It seems like, by the way, that these app bubbles have different sizes, which would indicate to me that the more you use an app, the bigger the bubble would get, which is very Beats-like.
The
Reminds
more
me
you
of
use it, the bigger the bubble.
Yep.
That's what she said.
That seems really weird. That seems
That's
like
also what she said.
Weird. Yeah, that's definitely what she said.
This is cool. This is cool.
Now they're showing some of the incoming call stuff. Just, hey Siri. There's Siri, of course.
There's some magic
Some
thumbs up
sort of-
app,
yeah.
some stupid app that I'll never use.
Yeah, something really.
Sending like a smiley or some animated lame thing
The
like
animation looks very nice. Like these transition animations, if they're the same.
I
actually
agree.
in real
It
world
looks
look very
dope.
nice.
I mean, I'm
Again, not sold.
I'm caught up with the idea. Like, it looks really cool from like the standpoint of it's a new gadget and gizmo, and
Mhm.
I will buy it to try it out. But I still love my watch, my
They-
real watch.
I love these like pictures of contacts. I'm like half my contact list is literally empty.
Oh,
I have no
yeah.
pictures. Like it's not going to look
Yeah.
like this. It's
What were you
gonna
gonna
look
say, Beach?
insane.
It looks a lot, it looks a lot cooler than the Samsung watches. They look kind of generic, like the interface. It looks very generic and
Yeah,
robotic.
yeah.
This is, I don't know, it just looks a little
Very polished Apple-esque interface, and what more than anything, it's a new interface we haven't seen. Like if you look at how it's laid out, this is really like a brand new interface. So it has that kind of charm to it.
This is kind of what I was hoping to see, something like
This
this.
watch loves me.
XOXO. Hey Donald, XOXO.
Oh hey.
I don't
Brian.
need a. I don't need a. You know what? That's like a flirting
If I
app
had a,
right
if
there.
I had a watch, I'd
Just
I'd
XO
reply,
me,
but
XO
no.
me, man.
XO back.
Just XO me, man. I love all these beautiful shots. We're gonna use this as B-roll for like the rest of my life.
Here you go, Tech World. Here's your B-roll for the next few months.
This
You want
is
to see
exactly
more?
right.
You want to see more? All right, they're showing some like kind of. It must be the polarization or that grate on top of the screen. Oh, what's this?
Is this a tic-tac-toe game they're playing?
No, it's XO, dude. It's like I love you.
So Johnny Ive is saying that the screen on this is sapphire. So they included sapphire screens, and Johnny Ive has reminded everybody that sapphire is the second hardest surface, clear surface behind diamond.
The first hardest surface was Steve Jobs' head because he was
that's
very hard-headed.
true. Display is indeed flexible. Watch itself is not.
There's a heart rate monitor in there, which appears to be real time. The Basis smartwatch, I believe was one of the first that had that kind of real time heart rate monitor before a lot of other devices out there.
Wouldn't it be neat to be able to just see the like boop boop like on your watch face, like as your heart's beating? I don't know.
That would
Let's see.
be
That's
cool.
super
Like the
dumb,
little
but like
stab
I
one.
would
I
really
wouldn't be into
enjoy
that.
that. Like I would instead of like seconds on a clock, I'd want to see my heart
That's
beating.
something
so
that they
when
probably
it's-
do. I bet you they do that.
That would be kind of cool. I would enjoy
I bet
that.
you they. You're all. I would buy the watch for that.
Just for that. I buy things for frivolous reasons.
There's a speaker in the device and a custom chip called the S1.
A lot of chips. in
Somebody
there.
said that my British accent. Okay, meanwhile on Twitter says Ashley Esqueda's British accent slays Brian Tong's British accent.
Oh.
Yeah, but have they heard how John Ives talks? No, they haven't heard how John. That's what we were emulating. Friend.
Dreadful. My accent is
Friend.
dreadful.
Her accent was very good. But listen to John Ive. Listen,
Sir.
and then get back to me.
Sir Johnny
Get back
Ive
to me
to
on.
you.
Get back to me on
I'm
Twitter.
pretty sure Johnny Ive's really from New Jersey, right? He's playing up that whole.
Here's the sensors. This is
This is
on the
cool.
back. Okay, so there's 4 lenses, infrared LED photo sensors detect pulse, gyroscope and accelerometer, plus GPS and Wi-Fi from the phone gives picture of your daily activity.
You know what I like on this watch that we haven't seen so far, and I might be jumping to conclusions. It looks like it has no camera on it, and that might be a good thing. It's actually
I
a
kind of
watch.
would be into a camera.
You would be. You're
You
so
can get
vain.
all Dick Tracy.
You're so
Oh,
vain.
that's-
You
Yeah,
can
it's
get all
charging
Dick
now.
Tracy and talk to your friends. Like,
You're so vain, Stephen Beacham.
Dick Tracy, man, what a great movie.
I mean, I can't on the videos.
Sorry, I was like
I can't.
obsessed with that movie when I was a kid.
Dude, with that mobster scene where they're all in the room in the very beginning. Love
Yeah.
that. Love that. So what's this back thing that they're showing right now? Is it just like the separate component
That
right
is
here?
the heart-
Oh, it's the charging.
charging,
It's the
yeah.
charger.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Magnetic. It's a MagSafe with conductive charging. Requires no alignment. Ive says Apple's watch is incredibly accurate, or the Apple Watch. I shouldn't call it Apple's watch. It's called the Apple Watch, guys. Keeps time to plus or minus 50 milliseconds. Worked closely with clock experts around the world to understand the cultural significance of time. Very cool.
There's all kinds of like these crazy sort of, they're not screensavers, but they're just,
Wallpaper type.
yeah, like live wallpapers kind of like while the watch face is up. So
Let-
it's,
I would like to take a picture with my watch and use it as a wallpaper.
So you want your face
I don't
on
wanna
your
take
phone?
pictures with
No, not of myself.
Watch.
Yeah, right. Don't lie. Don't lie. Just tell me the truth already, Beecham. You took your sweater off earlier in the show. You wanted to show your guns. Now you want a phone on your camera?
Two tickets to the gun show, please. 2 tickets.
The sport band comes in a range of colors. That sport band makes it look so cheap. It looks so silly with that sport band.
It does.
It looks ugly.
It looks a little, well, it's like that Pebble, like the silicone bands on Pebble.
It just doesn't match, though. It just looks too bubbly. Like, give me the steel. Give me, like, the leather, classy. Like, you know, that's something that my niece would wear.
It's there to chase you into the higher end.
Where's my Swarovski crystal
That's what I want to know.
band?
That's what I want to know.
Where is it?
Ive says the leather loop is soft, quilted. Leather with magnets for fastening and adjustment.
Similar to toilet paper.
Quilted.
Soft and quilted. And
Soft
3-ply.
on the buttocks.
And 3-ply.
Ive says there's a simple leather classic buckle. Well, look, did you see that one? That wristband? That's kind of cray.
Oh, here you go. Strap design is proprietary. High profit margins for accessories. Tim Stevens says, curious how long it'll take third parties to figure out the mechanism.
Okay, let's
Not long.
Let's go right now. Price of a plastic rubber wristband. Price of a leather wristband. Go.
$29 for the plastic, $99 for the leather.
Woo! I was gonna say 30. I was gonna say 39 or 34.99 for the plastic, and then like I think for leather strap, I'm gonna say 80, 79.
Normally they go 10%. So if it's a 400, it's gonna go $40 for the rubber, and then like I'll give 80 for the leather. We're just having fun. Beecham free.
30 for the
Rubber.
rubber, and 60 for the leather.
Like the metal one, quite honestly, is the only one that I like.
Okay.
That metal wristband strap
Yeah,
setup,
that's
hoodicky, probably going to be half the price of the phone. Stainless steel, that's the only
This
one I
one-
like.
this one is
Yeah,
nice.
yeah.
Here's
that's boss. That's
I want
boss.
that in black. If they
That's
had that in
boss.
Here's the rub. There's a second smaller model. So there's 3 collections: Apple Watch Sport, and Apple Watch Edition.
Oh my God, are you serious?
So many SKUs. Many SKUs. Now, is that 2 sizes in each version, in each collection?
So
A bigger one and a smaller one? That's what
Possibly.
it seems. That's what it seems like.
is that what they're saying? I'm not watching this, so I don't know.
Well, he's saying there's a second smaller model, Tim Stevens, but then Shara says 3 collections. Ive says 3 collections. So I don't know if that means there's 2 models in each collection.
Well, let's find out, friends.
We got to find out.
We have a poll up at the top of our keynote, or sorry, our live coverage here. The question asks, what do you think of the Apple Watch? First response, wow, finally a real vision for wearables. Second one, I'll wait for the next gen of smartwatches. They still didn't sell me on it, not impressed. What do you guys want to go with?
Which one?
I'll let you pick, Steven. What do you think?
I'll wait for the next gen.
Good call. Click on it. What do we got?
17%. That's the least one.
Wow, finally a real vision for wearables,
45.
45%. 17 was the middle. They still didn't sell me, 38%. I'm with a 30. I'm going to try it out. I think it looks cool, but I don't think I'll end up using it all the time.
That's what I'm saying. Like, I also feel the same. I feel like this is really nice. And
it looks hot.
It looks hot. It's a really nice product. I'm not enough of a watch wearer to go, gosh, I have to have this. Like, I have to, day one, I got to have it.
What about that design? Scroll up, Steven. Oh, the other one, that single one. That looks pretty sick.
Pretty cool, yeah.
Well, I do love a rose gold.
That's what I'm talking about.
That looks like an old lady's watch.
Well, just put a
that
little.
looks like a watch to go play bingo in
Put
and
some
then take a nap.
LV, put some LV or Gucci print on that, and then it's all. That's the thing, right? If this is
Yeah.
proprietary wristband, they're gonna have to partner with
Fashion.
some like high end, designers to get crazy.
I still don't feel like I've seen anything here that Samsung can't turn around and try to knock off in like a month.
Yeah, it's interesting. Like, this is an interesting product, but I'm not 100% sold on it. I do feel like while we haven't quite seen the level of detail that maybe the Apple Watch has from Android, I feel like that's going to come very quickly. Yeah. And I think that anybody who's watching this who's an Android fan or even a Windows Phone fan who wants something maybe that can complement, I might be seeing this like within the next year. Like,
Yep.
I think you're right.
It still has a long, this whole smartwatch space still has so much room to grow and figure itself out. What's good is, which I was hoping for, Kevin Lynch, Apple's vice president, leading the software effort on the Apple Watch, is going to give a hands-on demo now. So This is what I want to see. Okay.
Can
I got
we
your
leave
video.
the watch?
He's actually wearing the old lady watch, which is making me laugh. Like in the live
Beecham,
stream.
you're asking, can you leave your
Can
phone
you
at
leave
home?
your phone at home and take the watch and still use it?
That's a good
and like have it
question.
linked if it has a SIM
Have
card
it
in
linked
it.
to your
Yeah,
phone
have it linked.
somehow. That would be key.
But it would have to be linked to your phone via some sort of low energy
Maybe your
Bluetooth,
phone,
would
maybe
it
your
not?
phone's at home on Wi-Fi or something, and then.
But then if you're not connected to that Wi-Fi network, you wouldn't be able to.
Well, you don't want to leave home without your phone alone. So
makes a great point. No, this has got to be a complement to your phone and not something that replaces it.
Yeah,
some of those
whoever does that first is going to win if you can make your phone.
I mean, I feel like didn't Samsung just come out with their SIM card enabled smartwatch? Wasn't there that a thing?
yeah, Samsung released their Gear S, which is Gear S, the Solo, which is their standalone 3G SIM card watch.
Right.
That could act on its own, but its interface is
Can it make calls?
garbage.
Yeah,
Yeah,
but I'm just making the point that it's not the winning feature necessarily.
Yeah,
It takes a little more.
So there are some really nice, pretty pictures of this. I know some of my buddies that had been like, why don't you want an iWatch? I know some of these guys are like drooling right now. Like, they're like, oh, like they can't control themselves right now.
Well, it does feel very much like an Apple product.
Yeah.
You know, it's
It
like
has
I
that,
think for the Apple fans looking for a new
Absolutely.
form factor of Apple product to obsess over, I think this fits the bill.
Absolutely.
Get out. Get out. Go,
Again?
just go.
Again?
No, I agree with you. I think this is definitely, when you see it, it looks like an Apple product.
Yeah.
People who love Apple are going to love this.
Like if you have someone in your life who is a total Apple fan, you know what to get them for Christmas now.
Exactly. No, it's depending.
Price
I mean, there's
depending on
some
how much
people
it
I don't know. I don't know to spend that much money on. That's what I'm saying.
So here's just some interesting info that is being thrown out there. Shar Tipkin says, of global smartwatch owners right now, 51% have put on a Samsung device, 17% use Sony, 6% own a Pebble smartwatch, according to the research that I guess they posted this in the keynote. So they're kind of talking about how that industry, I don't even know what the user base of the smartwatch market is right now. Like 100,000 units, like very small.
Well, I mean, a lot of people backed Pebble. I feel like there's more than that, but I do think that, like we were talking about earlier, this is really kind of like the floodgates for wearables, for smartwatches, wearables, because it seems like this is something that's very consumer friendly thus far, like this sort of crown.
Digital
crown navigation. I just really think that, like, for most people, this is going to kind of open the gate for them to feeling that this is a consumer friendly product and that, everybody has a smartwatch now because Apple makes one. Like that, it seems like that's sort of the mentality, even though, again, it's usually not the case, but it does feel like a lot of consumers will see this and say, oh, well, maybe I'll look into an Android smartwatch for my Galaxy, or maybe I'll look into, it seems like this might kind of push people to getting getting wearables.
But also another point that you kind of touched upon, I think it will dovetail with the ecosystem that you're in.
Yeah, exactly.
It really is. People were hoping that some of the phones that we've seen I want to bounce this watch on a different platform, but it's going to pretty much work the best with the platform that you've decided to choose and the ecosystem you're working in.
What is can we just really briefly get away from Apple and say, what is Microsoft going to do to keep people, because this seems like
they're going to hope they get a little bit more market share in the smartphone
space. Does Nokia make a watch for them? Like, is that a thing that needs to happen now?
I think the smartest thing Microsoft could do is just wait for this whole thing to blow over.
Really? You think so?
I still feel like even looking at this and how, nicely done it seems, it still could be a total loss for Apple.
I think that's true.
I think there is a good high chance that smartwatches will be a fad that passes over.
Look, yeah, whatever happens here after this, I felt before this keynote, smartwatch space, people that are trying to figure out what to do, Apple will probably sell the most smartwatches, even though people don't even know what they want to do with it right out of the gates, right? The market is going to be flooded by the Apple adopters.
Mm-hmm.
It'll give them a big boost in market share, but after year one, we'll see if people really still care about this.
Right, that's the test, is if people are willing to come back.
They're talking about the haptics on this watch. They still aren't really talking about the nitty gritty of like the day-to-day use. I know there's people that are
Right.
going to see this and instantly want one. That's fine. I'm not talking to you. I'm
Right.
talking to the people that are like, well, let me think about how I'm actually going to use this and why is it better than what I have, or will it enhance what I have, other than it's a pretty freaking sick-looking watch from Apple.
Yeah. I think this is, to me, it's like it'll have, Apple has the sort of privilege of only having one ecosystem and usually one product like in those ecosystems, so they can have these really great numbers because people say I want an Apple device, then they just go get one because there's one ecosystem and it's owned by Apple. It's so vertical. But when you have something like Android, it's like they may sell more devices, but not individually per phone or manufacturer. You can't compare them to, oh, well, we sold more than the iPhone. It's like, well, there's 100 million different Android phones out there that you could buy from a million different people. So I think the numbers will be strong, but it's also, it's really important to kind of realize that, like, there's so many other manufacturers out there that are going to be making watches for everybody.
Yeah, we're just going to, as we're talking about this, just as Lynch is actually demoing off the actual product, they're talking about haptics and how that comes into play. When you get information like a notification, you can use haptic feedback to tap your wrist. You can choose what information will come to you and notify you. We have some screenshots. We're looking at the video of the actual iWatch right now. If you guys haven't seen it already, that's kind of those awesome beauty shots that clearly make it look ridiculously sexy. Lynch, while he's describing the functionality, says you might also get other notifications, messages. For instance, Quickboard sample, so you can enable quick replies. They've actually analyzed the text coming in and picked out some things you might want to say as like quick replies because the screen is so small.
There are animated emojis that they specially made for
That was
this
what I was
watch.
ripping on, and
Good old animated emoji.
I mean, I love emojis too, but I'll be
I
the
don't
judge
need
of that.
this.
I need an iWatch for an animated emoji that's full screen.
Have you ever been to the Haunted Mansion?
Yes, of course.
I want a Madame Leota inside my... I want her to be Siri. Like, I just want to look down and see little Madame Leota inside my watch.
Well, guess what? We're going to see Siri right now. They're going to demo Siri.
Come on, Siri. Hey, Siri. Yo, Siri. Is there a word? Okay, so they're
Yo, Siri,
asking what
Siri.
movies are playing tonight in Cupertino.
Are you going to say something different to your watch than that is different from your phone? Or does that mean they're setting this up to be a standalone 3G-based watch? Because I mentioned that if you say Siri on both devices with iOS 8,
who's going to take
it automatically is going to prompt you.
Well, if they're connected, they're probably going to assume that you're talking to your wrist. I don't
See,
know.
Maybe you're able to choose which one takes priority.
No, just hold them both out at the same time.
That's right.
They assume
Like,
you
look,
use
I own
everything.
both these products.
They assume everything.
Thank you, BT.
See how smooth we are? You didn't realize that we just made a power exchange.
Just
a little like cord
Needed some
action
juice.
plug in while we're talking. This picture looks funny to me. This
looks insane.
image of your photo gallery. It's like, yeah, I'm not
Your
gonna look at that.
collection. But then he
Yeah.
twists the this little digital
I know.
crown, the
It's so
dial, and
beautiful.
he goes right into
And it
one
booms.
picture.
It goes. It probably increases the size, right, with the digital crown.
You're getting used to it now, Brian.
I-
Keep
I-
saying it. Digital
crown.
Apple typically likes to keep things to one syllable or two. That's what I'm used to in my language. Digital crown, too much.
They could have called it the iDial.
I was gonna say, you know, I gotta scroll that DC. DC.
All right, your favorited photos will show up here by default, so only your favorites.
So right now they're showing off, the use of Apple's cool apps, and how they work, and with this new interface. I'm just saying, give me maybe one reason why I still need this watch. That's all.
Yeah.
That's all.
And one of those
Here's a reason.
was the user interface. As it turns out, with every
I just want you to
revolutionary
know,
product
Brian, that
Apple has
I know we love you, but I'm getting a lot of responses from people saying that my Johnny Ive was better.
Fine.
That's all I'm saying.
You know, I'm not even looking at Twitter, so I'm gonna ask people to chime in, and if you want a prize, you're gonna say Brian Tong did a better Johnny Ive.
Man, that's
I'm just
low.
kidding. I don't have any more prizes
Low.
left. Ashley, I am a gracious loser, and I admit that you have a better Johnny Ive. You're a better looking Johnny Ive.
I don't.
Sounding?
We both really don't look like Johnny Ive, so
Johnny
I think
Ive's
that's a
looking
tie. I think
Donald
it's a
might
tie.
actually win the contest for closest looking Johnny Ive.
Maybe
Shave his
I
head.
don't know. Yeah.
Yeah, that works. works?
We're not really shaving my head though, right?
Could we?
No.
If you were like, could we do like a prediction show in the next keynote? If you're wrong, we could shave your head.
No.
Okay.
I have a lot of people saying they agree. Like, I'm getting a lot of favorites on my Madame Leota emoji idea. I want a little bird. Where's Max Headroom? Can I get Max Headroom in there?
Oh, yeah.
Can we download? Do you guys know that you can use Terry Crews to navigate for you in Waze? Did you see this?
I had no idea.
In Waze?
Yes.
Like the
in
map
the app
app?
Waze.
Oh, goodness.
You can choose National Treasure Terry Crews to navigate for you, and it is the best.
Oh, man.
Just so everyone knows.
All right, you better update your contacts photos like we talked about if you want them to look super cool on that iWatch. I'm just saying. They just showed up a list of your contacts right now.
See, they're all going to be empty faces. It's,
They have
it's going to be little blue silhouettes.
It's going to be like someone's face is red from being drunk that they put on Facebook, and it's just like not going to work out.
I mean,
going to see it.
listen, I love my friends, but some of them I don't want to look at. Yeah, see, there's Max Headroom. Why don't we have that guy in my iWatch, my Apple Watch? Why is he not in there?
Afterwards, that is directly.
I'm sorry. I'm like so old school, like Madame Leota, Max Headroom. I'm like, what's wrong with me?
All right, let's see what else we got. Kevin is showing off a Morse code he supposedly worked out by tapping on kind of a code on the face to bring up your list of contacts, which might allude to tapping out a pattern for different apps, like tap tap hold tap tap hold.
I already think this is way too complicated.
Hold tap hold
up down
hold.
He's drawing little.
Swing your arm.
He's drawing a fish
Shake the
right
shuffle.
now and sending it to.
You can actually
death.
send taps to people. 3 taps means let's go to lunch. Ooh, that could get very wrong very quickly.
This is the Riddler
BT's
app.
already lining this up for booty calls. He's like, how do I set this up? Custom.
Do a little wrist time.
Yo, baby, swipe, circle.
Triple tap, you send you up at 3 a.m.
I will say,
to a list of choice.
just the total loser in me, it would be pretty fun to flirt with your lady, with my lady, which is actually our 4-year anniversary. Today. She's like, you got to do the iPhone thing. I'm like, yeah.
Aww.
But it would be fun to like swipe.
Like, are you going to show your dirty underwear on the?
Yeah, actually, don't forget your gross underwear.
Oh, you know, tonight's the night.
Gross. There's no song. There's nothing. There's nothing happening.
You know, they're
You
doing
can't-
like
it's in your heart. The
Apple's
thong
doing a
song's in
real
your heart.
demo right now, and
I
we're
know.
just like,
I know, we're dancing and being insane.
But couldn't you tell me at one time if you had a significant other, it'd be fun to like, I'm not saying you buy an iWatch for this, but you could just like send a little message that they see a pattern on, you could like reply
Oh,
with
that
it.
would be really fun. You
It's
come up with your
kinda
own
fun.
secret language with
That's
your
what I'm
friends. Little tap language.
Oh.
Linguistic
You could
majors
form-
are going to have a field day with this.
Lynch says, we think there's a great opportunity now with Apple Watch. Notifications will just show up. You can choose to have any third-party apps show up.
Scott
They
Simon
do
seems
look
impressed
really
so
simple.
far.
Yeah.
Because of its app function
Yeah, he
integration.
says it seems like the focus is on deeper apps and functions than what he's seen on Android Wear, more complex navigation. Yeah, it looks like he's amped up.
Yeah.
They're showing off WatchKit, which is their new platform for developers to make apps based on this kind of new interface and new format and new
Actionable
size.
notifications. That's
Ooh, buzzword of the day.
Yeah.
Twitter notifications, same layout as original tweet.
I like that with the picture. That's
Yeah.
like a nice at a glance there. It's pretty good.
It's interesting. I think it's cool, but I don't.
Version 2 will be thinner, bigger screen.
I don't know if they'll do bigger screen. Maybe I don't know. They'll probably have to. They have 2 sizes already, though, right?
Yeah.
So, I think the smart thing about 2 sizes, and probably the number one complaint about every other smartwatch, is that they're not geared towards kind of a fashionable aspect for ladies. Like, ladies don't want the big, chunky, huge screens that they're putting out right now.
That's my problem with. I have huge hands, but really small wrists.
Big hands, small wrists.
But the problem is whenever I try on these smartwatches, they are huge. Yeah. They take up my whole wrist. And like the 360, I really wanted to like the 360, but it is gigantic.
Yeah.
And it looks weird.
Yeah.
Like I don't like large jewelry, even, like, as I say this with a huge necklace on. But like I don't like, but I like rings wise and stuff, like I don't like big pieces of jewelry, like it gets in my way. I just want to I type all day long, and it's really difficult for me to have a device like that, like a huge watch.
They were talking about
This is
NFC
cool.
on the watch now. Tim Stevens is pointing out that SPG is going to support Apple Watch NFC for door unlocking.
That's for Starboard Hotels.
Okay.
Okay.
They recently
Right.
released an app for the phone already.
Where you could swipe and check in,
Yeah.
which is kind of nice.
I mean, that's cool.
They have Honeywell.
Yeah,
control lighting.
They'll definitely have Honeywell and not Nest because Nest is not on their good side anymore because Nest is
not
with
anymore.
Google, and the founders and creators of Nest were Apple employees,
Oh yeah, they burned that bridge. They torched it like Colossus.
which is too bad because I love the Nest.
I do too.
It's pretty
I do too.
badass. All right, Tim Cook is back up on the stage.
I see two ladies sitting next to each other in the live
Where?
stream. They were clapping. I'm watching the
Are you
live stream.
dead
There were
serious?
two ladies in the front row sitting right next to each other. Check that off the
Well,
bingo.
that might have been the hardest one to check
think it
off,
was.
quite honestly.
That's why I was so excited.
You're
I
so
saw
awesome.
just two nice ladies clapping very politely, and I was like, "There are two ladies."
Looks like they're probably going to talk about the fitness aspect. If you guys remember, very early on, Tim Cook was one of the first Apple guys to always wear the Nike Fuel Band before the wearable thing was even a big deal. So
Yeah, they
I've
said
got to imagine he
Nike's-
has something invested in this.
Nike's on board, yeah.
Nike also dissolved their Nike Fuel Band division, their entire hardware division, and just scrapped that. It was our own Nick Stat who had the scoop on that entire story. CNET's own Nick Stat. What's up, Nick?
We'll just make software for Apple now.
Cook says Apple Watch gives the ability to motivate people to be more active and healthy. Questionable. If you're someone who wants to be a bit more active or track what you do during the day, or perhaps you exercise regularly, or even if you're a very serious athlete, Apple Watch helps you. I'm just saying.
I hope it's sweatproof. They've made no mention of it so far.
I don't exercise, so this doesn't mean anything to me.
Keeping it real, I like that.
Yeah.
I'm not going to wear an Apple Watch
They'll keep
when
my
I'm playing
heart rate,
basketball.
my rage heart rate up when I'm playing Mario Kart and Baby Peach runs me off the road on that cloud level.
Peach.
I have a lot of Mario Kart rage. It's a real problem.
2 new apps on the watch. Fitness app monitors all activity. Workout app lets you set specific goals for specific types of workouts.
I like that.
That's interesting because there's the product called I hope I remember the name off the top of my head. It's the Mio. It's the silver disc, and it is able to, depending on the type of workout you are doing, kind of adapt to those motions and then measure it. Yeah.
Yeah. No, I think that's important for a lot of people who especially are who do two different things to work out. Like, so some people I do yoga and then also I jog or whatever it is.
Sounds like me.
Yeah.
Yogging?
Yogging. I believe the J is silent.
Yogging.
There's a video happening right now. Active. Some people doing CrossFit because that's a thing that people do.
Beautiful.
Yeah, they have those crazy
fit people
CrossFit competitions
wearing
on
their
TV now.
Apple Watches.
Insane. What do you think when you see this price-wise? 300 or 400 starting out of the gates without wristband?
I think it'll come with a wristband.
Yeah, it'll come with the wristband.
The basic silicone wristband.
Like they'll have
and
all these
whatever
SKUs
color.
for the different kinds of wristbands. Like, is that what you guys think? Because I don't want a wristband and then have to buy another wristband.
I think that's what you're gonna have to do.
But I think that's what you're gonna do.
Thanks,
I think
Apple.
it'll be 5 basic colors. Like we see 5 basic silicone wristbands, and then you upgrade beyond that.
Well, they
to
have
a
the Sport.
proprietary
They have
brand.
Apple Watch. What was it,
An
like
edition.
Apple Premium Watch?
Apple Edition.
And then, Apple Edition.
Apple Watch Edition or whatever. But it looks
keep it
like
easy.
weren't they saying in the live blog that it looks like they're just 3 different colors? But I don't know what those.
Maybe you're
specifically
you're
mean.
talking about the watch faces.
Yeah, like that's what differentiates them. I don't know though.
I'll let them tell us. We like to make. We'll find out in like a minute.
But price, right?
I'm
Do you have a guess?
I'm gonna go with 300 without wristband, and then by the time you pick up your wristband, it'll come up to like around 400. I'm just saying.
I'm gonna go.
I know they go 400. I know 400 is I would lean, but I'm just gonna try and be different. I'm just trying to think.
I'm gonna
different.
go a little bit more like 350 to
Ooh.
start.
Okay.
I'm gonna say $329.
$1.
Beach 'em.
$1, Bob.
Beach 'em.
$299. That's the best.
You're
I think
going
that would be a
low.
sweet
You're going
spot.
low.
Yeah, I'm going low.
I think though their argument will be
My
there's
butt.
so much technology crafted in here that it's unlike anything else. I'm like yeah, $299, dude. All right. Let's see where they're talking about right now and catch up. A lot of CrossFit. Shar just posted up a statement from MasterCard about using Apple Pay or partnering with them. So we'll continue to see what's going on there. What do you guys, you know what? We need to ask you people on Twitter. We have not been asking you guys just your raw thoughts about the iWatch. We took a poll on CNET, but tweet us using the hashtag CNET Live and let us know what are your gut reactions to the iWatch right now, even before the price. We want to see. We'll read some of those tweets off. Show your nice little profile pic on the screen.
Also, guess the price down to the dollar after tax. And then maybe we'll say,
and then we'll talk.
I'll give you a shout out on my show. I'll be like, hey, you're great. You're also creepily psychic. No, I'm very curious. Like, you know what I wish people would do to like incentivize health is I sort of like this idea of things that wouldn't give you an advantage or be like physical products that you could buy, but in the vein of like a Nintendo 3DS where you kind of gamify your health, where it's like, oh, if you walk a certain amount of steps a day, you have these coins that you can spend in like some form, like for whatever reason. I don't know. It's
Mario
I'm
Kart.
just, yeah.
We had this
card upgrades, whatever. It's
we
fine.
talked about this at the last keynote, but being someone who works out and enjoys fitness and using all these fitness bands, after you figure out pretty much what your baseline of how many steps you take a day, what you generally do, it doesn't become interesting enough. And I haven't heard of many people, even when the job went up, started to create an app that you could compete with your friends and blah, blah, blah.
Mhm.
People stop using it. Like they just don't, it's still not enough motivation to continue to use these products with work fitness in mind. Now, if it helps one person become more active,
right,
the more power to them. But overall, most people just kind of get tired and bored of all those metrics, and they don't care anymore once they figure out what they normally do.
Or once they've hit their fitness goal,
Mhm.
like if they want to lose 20 pounds or whatever it is, once they finish that, they're like, okay, I'm good. I'm just going to stop wearing this.
Yep. All right, let's see what we have on the Twitter while they're
right.
talking.
Tim Stevens says people are going crazy though. They're definitely into this product
Because
Well,
there's
that's
1,000
because
Apple
they pump
employees
Apple
there.
pheromones into the building right before the event
there
starts.
are over probably over 300 Apple employees in there. At
Well,
least.
they filed them out. Remember, they filed them out.
All right, here we go. Let's take a peek. Mr. Beecham, I have some comments about what people are thinking about the iWatch. They're flooding in fast and furious. Seen it live. I'm guessing the iWatch will be $199. That's Daksesh Patel. Nope. Apple Watch is too thick and square. Garrett Upchurch. Jordan Glass, good. About 350 pounds. I think it should come with a wristband of your own choice. Ben Macy, the Apple Watch looks cool, but it's not sassy. I'll pass. Sonu, the iWatch looks like the iPod Nano with a strap. It should be no more than $199. I think it's going to be a little bit more than that, Sonu. Keeping it real.
Listen, you can have hope, though. You can have hope.
Where's that? Michael Rax. The iWatch is so ugly. Did they design it for kids? Price guess, $349. Moto 360 is way better designed. I don't know about that one. I think the Moto 360 is way better designed, but...
P.S.
Tell
Tim
me.
Cook just said Apple Watch requires the iPhone.
Ooh.
There you go.
What if it required the iPhone 6? I'm just kidding.
People would... There would be a riot inside that building. I feel like people would be pitchforks.
There would actually be they'd be like, and every Apple employee gets a free one.
No,
Well, it probably will require iOS 8 though. Right?
Here we go. iPhone 6, iPhone 6 Plus, iPhone 5S, iPhone 5C, iPhone 5 are the compatible phones.
Yeah, so no
Okay.
4Ss.
That's not bad.
The 5 gens and the 6s.
Gotta upgrade if you're on that 4S. Actually, you should upgrade anyway. It's outdated.
If you have the 4S and you need a new phone, you got to upgrade. Even if you don't want an iPhone, get a phone.
Yeah.
Just get a phone.
Somebody wrote us, Andrew, Andronius on Twitter says, it's not quite what I expected, but with Apple, when is that news? I agree. I'll probably get it if it's under $400.
Under 400. You know what?
They're talking at charging at night. I want to know. Oh, that is a weird MagSafe charger. It just looks like a little coin.
Yeah, wireless charging would have been really nice for this thing.
That is very weird. Yeah.
A what?
A wireless charger? Like if it had built-in like Qi charging or something like that.
So you could
just
drop it
kinda
on like
take
a coffee
Yeah.
place instead of just
Yeah.
Apple's proprietary MagSafe. Yeah, I feel you.
Starting at $349. There you go. D Bell wins. A
Yeah,
winner
wait,
is you.
but-
Come
but-
on down.
but-
You're the next contestant.
But I might win if it says 400 with a wristband.
Early next year.
I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding.
Early next year.
I just
Early
want to
20
win, I'm really competitive like that. Like I already lost the Johnny Ive impersonation, which I was pretty proud about until today.
It's
Then I just lost the pricing
You
contest.
had a product launch
Sorry.
today, Brian. Come on.
Man, early 2015. Okay, so once you're broke from spending all of your holiday money, you got to find some more.
And everyone wondering, why did we not see a single leak of this product? 6 months lead time, more than enough time before they even go into mainstream production. We saw that with the original iPad and specifically with the original iPhone. There's a 6-month lead time from the time they unveiled it to when they started selling it. So that's which keeps their secret appears for the most part. It allows them to keep their secret safe because there were leaks we didn't see any real images. We saw some schematics last night that were like CAD drawings, but there you go. $349. I think, yeah, I'm excited about Apple Pay just to see if that actually works the way that they're telling us it works.
Yeah,
that'll be really, really cool to see if it does. iPhone, I'm ready to upgrade. So
it looks like Apple stock is definitely taking a jump on this thing because now Apple is in the payment game for real.
Yeah.
And now they're in the wearables game.
Yep. They said there's no real surprise, but Apple Pay will work with Apple Watch. Did they describe that specifically?
No, I thought I saw.
Oh,
Apple Pay will work with Apple Watch.
Yeah.
But here's the question, though. So if it works with Apple Watch, does that mean that Apple... So, okay, if you have an iPhone 5S and you have an Apple Watch, it has NFC and works with iPhone 5S. So why would you need to upgrade?
I don't know.
Like, it seems weird. I guess the watch has NFC?
Yeah, the watch has NFC both for the payment and also
if the watch has NFC and then your phone is linked to the watch, that verifies who you are. There you go. That would be it. So we'll see. All right, and they did also. Tim Cook alluded to something about you'll probably be charging it or referencing about charging it every night. They didn't give you an actual number of hours, just an implication of charging it at night. Yeah, we're just gonna keep that on the low until it comes out.
When you get it.
We'll just see what happens. So $349 is compared to what's out there in the landscape of watches. I think the Gears started around $299 or still at $299-ish. $349 with the Apple bump. the Apple tax.
Bump. The Apple bump.
Bump.
Oh, he's getting quiet.
Sorry.
Here.
Who's getting quiet?
Love for music. Oh, they're talking about their love for music.
Uh-oh, here comes U2.
Music runs deep. Oh, my God. Bring out Dre. Bring out Dre. Please bring out Dr. Dre. Also, this iWatch means I'm going to need to buy a pair of Bluetooth sport headphones that I don't have. It just gets more and more expensive.
To force you to work out?
Because you got to have music when you work out.
For sure.
Yeah.
I'm sure there's a Beats version out there for you.
I'm sure there is. Oh, he's talking about iTunes Festival.
Sam Smith will be performing, not here, in London. Sam Smith is ridiculous. All right, I know there's a lot of our friends watching on live stream, and sometimes we forget and neglect that they're like having a real-time conversation and saying nice things and mean things. But
I'm reading. I'm
not. I can't keep, we only have so many eyeballs. But if you guys on a live stream, show you guys some love too. Tell us what you think about the iWatch. We'll just kind of read off some of your comments. I'm curious to see what you guys have to say too. Eduardo Villalobos says there is no need for a watch, in my opinion.
Do people really want to plug in another device? Like, that's the kicker for me. Like, I don't want to plug in anything else. I'm done. I'm over it.
I mean, I feel like as a fashion statement,
Yeah.
You're a single guy out in the town and want to show off your,
cool watch
status.
And stay single?
No.
Continue to stay
look,
single.
I have disposable income. I have enough disposable income
to buy
crazy stuff.
Thing.
True.
Yeah. It looks like U2 is in fact performing today at oh boy. That's
so,
what the cube is? Come on.
So Steven, what's your take? I mean, U2's performing. What is your take on for you? How do you feel about this,
You just made a U2 joke.
I'm there. I think it does look cool, but I don't see why.
Well, U2's performing right now. Should we take a call?
No, let's see. Well, I don't know if people
talk to some people in the live stream.
Oh goodness, people are still on the phone. You guys are beautiful. Okay, let's go check it out.
Crazy.
We'll probably get a variety of topics because this keynote has been about 2 hours. So let's start off with my friend Corey. Corey, what is up?
Hey, Brian, how's it going, man?
Corey, you've been waiting for over an hour. I applaud you. That is legit. We love it.
Thank you. First thing I want to say, I stumbled upon you guys last year's presentation, and same thing this year. And I just want to say, you guys are actually more entertaining than the actual Apple conference going on.
Wait. Don't tell Tim Cook that, Corey. You don't want to hear that?
No, but that's okay to tell us that.
Be doing it. Thank you for watching. We really appreciate it, bro. So what are your thoughts with some of the things you've seen?
The iWatch, did you notice they didn't say anything about FaceTime?
Yeah,
No, it doesn't look like cameras.
We first talked about it probably doesn't have a camera on it based on the design. We didn't see a spot for that. Gen 2, my friend. Gen 2.
Yeah,
exactly. That's what I was thinking. Doesn't Samsung's watch already have FaceTime? So
they have a camera on it. Yep.
Yeah, it's kind of like that thing Apple does where you want a small, simple feature like copy paste, but then they make you wait a little bit longer. You know?
Hey, you know what? Copy paste took 2-3 years. It's all good, man. You're stuck in the ecosystem. It's all good.
But you bought all those apps in the App Store, and you just can't leave.
They just had to spend that time perfecting the way that you would copy and paste.
When I was waiting for Tim to finally say what the one more thing was, in my head I was like, is it a watch or is it a TV? Is it a watch or is it a TV?
TV would have been great.
The Apple TV.
TV will be the product, the big product next year.
Yeah.
The big unveil next year.
The
If they can get those TV deals in place.
Yeah, they got to get all that licensing in order. And I don't imagine that a lot of companies are going to be studios will be real thrilled to have Apple take away that out of their space. But we'll see.
Hey, Corey, what was the product that impressed you the most, whether you want to buy it or not?
Honestly, the watch, but I hate there's no FaceTime. Like, it's probably safe to say already there's no FaceTime on it.
Yeah. You want the ultimate. I know you want the ultimate Dick Tracy phone. That's what you're looking for, right?
Yeah.
So you still haven't found what you're looking for. You still haven't found it.
With the U2.
Yeah.
No.
You want to cupcake your ladies, your friends on the watch. Be like, yo, what's up, baby? Yeah. I see you.
But you can send two-way doodles. You know.
The doodle. The doodle.
You can
doodles
draw
guy.
a picture of your face and send it.
There you go.
That thing, the doodle, the thing where you can poke somebody. The doodle and vibrates. That's just the new Facebook poke feature for iWatch.
But you know what? It feels so much better.
You get to say
But
vibrate.
it feels magical. That's the point.
All right, hey Corey, thank you so much for calling and sticking with us. We appreciate it, and I'm glad you enjoyed our coverage. And guess what? We'll be back in a month if you want to come back. All right.
Sure. Thank you, guys.
All right. Thank you. Appreciate it. Awesome. All right, let's go to another caller that's been hanging on with us. Kyle is going to be clicked right now. Click. Oh my gosh, I can't click him. Oh, there you go. Kyle, what's up? Kyle went to sleep, huh?
Yeah.
He was like, dude.
I'm not playing him.
What's going on? Is you two still playing it out now, guys? Is the keynote pretty much wrapped up?
There are no short U2 songs.
Yeah.
Short U2 songs do not exist.
That would be like having Rush come out. It's just, 40 minutes for two songs.
It's like a Ramones cover. You're like, what? No.
All right, Kyle, I'm going to put Kyle back on hold because he's not there. It's all good. Let's go to my man, Terrence. What up, Terrence?
Hey, what's up, Brian? How you doing?
Doing good, my man. How'd you like the show? What did you see at the keynote that you liked or didn't like?
It was honestly, I agree with the last caller. You guys were way more entertaining to watch than Mr. Cook in his keynote.
I feel so good.
What was your favorite wearable that you saw today?
The only wearable I guess I saw that, and the iWatch. One thing I was surprised they didn't mention or bring to light was the lack of integration for the iMac.
Sure.
So you're saying kind of the crosstalk, how iOS 8 has really promoted those features with at least the iPhone and iOS 8, but you didn't see anything with the iWatch?
Yeah, that's correct. And you guys mentioned it earlier. I think the second gen, the watch will be a little less. It'll be thinner. It looked a bit bulky on the wristbands, which are really thin. The watch just seemed, and it also, it looked like the first generation Galaxy Gear too, in my opinion.
It did.
Reminds me of that, yeah.
Totally had a touch of that. I mean, they have a little more accenting and the rounded glass on it, but definitely
without a camera.
Definitely, yeah. Without the perv cam,
Yeah.
But they did have that hot orange wristband
the whole
for sure.
upskirt cam on there.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that is the one thing about dropping $350 on a watch is that you want to buy a timepiece that you're not going to be embarrassed to wear a year from now.
Mhm.
You know, and if Gen 2 comes
It's gonna be
out
old.
and it's way thinner, which is what Apple does,
Right.
and has some hardware features that you feel like you can't live without, you don't want to be walking around with a $350 timepiece that you can't show off anymore.
Right.
I'll tell you right now, I mean, I will buy the iWatch to test it out, to play with it, just to make sure I really understand it, but I will wait for Gen 2. I could say that right now, confidently.
Yeah, I probably will wait. I don't see myself buying it. I mean, I'll try it out, but yeah, I don't see myself using it every day. Probably Gen 2. Yeah.
Yeah, I still
The other thing I didn't like, they didn't really talk battery time. I heard you, Brian, mention that we'll just have to wait and see, but I think that's when it boils down to it, that's one of the selling points for the watch is how long it'll last on your wrist.
Well, Terrence, you know they didn't bring it up because, not that they didn't want to tell us that the battery life was not what we expected. They just forgot. I think they forgot.
It's probably so amazing.
I think they don't even know what the battery life
Yeah, we
is on
haven't
that
made it
watch
yet.
right now. Yeah, they
There's
have
a lot of
no
photoshopping
idea.
going on here.
Yeah. I think they didn't mention it because I think it's pretty troubling that A, they didn't mention it, and B, because I think they also know it's not right yet, and I think they have to still work on it.
Yeah.
So they got 6 months.
And
Next year we'll
about
have the
like waterproofing, splash proofing.
Yeah, a lot of stuff like that.
Yeah, they didn't. We might have missed it because we were goofing around so much, but did they actually say waterproof or sweatproof?
All I saw
on the
were
record?
some very photoshopped images of someone wearing it on their wrist while drinking water or like working out, and there's like water spray. Maybe they're rowing. I don't know.
If you
It's
guys,
implied.
for those of you that were watching the actual keynote and then came back to hang out with us, just let us know if there was actually a statement out there of waterproof or sweatproof. Just let us know, But Terrence, thank you so much, my man, for watching. We appreciate it, and we'll see you next time, I guess, right?
Yep, you got it, Brian. You guys have a good one.
All right,
Thank
take it
you.
easy. All right, we'll just keep on banging through some of the phones. What's up?
U2 played one song. Bono's talking to Tim Cook right now on the stage about the new album that they're releasing. Like, that's kind of crazy.
So they're basically pimping the album right now?
They're saying they're basically giving Sons of Innocence, which is U2's new album, for free to iTunes subscribers, apparently.
Yeah.
They did that. They did a track for free earlier. Was it at the last WWDC event? If you downloaded their track, $1 of it went to charity.
Oh.
I swear they did that.
I don't remember that.
Because I downloaded it because I'm like, I haven't downloaded a YouTube song in ages. So
Bono also called Tim Cook the Zen master of hardware and software. Just so you guys
Well,
The Zen
well, that
Master?
sounds.
If Bono says it, I mean,
Listen, if
He's
Tim
the
Cook
authority.
played against Baby Peach in Mario Kart, he would no longer be Zen. That's what I'm telling everybody.
Tim, you're
what is there? They did
you're
a little
so
finger.
zen.
They did a little finger bump there in the video. I don't know what that was.
like a Eevee? Like, did they stop time?
What?
Oh my God, it was like an Eve. Oh my God, I love
Man.
that show.
What if we're all living right now in a time
This is a hologram.
dimension that's been split off from the Apple event?
Because still, Brian.
I know. It's
I didn't
amazing.
even blink. I didn't even
There you
blink.
go.
Okay, you guys are cracking me out. Yeah, it was pretty good, huh? That was pretty
You're
still.
freaking me
It's
out.
incredible.
You froze 'em.
Dude.
This is incredible.
Man.
Dude, they're actually
Space-time is
froze time.
splintering all over the place. This
Okay,
is
let's
disturbing.
let's get some calls, and I love all these people that were so awesome to hang with us. We will continue to take your calls. We'll get your impressions. We'll kind of go around and just wrap up a few things. Remember, also CNET, we are posting videos, hands-on, everything you can think of from this event. There's a lot of stuff coming out, just exciting stuff. It's fun. I've had a great time today with you guys.
I'm having
I
a
don't know.
blast.
I want to keep on going. Do you want to keep on going?
Let's do it. Let's
Want to
go.
keep on going? What did you eat for breakfast?
I think eggs, scrambled eggs.
Half a croissant.
I had a nub of a croissant.
Yeah, you had a piece of my croissant. That's
I
it.
brought in a little, snack bar just in case.
Beecham, how much did you eat?
I had some cereal this morning.
Mitch is in the back. Can we see Mitch in there? He has been sitting in our room patiently producing the show,
Yay.
making sure everything runs all right. Amazing. I love you, Mitch.
Thanks, Mitch.
Like, really.
He really does.
I
Like,
really do.
He's about to send you
I like you too.
vibrating doodle.
Yeah, you want to do iWatch doodles and you can feel the haptic. I'll go tap tap, like tap long, tap long.
I bet.
Somebody on Twitter, hightech17 on Twitter, says the iWatch is sweat resistant.
Sweat. Okay, very good. Jason, sorry, I just went to you. I know.
Somebody's been shot.
I know. I surprised you, Jay.
Murder!
I surprised you, Jay. What's up? Welcome to CNET Live. Thanks for hanging with us.
Hey, how's it going?
Good. What are your thoughts on everything?
So, okay, here's my experience. I had the chance to actually work with iOS 8 alongside Yosemite.
Uh huh.
My one big concern as far as their software is the security part of it. One of the main points that I'd like to make is I had my number registered to an iPhone 5S, and I had it so my numbers or my text messages and everything were coming through to my computer. It's one of the new features with it. And now they have it to where it not only does iMessage, but also can send your text messages that go through SMS as well to your computer. So I got rid of the iPhone, and my buddy is now using it. A few days ago, after wiping the phone with my information on it, I'm getting his text messages on my computer.
Yep.
So it's kind of weird.
You're getting his text messages on your computer, right?
On his old phone.
Text messages on my computer.
Were they dirty or were they clean?
Yeah,
were they naughty? Were they naughty? Were they naughty text messages?
I wish I could have caught him in that.
You wish?
Blackmail.
Would you jump? Would you use your computer to actually jump in the conversation as if it was him, and then continue the conversation?
I can see his side and the other side.
Yes.
I didn't snoop, and I wouldn't do that to him. But
you should have.
I get notifications all the time right now until I do a factory reset, which hopefully will take care of the issue. But yeah, I can. Both sides of the conversation come through to my computer despite wiping the phone.
You know what's also hard about that, and I'm not going to give them the benefit of the doubt, but because clearly it's not a final release version and they wanted to show off that there are, let's say this, there probably are loopholes in it because it's still the developer preview. They better get that cleaned up by the time it releases mainstream. So that's we'll see how that all plays out.
Also, it's your job to be a good beta tester and send in those bug reports.
Yeah, well, I'm a mobile device technician. I fix phones on a daily basis. One of the more common issues I see coming in here on a daily basis is when somebody goes from an iOS device over to an Android device, Apple is somehow still hijacking those numbers or those calls and text messages and stuff like that. So I'm wondering if this is going to be another issue that follows through to when somebody wants to switch from an iOS device over to, say, an Android or Windows device. Is it going to now also hijack the people that, are sending them SMS rather than iMessage? Because it's still an ongoing issue right now.
Yeah, no, that's a huge issue that they've had, I know they know about it because everyone's making sure they know about it, and they've got to tighten it up. So we'll see if they actually resolve that issue or not. And it's been a pain in the butt for switchers, and also just from, like you said, a security standpoint. So we obviously don't have the answer to that yet, and Apple wasn't going to bring up something like that at the keynote today, but we will have to see. We will see.
Yeah. Definitely.
All right. Thanks. Go ahead.
The Sapphire.
What do we think about the Sapphire?
Yeah, do you think it's actually going to stop the broken screens and stuff like that, or do you think it's kind of like you'd say with like metal when you make it more dense and stuff, it becomes more brittle?
I can't. I'll have to wait and see. I would leave that to the Sapphire experts. I mean, Apple's going to tout it as being a harder material, more scratch resistant, but like when you drop a phone, I've dropped my phone 5 times and it has never shattered. One time I dropped my phone and it shattered.
Yeah.
So I don't know if there's really a clean cut answer to that yet.
Yeah, there's always those sweet spots, or they're terrible sweet spots that you hit on a device that shatters the screen. And so I'm sure somebody will find it. There's always that person.
Yes.
It'll probably be me the first day I get the iPhone 6. I'll accidentally drop it. The whole screen will just explode.
So we have people still on the phone line. We'll get to a few more of those in a second. Let's go. I'm just going to go wander over to our little Twitter.
Please
our friend, the Twitter bird, and just see what people are sending to hashtag CNET Live. Again, we're going to show you love. Sorry, there we go. All right, let's see what people are saying right now. CNET Live, he needs to delete his Apple ID and turn off iMessage. Okay.
IT help for you.
Brandon, oh man, no black and red U2 Apple Watch. How sad. Guess we'll just settle for a free album.
Yeah, he'll just settle for that.
Watch colors will be coming shortly. Gen 2. Don't worry about it. Edward Jensen, Apple Pay is a natural fit for transit fare cards and passes. Any plans out there to integrate? I think that's a man. Just even loading my card, my transit card here is a nightmare.
Yeah.
They actually had to create like a a Shell credit card account to load it with, and then load a different card with points. It's ugly.
I'm sorry. Wait, what is this public transport? You guys have public transportation?
I forgot. You're from
Southern
that
California
land
doesn't have
called Los Angeles.
I feel like I'm really missing out on this.
Yeah. Well, actually, you might not be, depending on how stained your seat is that you sit in.
If you sit in LA traffic,
What's better, a soiled seat or LA traffic?
your own car in LA traffic.
I want to
Ugh.
know. I want to know. Twitter, let us know. CNET Live. Soiled seat in public transportation or LA traffic?
I think the Tong Thong can help you out either way.
That's so
I think it's actually, that might be a coin toss. It really might be. Hey, Ashley's starting to groove those shoulders now.
It's like
You
an
can't-
energy by
it's like-
osmosis. It's starting to seep
It's
in.
like a Pavlovian response.
It
I mean, you
is.
hear Cisco
You hear the
and
bell.
your body in areas you didn't know start shaking.
That's why people still play that song.
That's right. It's so
Even
true.
long after Cisco's death.
R.I.P. Cisco.
You guys,
It was so
Cisco's
nice.
not dead. Cisco's alive. I saw him a year ago.
Can I just say, I feel terrible now because I
I
feel like I
love
started
Cisco.
the rumor that Cisco
I love
died.
Cisco too.
It's like Jeff Goldblum. I'm still here. What the heck? Doing the best work of my life right now.
I'm running away from dinosaurs and pictures.
On Twitter, I personally enjoyed this one from Ritesh. Who's that Chinese there? He looks like Usher.
Donald.
Yeah, Donald, you totally look
I
Chinese
get that all
and
the
like
time.
Usher.
I get that all the time.
Will the iPhone 6 answer the S5 Ice Bucket? That is the dumbest tweet I've heard today.
I think
Leonard T.
that's done now.
You've been denied. Yeah, it's over, man.
Yeah,
It's
and
over.
it really should have been more about the Apple Watch facing the Ice Bucket Challenge because that's what we're asking. It's like, is this thing ice proof?
Yeah.
for sure.
I mean, I know that a lot of times I go up to like the Arctic Circle and I'm like, why isn't this phone ice
Why
proof?
don't I have an accurate timepiece?
Yeah, it's ridiculous. Internationally.
Can you tell we're
accurate.
getting punchy in here? I
Charge
like it. That's what we're going to
every
keep on
night.
going. Okay, so just to
only
let you
get better.
guys just to let you guys know how you can reach out to us. We'll take phone calls maybe for the next 15 minutes or so, and then we'll wrap it all up. The phone line's 1-888-900-CNET. Donald Bell, Miss Ashley Esqueda, myself in the house, Stephen Beacham running the show like a wizard. We're all CNET. Thank you so much for everyone that joined us for the first time because we know you laughed a little bit.
And we know the Apple stream
Either
was
at
pretty
us or
weak.
with us.
Or turned off the stream completely.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, let's go try Kyle one more time. I'll give him another chance. Kyle, what's up? Kyle is like
Nope.
radio. You know what? I'm dropping you.
He's
Get
in an
out.
alternate universe.
Don't get out of here, Kyle. I mean,
He's
there's
still,
a
time's still frozen for
phone
him.
is he on?
Right when I hung up on Kyle, the phone line instantly like opened up.
You
and someone
froze his time.
Yeah.
You got to unfreeze
You
it.
might be still affected by your time freeze.
No, don't do it. Don't do it. It's too dangerous. Oh, no. It's over. It's over.
Ah,
BT's frozen.
jeez.
Thanks a lot. We got to
Shit.
go.
Well, maybe
It's
that's how
done.
you eat this bar now.
Great. Yeah.
Great.
You got some
Okay,
time.
I'm back.
All right,
welcome
good.
back.
I love that it
That's
freezes
so
us.
awesome when you
good.
do that. You're so dope. Okay, let's go. What's up?
I was going to say, there's somebody who has a question that actually I'm very curious about. Major Ivan on Twitter asked me, I got a question. Why does Apple still keep an iPhone with 16 gigs around? Why not instantly jump to 32? It's so weird. IMO.
That is weird.
You know that is weird, but
It's for
I'm gonna.
price.
Yes, exactly. I was gonna say it's just to get an entry level
Entry-level,
price.
yeah.
$199. 32 gig. You throw in that extra chip there, bumps
Everyone.
it up $20-$30 just from a parts standpoint.
Yep.
$50 retail. When there were leaks about the capacity sizes for the phones before they came out, and there was a 16, a 64, and a 128, and people were like, I don't believe they're going to get rid of the 32.
I bet Apple wishes that if iCloud really worked the way they wanted it to, they could get away with selling a 4 gigabyte phone.
I know.
Look,
It's
good point.
true.
That's
put
a
it
good
all in the
It's
cloud.
only $1.
Yeah.
That's a good point.
But I like, it's so obvious that, I mean, I guess to answer your question, like, yeah, it's, if I had the choice between 16 and 64, I'm going to pay the extra $100 to get the
Yep.
64. It's just an obvious choice, especially for anybody who takes pictures, video.
Yeah, but
especially
if
1080p.
the 199 gets you in the door, then
Yeah, that's
it's-
what they right.
yeah.
Anyone here in this room even flirting with the idea of a 128 gig phone?
I might.
Because I am.
I might.
I
Yeah.
do run out of space on mine.
That's what I'm
I
saying.
do
have,
too.
like, 32, I think.
Mitch, my producer, Mitch. No.
It just enables you to keep more stuff on.
Exactly.
He says it
then you're all
enables
the
you
more
to keep
crushed
more
when you
stuff.
lose it. Yeah.
I think I might. I might.
That's what I'm saying.
I feel like I might.
I'm like, oh, what? Mr. 4.7 needs 128
Yeah,
gigs?
that's what I might. I think the 4.7, 128 gig, like that's what I might upgrade to.
All right, let's go take some calls. Let's go to, I think my friend Shamar's calling us back from Atlanta.
Shamar!
What's up, bro?
Hey, Sorry about that earlier. I thought you hung up on me, bro.
No, I did that on purpose.
You're the worst.
Okay. Cool.
I'm just playing.
Feeling the love.
I'm
Okay.
just playing.
He feels all that love. He feels
So what'd you think, my man?
You know what? I thought it was great. I'm loving the Plus. I'm going to journey into the phablet territory.
He's going large.
Going big.
He's going large.
Yeah, it's only because, carrying around the iPad mini and the phone, I was like, okay, this would be a good compromise. And the fact that they jumped to that 64 gig jump from the 16 to 64, I actually like that. As far as the wearable, I think they did a good job as far as a refinement of the category. I don't know, until you see it, until you use it, you don't know whether or not it's going to be like the answer in the wearable space. Although from someone who used to rock that iPod Nano watch that you get on
You're
about
no friend
people
of
lining
mine.
up their headphones to their wrist. That was me. It was only because I didn't want to sweat over my iPhone.
I'm feeling it.
But,
I'm
fair
messing
enough.
with you.
But no. I mean, I really like the idea of what they could be doing as far as smart home stuff, as far as being able to open doors and everything. If you got that little Bluetooth thing jumping, I think this is a good entry into the space. And they've also kind of killed. Well, I won't say they killed, but they've kind of anybody who was thinking about buying a smartwatch this holiday season. I think they've really given a gut punch to their competitors here, because it's just like, why am I going to buy your stuff during the Christmas season when I can wait in first quarter of 2015 and get it?
That's a real good point.
I think everything that I saw as an Apple fanboy, I definitely felt that 2007 magic. So I was
Awesome.
like,
Oh, he felt
Yeah.
the
He's feeling the magic. Hey, Shamar, thanks for calling. We're going to keep on getting through calls, but we'll talk about what you said. But thank you so much. All right, bro?
all right, not a problem.
Okay, see, this time I didn't hang up on him. I let him.
No, he said he hung up.
But I think I actually hung up on him last time.
Tell him
I
that.
think you
Don't
did.
tell him
Yeah.
that. Sorry.
But that was a great point about the people that want the iWatch or like what they saw, holding off and not even buying a watch from anyone else. during
Waiting.
all this
Hey
season.
guys, here's a vine of the iWatch from Scott Stein.
Oh, it's rotating.
Steinvine.
Yeah.
Steinvine. Is that his? That should be his Vine username,
It does
right?
look big. Look at that. It looks pretty big. That.
But I think they
that
said
has the
there's
little
two different
charger thing
sizes.
on the back. That's like
No,
being
but
held by the
even
magnet.
just the.
The funny thing about that is, okay, look, guess what? They can't even get them through a demo for the day without charging them. Ah! They got the MagSafe on them.
Well, maybe that could just be a holder, like a magnetic holder.
That charges it. You see, when you see it like that, instead of their glorious, unbelievable, sexy video with these type, I'm just saying it doesn't look as impressive.
Yeah.
I was just like, okay, that's cool. And so,
they really did juice like that, all the like really close up macro photography
Oh,
you got to.
for every ounce it was worth.
This looks like, are these images from Apple.com of
This
just
is the
their
display
inside?
area.
Yeah.
This is.
This is
this
inside the
that big
cube.
white cube? I
Yes.
guess
Yeah, this is in the cube.
Inside the cube.
This is their gallery, their viewing gallery.
Wow, there's a viewing gallery.
Yeah, the
It's
Flint
so
Center doesn't really have a
beautiful.
facility like that, so
Mhm.
that's what they did to show off everything. Okay, we'll keep on banging through some calls because everyone is just waiting for us so nicely. I'm going to go hit up Alex. Alex, what's up?
Hello, I'm a Note 3 user, and I was watching the show hoping for a replacement for my Note 3, but I was very disappointed to see that the resolution is just 1080p compared to the Samsung Galaxy Note 4, which is 4K. How do you feel about that?
Well, I think that, quite honestly, based on how the devices are lined up, whether I don't know if here, turn down the volume on your computer, and then we can talk a little better. But to me, with these two devices, when you're talking about the Note and the iPhone 6, Apple did nothing to try and tread on Samsung's territory, being a stylus-based phone, which is a completely different use case. If you want an Apple phone with the biggest screen, or their biggest screen, yeah, you can go with the iPhone. But from a functionality standpoint, they didn't take away any of the key unique features that make the Note what it is and really implement them. And so from that standpoint, if you got a Note, I know you bought it for a specific reason. Most people didn't just buy a Note just because it was the bigger screen.
Yeah.
Most of the people bought it because of the functionality, the stylus, and all the productivity you can do on it. I would feel like there's no real reason to compel you to be like, oh, yeah, I'm going to get the iPhone all the time. I don't think they did anything to take away what the Note does right now.
Right.
With the iPhone 6 Plus. I feel so disappointed. They should have entered in the 4K screen.
Yeah, thanks for calling.
I I disagree with the 4K screen because for me, it's when you're using a phone. To me, a 4K screen doesn't matter. Like the bigger the screen, the more resolution you want.
Agreed.
So for me, it's like I don't need, and that just eats battery. To me, that just chews up battery life that I want for other things. So 1080p is more than enough for me. Even right now with my television, I don't even feel the need to upgrade to 4K. So why would I with my phone?
I mean, come on, man. It's Retina HD.
Yeah, it's Retina HD. It's like HD.
Dude,
Apple
HD,
also-
Retina HD, dog. It
They're
wasn't
not-
HD before.
They're
Move
not
to the
falling
HD
for
generation.
The megapixel war either, too. That's another thing. It's like
Right.
the improvements they made to their camera, although there were many, were not about megapixels, or it wasn't a spec race. It was mostly about stabilization, easier, like quicker autofocus, like features that don't fall into a spec checklist quite as much.
Right.
Oh, can you say that fast?
Spec checklist.
A spec list.
A spec list.
A spec list.
Spec check.
You know what I mean? Spec checks.
Really, something rang in my ear when I
It's a
heard
spec
that.
check. I like it.
All right.
It's like a
But
Steinbein.
that's true. They Apple traditionally, and they're just continuing this, doesn't necessarily make these huge leaps forward. They tend to be very conservative about adding NFC. We're just now seeing NFC in an iPhone. And the thing is people think of Apple as innovators, but really what they're the best at, even though they have innovated and made these great products that we've seen, the thing that they are really good at is sort of taking concepts, polishing them to that Apple, at that Apple level, and then giving it to people in a very easy to digest way. And to them, I think specs matter a lot less, like the benchmarks and the hard numbers, I think matter less, and it's all about experience for them. So I think that's why they're so successful.
Yeah. Okay, let's keep on getting through the phones. I love this. It looks like we have a diversity of callers.
Oh, okay.
We're going to go start off with Letty in Dallas. What's up, Letty?
Hey, how y'all doing?
Good. Thanks for
Letty.
calling.
Thank you. Quick question. My streaming kind of kept going in and out, so I missed it. Did they ever mention can you or can you not actually make calls from your iWatch?
You know what? I believe they did not show that, but I could be wrong. They've talked about voice messages.
But it's also possible that they're waiting to sort of unveil how that works. So I wouldn't say that it's an absolute no, just because we haven't heard. I don't think we've heard everything about the iWatch yet. So it's possible that they're waiting to sort of.
Letty, this is the
talk about
beauty
that
of the
later.
internet. We're going to let people tell us, because you know how we were like kind of jumping around and all over the place?
There is a phone icon.
Yeah.
We'll let people tell us. Guys, just tweet us real quick at #CNET Live just to let us know so we can get the answer for Miss Lovely Letty. Now, Letty,
Thank you so much.
did you see anything that you liked during the keynote? I mean, I know you said it was going in and out.
The iWatch. I've been waiting for that. I know, Brian, that's not your thing, but I love it.
He's still going to buy one.
You know what? But here's the thing. I think it's my opinion honestly doesn't matter. It's just one opinion of many. And I'm actually very curious from the ladies' side how they feel about the looks, because I feel like a watch is so personal that, we hear a lot of guys talk about, and they typically kind of refer to the watch more as from a technological standpoint versus looks, where I think looks is the most important thing to me. So for you really like the looks?
I do. I mean, I'm a tech freak anyway. I mean, I love technology. I'm always buying the newest, latest gadgets, so I may not be the actual person to ask, but I think it's cool, and I'm probably going to get the first one and the second one.
Oh,
I mean,
you
I
go,
have them
girl.
all.
You know what? That's awesome, though, because like I said, I'll buy one to try it out and use it, but I don't think I'll be wearing it on a regular basis. Not yet, at least. And, I'll wait and see. I think it's just two different strokes for different folks.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly.
But that's awesome. Okay, you know what, Letty? We will try and get that answer. I'm still looking at Twitter, but people haven't actually directly told us. Maybe someone can look it up. Does it actually take calls?
So I got a couple of people saying they showed us how on the live stream how to make calls on Apple Watch. So it looks like it does in fact make calls.
Yep.
Thank you.
This is from our YouTube channel. Also, we're doing first looks of the iWatch right now.
Oh, here's some looks of those. Look at that tan on gold.
Let's go play bingo,
that's pretty
guys.
tight.
Let's go play bingo in that watch.
White on rose gold, tan on rose gold, red on rose gold. That's hot. I mean, I wouldn't wear those colors, but I think I like colors.
I got somebody.
Letty, are you drooling yet? Are you seeing this?
Yeah, it's awesome.
She's like, I'm
Do you
ready.
need to wipe the drool off your mouth? I mean, this is kind of crazy.
Look at that crown.
Look at that digital crown.
Wow, that digital crown. Can't wait.
Letty, thank you so much for calling. Really appreciate it. All right.
All right. Thanks, guys.
All right. Thank you. It's kind of funny, like how we're so involved in like so many different juggling balls and the keynotes going on. We're like, oh yeah, did the Don't give me those
Well,
eyebrows.
I know. So what? No, it just
Donald just gave me double eyebrows when I
No,
said
no.
juggling balls.
It's just a reaction. It's a weird twitch I have. It's
It's
But
a
we-
Pavlovian response.
But you know, we're all like, wait, does it actually take calls? Because we didn't see the demo.
Yeah.
Yeah, we didn't. We can't have. Here's the thing, everybody. We can't have the live stream and like your calls and each other all in the same.
I remember
but it
seeing
would be
a bit
insanity.
of it, but it looked like you were selecting from like
Contacts.
from your contact.
Yeah.
You're like clicking on their faces. You weren't so much punching in like a number directly.
You can draw pictures to each other. We've confirmed that.
Dude, that's my favorite.
Yes.
Honestly, that's the coolest thing of that thing. Quite honestly, to me, I'm gonna draw like smileys and XOs.
There is a phone icon, you know, like for a phone on the.
I'm gonna draw hella cute pictures to my boo.
I think that
I've
really
said that
just
seriously.
encompasses everything about the
Yeah.
about the show today. Just that phrase. Just make that's the subtitle of today's live
When you're
stream.
being interviewed later on, Brian, so tell us more about the iWatch or Apple Watch. One of those.
Just make sure that phrase is
well,
on the news.
That and RIP
I can say
Cisco
this.
hashtag.
Yeah, also hashtag RIP Cisco. Thank you. Thank you.
Oh goodness!
It'll be
All
great
right,
for drawing hella cute pictures for my boo.
It's the most Northern California phrase I think I've ever heard in my life.
shoot me. Okay, let's go to Janelle in Chicago, Chi-Town. What's up, Janelle?
Hey, Brian. First off, I want to say that you guys were definitely more amusing than the actual Apple conference.
Oh, thank you.
I
You
know
know,
that's kind of the consensus.
thank you so much.
I'm totally looking forward to seeing you at CES 2015 as well.
You're gonna make it out there?
Yeah, this will be
Awesome.
hopefully the third year in a row. Last year we ran into you by Samsung booth.
Oh, I know. You're the girl near the TV, near the curved TVs. We took a picture and your dad was with you, right?
Yep.
I know exactly who you
Definitely.
are. That's what's up.
So that's awesome. So really, I was calling in until you guys showed the Vine of the iWatch, I was definitely kind of in, but it looks so gigantic.
Hey, Janelle, can you turn down the volume of your computer so we can hear you better?
Oh, sorry about that.
It's okay.
I was definitely interested in the iWatch, really until you kind of showed the Vine of it, and it looks so huge. And like Ashley was saying, for girls, that's not really what you want to see.
We have little wrists.
I think the other thing,
We
though,
do.
to remember, Janelle, is that Apple is releasing two sizes, and that might have been the larger size screen of the two. And so that smaller one that might be a little more appropriate for female wrists or my skinny wrists, then that we might use the smaller screen.
I wonder if there's going to be any spec difference between the two aside from size. Like if the smaller one doesn't have NFC or some other.
I would hope not.
I hope not.
Sometimes
Because
Apple
if it
pulls that
starts
stuff.
at $329 with no NFC, I'm going to
$349.
be $349.
Already out of your
Sorry,
mind?
I was trying to imagine in my mind that I had won that, but Donald Bell did. If they do $349 with no NFC, like nobody's buying that model. That's crazy. I don't think that's the case.
You know what's crazy? Cisco died today.
Stop spreading this terrible rumor that I
Probably happy
imagine.
we're talking about him though.
Yeah. So Janelle, thanks so much for calling. And really quick thing. Thanks so much for calling, Janelle. Really quickly in this room, did they actually say a price distinction between the smaller one and the larger
No.
one?
I never saw that.
Did I miss
put out
that?
one price.
They glossed
Yeah.
over a lot.
They said starting at. So I have a feeling there's going to be another event at some point before, like maybe in January, February, maybe, around then where they say, okay, here's what it is. Here's what's going to cost. Here's all the different models. Because they did that with the Mac Pro.
We're still 6 months out.
Yeah.
So that makes sense. Starting at $349, then they'll give us the tier version once they decide if they're going to charge us $100 more for it or $50. And I think
Exactly.
they're going to do $100 because they would do that.
See, I feel like that's so unfair, though. Like, just because I have tiny wrists, I gotta, or just because you have big wrists. You calm down, Brian Tong. You calm down. Stop it.
All right. Samsung will come in with a
No, but
small
Tiny watch.
continue your point about the pricing and the small wrist thing.
Well, it seems silly to punish people for having either a bigger or smaller wrist. Like, that seems weird. Like, it seems kind of odd. That's what I'm saying. That seems a little weird.
Punishing, that is funny,
Don't
though.
punish
Yeah.
people financially because they have a small or large wrist.
I mean, people like Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson are probably pretty pissed that they have to pay $100 more for their iWatch.
And we all know
'Cause
he
it
is
says
hurting
large
for
wrist.
money right now.
Yes,
he
exactly.
is really hurting. We're
It's
going to have to
tough
start
times.
an Indiegogo for The Rock to get an iWatch. an Apple Watch.
Cisco can't afford the $349 watch.
Well,
though.
he's dead. so
Smaller,
that's-
smaller
It's
wrists.
not like we're doing much with it.
Very skinny wrists. Very bony.
I like that this has become the running gag, Cisco not being allowed.
Again, for the record, I
Still
love
terrible.
Cisco. If Cisco's watching and he's like, F CNET Live, I'm alive, bitch.
Cisco, if you're watching, please call in and talk to us, please. It's the spirit of Cisco.
Yeah, he'll call in, be like lawsuit pending on the
hate
Tong Thong, though. Yeah, I'm alive and so is my lawyer. And
So you want to know something really sad? Like in college, I actually like platinumed out my hair for like 3 months.
Did you? You were inspired.
And it was done. It was done with a home kit.
Mm-hmm.
Just for record, this is not done with a home kit. For those of you who thought it was, but yeah, it wasn't done with home. It was done. It was really bad.
Yeah, how could that be possible?
I hope there's no visual evidence of that.
Is this it? No.
No!
That's his mellow cut.
It's kind of red. It's not really.
Dude, that's
I was
like
gonna say that's a mellow version of the skunk.
that's like the duck faux hawk with like stripes and stuff, like tiger. It's channeling tiger and duck. It's a turd tiger, duck tiger.
A turducken?
Turdiger?
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 Sure, why not?
Okay, so let's do this. Allison, for those of you who are calling, Allison has been awesome with our phones. So we're going to lock down the phones and just finish up these last calls and call it a day. But I'm having a great time. I'm like laughing my butt off today. Yeah. I don't know. We're having a good time.
We're delirious, too.
We are delirious. We are delirious. So thank you, Allison, and everyone who called. Next time, just say, we love you, Allison. There's 2 Gregs on the phone. Is it the same guy calling twice?
Let's find out.
Let's just answer both.
Greg number 1, are you there?
Greg,
okay,
he's
how
on,
about Greg?
he's
No,
on
he's
Greg.
on. He's Greg
Greg's
number 2.
Greg on Greg 2.
Number 2.
Okay, let's go to Greg 2.
Greg 2, are you really Greg 1?
Come on, Greg 2. Work, mouse. Greg 2, are you there? Greg 2, switch back to Greg 1.
This is Greg.
Oh,
it's Greg.
We got Greg.
Greg.
We got a Greg.
Greg, there are 2 Gregs on the lines, and we were trying to figure out if you were the same Greg on 2 lines, switching between 2 lines just to get through.
No.
Hogging up the phone lines.
Greg.
No, I only called once. Sorry.
Greg calling from Norco. What's up, Greg?
Hey, the little-known horse town down here in Southern California.
Love it.
Was wondering about your blog says that the new iPhone 6 only is coming with 16 gigabytes. Is that true?
That would be for the entry level. I don't know, quite honestly, I don't know what the articles or what you've seen said so far, but it might have been an initial article that was pumped out, meaning that it starts at 16 gigs, but the capacities will be 16, 64, and 128.
Mm-hmm.
Starting at, so, there's 2 iPhone models. I guess this is good to clarify to everyone that may have been tuning in later or forgot. There's 2 models, the iPhone 6, which is the 4.7-inch screen, the iPhone 6 Plus, which is the 5.5-inch screen. The iPhone 6 starts at $199 for 16 gigs. And then if you want to talk about the highest end spectrum of price you're talking about, $499 for a 128 gig.
$399.
No, for an iPhone 6 Plus.
Oh, for a 6 Plus.
Yeah,
Plus.
just saying from
Yeah,
the.
yeah.
Sorry about that. I know you were reading my mind, but you read wrong.
I read wrong.
Yeah. I've been looking forward. I've been actually waiting the last 6 to 9 months for the 5.5-inch one, the 6 phone, the 6 Plus.
Yeah.
What attracts you with the large screen phones? Because some of us aren't as adept to them, but for you, is it all about just the biggest screen that still fits in your hand, or where are you at with that?
Well, see, I do a lot of like gaming and reading on the iPhone, and a lot of the newer games, they come out like for multiplayer, they'll show up with a little comment that one of the other guys were putting on the screen, and it's getting harder and harder to see some of those. So I was wanting to see something that was big enough to where I could actually see what I'm doing.
Mm-hmm.
Nice. All right, well,
see what people are chatting back and forth with.
Do you have an iPad Mini?
I do not.
I was gonna say, I'm curious
I do have
how
an
many.
iPad.
I'm curious how many people will actually get the Plus to replace both their iPhone, their previous iPhone or their previous device, and their iPad. So it'll be an interesting kind of. I'm really looking forward to seeing like what the numbers are, what they end up being on that.
iPads never die though; they just move to the bathroom, right?
I
iPad.
might
In your magazine,
a new iPad too, or I should say as well. But that brings up an interesting question. If I got the 128 phone, do I really need the and the 5.5-inch screen? Do I really need to get also the iPad?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. See, for me, that's if I upgrade to a 5.5-inch. If I upgrade to the 6 Plus and it's 128 gigs, I feel like maybe I'd be able to replace both my iPad Mini and my iPhone.
Yeah, we're looking at
This
it
is
right
the
now.
6 Plus right here.
This is the 6 Plus right here. You can even tell in Scott Stein's hands. I mean, his hand only goes up like halfway on that phone, and it's not because he has small hands.
No.
But all right, thanks for calling, Greg. We really appreciate it.
Thanks, Greg.
This might be a minor thing to mention, but Ian Zadroga has mentioned that on Twitter here that the iPod Classic has disappeared officially from the Apple Store.
What?
The iPod Classic.
Interesting.
This could be the day. I mean, like
Sales
Cisco,
on.
some people probably thought it was dead a long time ago. But this could be the day.
His music lives forever.
Yeah.
But wow, that'd be a big deal. You know what's the funny thing about that? That's like, okay, my reaction is like when someone tells you a restaurant closed,
right,
but you haven't gone to it for like 5 years,
Right.
but you're still sad.
Oh, are you playing taps right now?
Well, it's
I'm getting upset.
actually my first iPod
You might
Classic
wanna
came
leave
with
on this
taps
part.
installed on it.
I'm going to start crying. That's not good.
All right.
Please.
R.I.P. iPod Classic.
Also Cisco.
R.I.P. Cisco.
But maybe it'll come back.
Yes.
Okay. We will continue on. I'm hoping that Allison heard. Okay, cool. She's locking down the phone lines. We'll just get through this. Goodness, I'm a killer. All right. James,
Hello?
what's up? I'm sorry. I know you're talking to someone because I surprised you and picked up the phone. But we're going to go to James in Livermore. You've been waiting patiently.
Yes, I have, my friend.
My friend. What up, James? Is this James Henlon?
This is, of course, I was Mac Genius down at Palo Alto. We worked together.
I
Come
know.
on, B-Tong. You remember.
No, I
Well,
actually
Beaton,
don't.
That means he definitely knows you.
So what's up, James? What did you think of everything? You wanted to talk about the iWatch a little bit? Or, sorry, the Apple Watch. It's not even the iWatch.
That's going to be wild.
Yeah,
That's
it's
gonna be
not.
weird.
You know, I'm gonna say something that I rarely say.
Uh-oh.
I would not wear that watch if Apple paid me to wear it.
Woo!
Wow.
Yeah, that's how I
That's
feel,
really
and
nice.
here's why. Okay, I have it. I actually have a legitimate reason, and it is, first off, it's a first generation model, and I never, I never buy anything first generation because I worked for Apple. But secondly, you're
Whoa.
going to sell
Shots
me
fired.
something
Shots
for $350, and you're not going to tell me the battery life? Forget it.
Yeah,
Forget it.
that's huge.
Give it
Absolutely
time.
forget it.
Give it time.
If it-
There's gonna be a separate event like the Mac Pro, and they'll tell us what the battery life is.
Right. No, and I'm aware of that, but I just thought, come on, Apple is a hard hitting, very popular big company. They could have done better in this keynote, and let us know that information. I was very, very disappointed in that. And when I get together with Tim Cook for coffee next week, I'm gonna let him know.
Oh, did you pay for that auction that always goes up to like $60,000 for an hour of coffee with Tim Cook?
Are you kidding? Tim Cook and I are cousins. What are you talking about? You know that.
This is actually Tim Cook calling right now.
Yeah.
This
We
is
hang
not
out all the
your friend.
time.
Tim Cook will
But,
not wear
okay,
his own
so
watch.
I just bashed Apple pretty hard. But what I will say is, if that information is released and the battery life turns out to be good, I might reconsider it. But I'd certainly buy a second generation.
Yeah,
Right.
yeah, that's where I'm
I'm
at.
not a big first generation fan because I worked for Apple, and you know how first gen stuff is.
I know what we know. We all
Yeah.
know what's up. I do like.
We know the deal. We know the deal.
Yeah.
Now, I will say one positive thing about them. They're awfully
so good.
pretty. But so's my wife.
That one,
You know?
if people are watching right now, that's the iWatch
It's
that I
the
want,
one.
but I would wait for second gen still. That's what's up.
Yeah,
That's what's up.
exactly. Now, I don't want to take too much of your time, but having said that, I will say that I thought the iPhone 6 update was much needed, and I was impressed by it.
Yeah.
I feel as though they were lagging behind, and I do have an iPhone 5S, and I was even starting to look at HTC Ones and Samsung S5.
Oh yeah, HTC
Because-
one's money.
Yeah,
I love that
LG
HTC.
G3 is
Yeah,
money.
G3.
Go ahead.
No, I was saying, yeah, HTC ones, Samsung S5s,
Yeah.
LG G3. Depending on what you want, you really can't go wrong. It just comes down to that ecosystem. And like you said, you wanted a
Exactly.
screen that was bigger.
Exactly.
You're probably sick and tired of the small screen.
Yeah, it started to feel a little bit Fisher-Price looking to me compared to the other phones, just to be
Oh,
honest.
snap.
You know?
Oh, it's shots fired, everybody.
what I'm
Shots
saying.
fired.
James Bang
Right.
Bang Hanlon. Bang
Right.
Bang.
Bang, bang.
Bang Bang Bang.
Bang, bang. Well, and hey, Brian, you know that I drank the Kool-Aid at Apple, and I'm a major Apple fan. But I'm also very hard on them when they disappoint me, which is not often. It's not often. I kind of also wonder, and Steve Jobs, God rest his soul. But I kind of wonder how this would have been different if Steve were still at the helm. I'm not sure. It's just a thought that I had. I've just been a little bit underwhelmed with what's happened since his passing.
Yeah,
that's a tough.
And, I do miss him, but I'm not sure if, I'm just not sure if Tim Cook has that same, that same sort of mojo that he has.
It's the
but
charisma,
anyway,
baby.
That's a different topic.
All right, James. Well, hey, buddy, thanks so much for calling. Good to hear from you, and we'll bounce this around. But take care, buddy. All right.
Yeah, and I hope I didn't say anything too offensive. Just my opinion, brother.
Actually, everything you said negative about Apple was pretty offensive.
We bleeped half of that out.
Yeah.
All right, thanks, bro.
No.
Appreciate
now
it.
Now Tim's not going to have coffee with me next week. All right,
Now he's going to
guys.
throw it in your face. Gotta watch out.
But he talked about look, you're never going to replace Steve Jobs, no matter who you are. You just can't. And he had a way of telling a story very well, but also no matter how maniacal and hard-headed and crazy attention to detail was, you believed that he actually loved these gadgets like a child, and that translated over. That's the beauty that's art of sales, guys.
Yeah.
It's
So
like there's no replacing Walt Disney. I don't care who's at the helm of Disney. It's like there was Walt, there was the magic maker, and then there's the person who comes, or the legacy keepers that come in to just keep the train running.
I will say that through the past keynotes, I've always said I'm not going to judge the Tim Cook regime until they release a new product. At least that is something that we know that Steve had a connection to this product, no doubt. But an actual product launch that is clearly from this next regime, this next leadership group. And I think the iWatch is nice. I don't think it's a product category that can hit it out of the ballpark right out of the gates. I think the Apple TV, whatever that is, if they get those content deals, that actually has a better chance to be a transformative product than a watch that still everyone's. It's a muddled thing. We don't know if we need an extra screen on our wrist. Who knows?
Right.
I don't think they failed at this at all. I think they accomplished showing their vision. We'll see. But I thought it was a nice, at least a lot of build-up. I didn't feel let down, but I just don't want to buy one, and I never was expecting to buy one, so I'm good.
Yeah.
The iPhone 6 is dope.
Yeah, I agree. I think that the iPhone 6 is really nice, a good upgrade. I think a lot of people will be super happy with it. I'm thrilled that Apple is finally offering 2 different screen sizes, because I know a lot of people really wanted a very large iPhone, and now they can have that. But on the same note, yeah, I think we kind of knew that the roadmap that Steve Jobs was involved in is really this is kind of either the tail end of it or has, is just before this particular event. So if going forward, I think at this point we've now kind of reached a true post Steve Jobs era. So, oh God, you too. it's Bono.
Steven couldn't help himself. He literally couldn't help himself. He's like, dude, I've got Bono on my fingertips. I've got Bono on my fingertips.
Gotta show Bono.
He's so charismatic, that Bono. Wears his sunglasses. It's so cool.
Oh man! All right, let's go. Let's try. We're gonna try Greg one more time.
Oh, other
Greg one.
Yeah.
That still could have been Greg too, but
it could have been. It could be Greg. Yeah, you're right. We'll find out.
I'm so confused.
It's a multitude of Gregs.
So
Greg, my friend from Lowell. Greg, what is up?
A gaggle of Gregs.
Greg, I'm just gonna drop you, man. You had a chance. There were so many people that want to be on the line.
It's all that time freezing you did, Brian. You screwed up a lot of lives.
By the way, I like Greg from Norco, the other Greg who called. I just want to say I know exactly where that is.
Oh, Norco.
And I've driven through it many a time.
Have you stopped there yet?
I don't think anybody really actually wants to stop in Norco. And I don't mean that as an insult, Greg. You I know you'd agree with me, but just 909. I get it. That's all I'm saying.
It's like Button Willow?
Yeah,
No.
kind of, yeah. No, people stop there to drive their cars around. They race their cars there.
All right, James from Austin. James, my friend, you are on CNET Live.
Hello.
What's up? If you have a chance to turn on the volume on your computer, if you haven't already, then we will hear you loud and clear.
Yes, sir. I already did.
All right, excellent. What's up?
I was actually listening to you guys, and first of all, I want to say the stream was terrible. I could not. Had to reset my browser 8 times to try to watch it. So that was kind of a bad experience, even though that happened. But I got all the information. Thank you guys for keeping everything on so that I could be able to at least watch the show and know what's going on. But not just, I appreciate that. So I was listening to you guys were talking about the iPad, and I have an iPad Air, and trying to figure out, and maybe you guys can let me know what you guys think. Should I get rid of my iPad Air? Because I definitely want to get the iPhone Plus, 6 Plus. But given that, it's more screen real estate, should I get rid of my iPad Air or not? So I'm still on the fence about that. So let's see what you guys think about that.
Well, James, for myself, I travel a whole lot. My iPad Air is probably my best friend when I travel because it's a large screen that's portable and I can watch movies. I don't think, no matter what, whether I'm not going to get an iPhone 6 Plus, but that iPhone 6 Plus would not be able to replace just the screen size and how everything looks. So if you're a traveler, I would say, yeah, hold on to that iPad Air. Mm-hmm. But if not, and you do things a lot more locally, then maybe you will think of just getting rid of it. But man, that thing is indispensable for me. I travel pretty much 2 or 3 weekends out of the month, so I like my iPad Air like that. I know
you travel too much.
I know you got to do it for love sometimes.
Right, and I do travel too, so I'm just trying to see if I can still get the same screen or something more same real estate as my other app. So I'm just trying to see what will be the best. So I appreciate that.
James, thanks so much for watching, and hopefully we made you laugh once.
You did.
Okay,
you did, sir. Certainly. With the Cisco thing, you did.
Oh, see, you're welcome, everybody. You're welcome. People are tweeting at me all the time, being like, "What have you done?" The thong song is now increasing in sales on iTunes.
Can we check the hashtag?
RIP Cisco?
Let's just check it right now.
I will check it.
All right, James, thanks so much for calling. We appreciate it, bro.
All right, thank you.
All right, take it easy. All right, so that concludes our calls. We're going to check on the RIP. Is it actually a hashtag?
I feel like the worst.
Has it become a hashtag?
In the entire universe
This might be the
right
best
now.
thing to have happened to Cisco's career in years. Come on.
Okay.
Well, the thing is, they have to spell Cisco correctly. It's not Cisco,
Yeah,
you
it's
nerds.
SISQO.
Yeah. Hold on.
I like this one. RIP Cisco, RIP iPod Classic. What's next?
There's a lot of them. Yeah. There's actually like a legitimate amount of RIP Ciscos.
We should back away from this before people trace it back to us.
I'll own it. It's my fault. I'm the worst person in the universe for not knowing, okay?
I'm
the worst. I will take that on. I will put that on squarely on my shoulders, the responsibility for this terrible...
Dude, that made my day.
I feel awful right now, but in a really funny way.
Yeah. All right, guys. Just want to say thank you again so much for hanging with us for CNET Live's coverage of Apple's iPhone iWatch Big Bingo Card
Day.
All
There's
right.
some good winners.
Continue to follow all of our coverage, our write-ups, our videos, our hands-on. There's a lot of stuff going on in Cupertino right now. We're posting little quick YouTube videos, and also they'll be on our site of just very first raw initial reactions. But that's going to do it. We are kind of expecting to see you guys maybe in about another month or so with
we
the
have
Apple
we have
iPad.
a whole post on what we didn't get today that we're pretty sure we will be getting by the end of the year.
Mm-hmm.
All right, Donald Bell, want to say la vie?
Thank you, everyone.
You guys are the best. RIP Cisco.
Yo, Cisco. Nothing but love for you, homie. Steven?
Thank you, guys. Thanks for watching. We'll see you next time.
All right, peace.
Cisco's not really
Until
dead.
next time, CNET Live, baby. We'll catch you on the flip side.
Pong Pong 2015.
Cisco didn't really die.
Some